Chapter 1 Breakup. The hospital is bustling with people. Yichen held a medical examination report in his hand, his mind was blank. My mother had a heart problem and the doctor recommended a bypass surgery, which would cost at least $100,000. 100,000. Where can he find a clerk who earns 5,000 yuan a month? In the past few years, his parents have been working hard all day long for his studies even at an old age. He also has a younger sister who is in high school and also needs money. 100,000 yuan is a huge burden for the family. He just graduated for a year and has been living frugally in Haicheng, saving less than 10,000 yuan every month. Now he is still short of 90,000 yuan. No. Yichen took a deep breath and murmured bitterly, I must not drag down my parents and sister anymore. I will find a way to get the money myself. Thinking of this, Yichen took out his old coolpad phone and sent messages to his old friends. When they saw that he asked to borrow money, they all declined. Especially those who owe you money, just don't reply, or even block them on WeChat. WeChat dinged and there was a new friend request message. When Yichen clicked it, his face suddenly turned dark. Lu Zifeng, Yichen's college classmate. When they were in school, Lu Zifeng pursued the class beauty Su Feifei, but because she chose to date Yichen, the two broke up completely. Over the years, he caused Yichen a lot of trouble and often harassed his girlfriend Su Feifei, and the two had fought many times over this. At this time, what is the purpose of him increasing his prestige? Yichen couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to think about it. Even though this guy's family was powerful and he was a rich second generation, Yichen would not ask him to borrow money. After being rejected as a friend, Lu Zifeng applied again, adding 2 text messages. Yichen, I heard your mother is sick, are you borrowing money everywhere? The Dynasty Hotel, 888 Presidential Suite, I'll send you a box of birth control pills and give you 100,000 yuan. Do you want to come? Seeing this, Yichen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was moved. Just now, Yichen sent messages to his classmates and friends to borrow money, but no one responded. But when he thought of Lu Zifeng's character, he became very hesitant. Could this guy be so kind? Yichen, we had a lot of unpleasantness because of Su Feifei before, but now I think it through. We are all classmates, so I should help each other if I can. You must not have told Feifei about this, right? If you don't come over, I will tell Feifei. Seeing that Yichen had not accepted the friend request, Lu Zifeng sent another long string of messages. Seeing this, Yichen's heart sank. He indeed hasn't told Su Feifei about this matter yet. As a man, he wanted to solve it by himself. Feifei's family conditions were not good either. If he told her, she would just be worrying in vain. Yichen didn't want Feifei to worry. After a moment's silence, Yichen sent a message to his friend, okay, I'll be there right away, just don't tell Feifei. Yichen had never thought about Lu Zifeng borrowing money. He probably asked him to come over just to make fun of him. Yichen doesn't care about these, as long as he doesn't talk nonsense. After collecting the medical examination report, Yichen took a taxi to the Dynasty Hotel and bought a box of contraceptive pills on the way. 888 Presidential Suite. Yichen stood at the door, took a deep breath, prepared to be laughed at, and then knocked on the door. Lu Zifeng, your contraceptive pills. After waiting for a few minutes, the door was opened. Lu Zifeng was standing at the door in a bathrobe, and saw Yichen with a playful look on his face. Honey, why are you buying birth control pills? Didn't you say you would give birth to the baby? At this moment, a coquettish and delicate voice came into his ears, and a young and beautiful woman, also wearing a bathrobe, hugged Lu Zifeng from behind. Boom! When Yichen saw the woman's appearance clearly, he felt like he was struck by lightning and his whole scalp went numb. Su Feifei, you. The close relationship between the two was like a knife, cutting into the already broken heart. Yichen, you, what are you doing here? At this moment, Su Feifei's face was full of panic. She felt very uncomfortable being caught having an affair with another man by her boyfriend. Feifei, I asked him to come over. Lu Zifeng put his arm around her waist and touched her all over in front of Yichen as if no one was around. Then he said, by the way, Yichen, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Su Feifei. When Su Feifei heard this, the panic on her face disappeared for a moment. Yichen, you came just in time. I want to break up with you. I am Zifeng's girlfriend now. Don't pester me anymore. This pair of dogs. Yichen clenched his fists and looked at them with red eyes. Lu Zifeng, in front of him, put his hands into his bathrobe, and she, with a look of enjoyment on her face, cooperated very well and made comfortable sounds. Humiliating him like this in front of him and trampling on his dignity. Why? Yichen was furious and questioned angrily. He has always devoted his heart to this woman. After getting drunk and having sex with another woman at a company social a year ago, Yichen felt that he owed Su Feifei, and as long as she made a request, he would do his best to satisfy her by saving money. But now, she actually said this. Chapter 2, The Ultimate Goddess. Why? How dare you ask me why? Did you see the necklace on my neck? It's a Givenchy classic, worth hundreds of thousands. It was given to me by Zifeng today. What about you? You're a loser. You're still a clerk with a monthly income of 5,000. You have nothing and are nothing. I was blind before and chose a loser like you. Now it seems that you are no match for Zifeng, and you are not qualified to be compared with him. You are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Lu Zifeng, who was standing by, suddenly clapped his hands, pinched her ordinary chest hard, and said teasingly, Yichen, you are really like a dog. You come when I ask you to. You don't really think that if you come, I will give you 100,000 yuan, right? I'm in a good mood today. How about this? You kneel down and bless Feifei and me. Then, go to the toilet and get a bowl of hot shit to eat. I'll give you 100,000. How about that? Oh, dear, you are so disgusting, but I like it so much. Yes, he should be allowed to eat shit. Hearing this, Su Feifei leaned against him tenderly, her whole body seemed to collapse, and she spoke softly. Yichen had never experienced this after being with her for 4 years. Oh. Yichen sneered, his tone full of disdain. Lu Zifeng, you picked up the old shoes that I don't want, what's so arrogant about that? And you, Su Feifei. If you want to break up, then break up. Why don't you look in the mirror and see your ordinary figure? Only young Master Lu must be blind to like you. After taking a deep look at the couple, Yichen turned and left. What he said just now was just to save face. After being with Su Feifei for so long, the most they did was hug each other, and he never crossed the line. Just because she said she was afraid of pain and wanted to save the precious time for the wedding night. Yichen felt that he was very lucky to have found a good woman, a conservative, self-respecting and self-loving woman. But now it seems not. Dear, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't give him anything. Su Feifei's voice of explanation came from behind, but Yichen ignored it completely. This kind of woman was not worth his turning back. Bite. Breakup successful, the strongest dad system is binding, progress is 1%, body transformation is in progress is 10%. As soon as he walked out of the elevator of the Dynasty Hotel, a sweet female voice sounded in Yichen's ears. What's going on? Yichen was in a daze, thinking that he had heard it wrong and that there was an illusion in his head. Could it be that after breaking up with Su Feifei, I became mentally ill? He didn't think much about it. The most urgent thing was to raise the surgery money as soon as possible. He took a taxi and went straight to the company. In the morning, Yichen took a leave and came to the hospital to get his physical examination report. However, the incident between Lu Zifeng and Su Feifei delayed him for 2 hours. I have to go to work in the afternoon. The company leader is a shrewd person. If I go late, I might be scolded in public. There is nothing wrong with being scolded, the most important thing is that your salary will be doubled. There is still a large sum of money left for the surgery, so Yichen wants to save as much as possible and doesn't want to miss a penny. On the way back, Yichen received a call from a colleague, asking him where he was and saying that the director was looking for him. When he learned that he had taken leave and did not come, he became furious and lost his temper. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. As luck would have it, it was rush hour at 2 p.m. and he encountered a traffic jam on the road. The company was still more than 10 minutes away, so Yichen had no choice but to get out of the car and run over. The journey that usually took more than 10 minutes was completed in just 5 minutes. Halfway through the run, Yichen's heart suddenly ached, his vision went dark, and he completely fainted, falling to the side of the road with a bang. Yichen! At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. An old Jetta stopped and a pair of slender, flawless white legs in high heels stretched out and stepped on the ground. She ran to Yichen, half squatted down, patted his face anxiously, and frowned. Are you okay? Don't scare me. A faint fragrance entered his nose, it smelled very good. Yichen subconsciously and greedily took 2 more breaths. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The woman heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yichen wake up. Yichen, you finally woke up. Upon hearing this, Yichen looked at her, and when he saw the woman's face clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up. She is 1.68 meters tall, graceful and elegant, with a pair of breasts that must be at least a D-cup, right? Her skin is snow white with a rosy glow. Standing in the sun, she seems to be emitting a bright white glow, and her facial features are delicate. Especially those red lips, fluttering and closing. She is just like an angel that drives men crazy. Do you know me? The woman shuddered and quickly shook her head to deny. Your work ID. It turned out to be a work badge. Yichen understood and couldn't help but look at the woman twice more. For some reason, the woman in front of him gave him a vague feeling of familiarity. As far as he could remember, he had rarely come into close contact with such a top-notch goddess, except for that night a year ago when the two companies were getting together and there was a beautiful director in the opposite company named Tang Ruoxue. Thinking of this, Yichen looked at her more carefully. That pretty face became more and more familiar, gradually overlapping with the figure in his memory. Oh shit. Could it really be her? Yichen drank a lot of liquor that day and was completely blacked out after a few hours. He only remembered that night, he and a woman spent a good night on the hotel's erotic bed. The two of them reached the dual peaks of spirit and flesh many times. When he sobered up the next day, the woman had disappeared. If it weren't for the mark on the white bedsheet, Yichen would have thought it was just a dream. Beauty, have I seen you before? After a long silence, Yichen took a deep breath and asked nervously. Tang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were misty and she opened her mouth to speak, but at this moment, a baby crying was heard from the car parked next to her. Chapter 3, Binding Successfully, I Want It All. Yichen frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. Through the car window, he saw two baby cradles installed in the back seat. There were two chubby babies lying inside, looking like carefully carved little angels. At first glance, the two little guys look exactly the same. Their facial features have been developed, and they are extremely similar to the top goddess in front of them, as if they were smaller versions. This is your child? Yes, they are my children, a boy and a girl. Aren't they cute? As Tang Ruoxue spoke, she opened the car door and got in. She turned her back and made rustling sounds, apparently she was breastfeeding her baby. Soon, the two children stopped crying and making a fuss. Yichen felt very uncomfortable. This woman was most likely the one he had a one-night stand with, but now, she was already a mother and a wife. Where are you going? Tang Ruoxue teased the child and asked in a casual tone. I was just about to go to the company, but the weather was too hot and I fainted on the way. Yichen made an excuse. Get in the car. I'm going there too, so I'll just give you a ride. Tang Ruoxue smiled slightly, very charming. Seeing Yichen nodded in agreement, she was even happier. She pointed to the back seat and continued. You just sit in the back seat and help me watch the two little ones, okay? Good. Yichen agreed and sat next to the two children after getting in the car. In the driver's seat, Tang Ruoxue saw Yichen's expression from the rearview mirror. She pursed her red lips gently, her beautiful eyes moving around. You're so lucky to have given birth to a pair of lovely twins, a boy and a girl. They are so cute, like little angels. As Yichen spoke, he subconsciously stretched out his fingers to tease the children. The two little guys held on tightly, babbling something inaudible. It was obvious that the two little angels were very happy. Seeing this scene, Yichen's heart melted. Ding! The host touches her own twins, the medium is triggered, the system is loaded, and the binding is successful. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded in Yichen's heart, which scared him. He looked at the goddess in the front row and found that she was not talking to him. Ding! Host, please make a choice from the following options. Option A, name your child and get a cash reward of 2 million. Make your choice and the money will be transferred to your account legally and compliantly immediately. Option B, marry the child's mother, Tang Ruoxue, and become her legal husband. The reward is a company with a market value of 100 million. Option C, combine your soul and body with the child's mother Tang Ruoxue again, and you will be rewarded with the physique of a man who has 10 sex a night. 3 options, arranged neatly, appeared in Yichen's mind like a test paper. System? As a young man who often reads novels, he was naturally familiar with it. He originally thought it was fictional, but he didn't expect it to be true and actually happen to him. But what on earth is the strongest nanny system? Looking at the introduction at the top, Yichen was stunned, his mind went blank, just like the feeling he had when he received the physical examination report this morning. He, Yichen, is actually the biological father of this lovely pair of twins. Secretly observing the stunning goddess who was concentrating on driving, Yichen also knew her name. What surprised him, excited him, and made him unbelievable was that Tang Ruoshua was really the woman with whom he had a one-night stand that day. That night was not a dream. It's all true. Yichen had taken care of his younger sister when he was young, and he knew that a child's approximate age could be determined from his body shape. The two little angels looked less than 3 months old. Calculating the time, it had been just over a year since the one-night stand. Taking a deep breath, Yichen looked at the child in Tang Ruoshua, and he made up his mind. Only children do multiple choice questions, he wants them all. System, I choose multiple options. I choose all 3 items ABC. With a thought, Yichen imagined a pen and wrote the multiple choice answers on the test paper. Yichen swallowed his saliva. He was a little nervous. The system didn't say that he couldn't make multiple selections, but it didn't say that he had to choose one either. He was ready to reason with the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making multiple choices. 3 quest lines have been generated. Option A, please complete it within 10 minutes. Once completed, the bonus will be legally transferred to your account immediately. Option B, time limit is 1 year, please complete it as soon as possible. Upon completion, the reward will be issued immediately, a company with a market value of 100 million. Option C, time limit is 1 year, please complete it as soon as possible. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief and digested it quickly. Naming is the simplest thing. As early as when he was in school, he had fantasized many times about what name he would give his child after he had one. As for other long-term tasks, they will take some time to complete. Yichen was extremely excited just thinking about the fact that he and Tang Ruoshua, who was prettier than a star, had such a cute pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Name it. Name your baby now. Recalling those nice, poetic and meaningful names he had thought of before, Yichen's mouth curled up slightly. My son's name is Qingyun. My daughter's name is Jiwei. But soon, Yichen was a little troubled. What should the child's surname be? Chapter 4, 2 million reward received. Tang. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yichen was immediately shocked and quickly changed his address. Beauty, such a cute child, what are their names? When Tang Ruoshua heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her beautiful face was dazed. Then, her eyes lit up and she said, we haven't named them yet. Since you like them so much, how about you give them a name? You came just in time. Yichen grinned, scratched the 2 little angels' small noses, and said excitedly, let's name the boy Qingyun, with the ambition of Qingyun, to reach the top. Let's name the girl Jiwei. Jiwei is like a butterfly, dancing and flying, how do you think? Qingyun, Jiwei. Tang Ruoshua's eyes were complicated. She looked at Yichen, who was teasing the child through the rearview mirror, and whispered these 2 names. It's so poetic and picturesque. This man is quite romantic. I just don't know what the last names of these 2 lovely little angels are. Yichen pretended to sigh, but in fact he was secretly looking at Tang Ruoshua, who was driving in front. It just so happens that I have the same last name as you. Our family is all named Ji. Tang Ruoshua smiled slightly and spoke to Yichen. Thinking of this, Tang Ruoshua's mind unconsciously emerged the madness of the 2 of them after they got drunk that night. Unconsciously, a blush appeared on that fair face. Seeing this scene, Yichen's heart skipped a beat. It's so beautiful. Yi Qingyun, Yi Jiwei. Yichen quickly diverted his attention and continued to tease the 2 cute little angels. When the 2 children heard their names, they giggled with curved eyebrows. Ding dong. The host has 10 minutes to name his twins. The son is named Yi Qingyun and the daughter is named Yi Jiwei. The 2 million reward system has been remitted to the host's agricultural bank through reasonable and legal channels. A sweet voice sounded in my mind, and then my phone vibrated. When he took it out and looked at it, Yichen was instantly excited. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1 million. Each number was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yichen's heart hard. However, Yichen hoped that this heavy hammer could come more often, or even more violently. 2 million successfully arrived. Looking at the numbers above, Yichen's breathing became rapid for a moment. Yichen, what's wrong with you? Hearing Yichen's movement, Tang Ruoshua panicked and asked anxiously, are you okay? Don't scare me. Only then did Yichen come back to his senses. He quickly waved his hands and explained, "I'm fine. I was just touched by the two little cuties. By the way, what's your name, beautiful? Are you raising the kids by yourself? Where's their dad?" After pondering for a moment, Yichen asked the question hidden in his heart. He knew the answer to the previous question, but in order to pretend, he still had to do the whole thing. As for the latter question, that is what he wants to figure out the most. "My name is Tang Ruoxue." As for the child's father, he has something to do and is working out of town. Now I am the only one raising the child. Tang Ruoxue's eyes dimmed slightly. In fact, she really wanted to tell Yichen that you are the father of the child. But she didn't know how to say it. The madness of that night was like a dream. Later, after making inquiries from many sources, she learned that Yichen had a girlfriend and that he loved her very much. Tang Ruoxue didn't want to ruin this man's love life. Just think of this as a dream. Yichen didn't understand what was going on. Hearing these words, he felt lost. It turned out that the goddess already had a husband. "Yichen, your company has arrived." Tang Ruoxue stopped the car on the side of the road and gave a reminder. Yichen sighed inwardly, the time they spend together is always short. After getting off the car, watching it leave, Yichen felt reluctant to leave. Not until Tang Ruoxue drove away from his sight did Yichen turn around and go upstairs. He planned to find a chance to make up for what he owed to her and the child. 10 minutes later. Office workstation. Yichen had just sat down when his colleague and good friend Chen Lang came over. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Let me tell you, the director's grandson got really angry when he saw you weren't here. He said in public that you were arrogant and treated the company's rules and regulations as a joke. He will treat you as absent from work and deduct 3 days' salary as a penalty." Upon hearing this, Yichen narrowed his eyes. Could this director be the reincarnation of Zhou Paopi? In the morning, he asked the director for leave, but the old man was reluctant to do so. When he came late in the afternoon, he was treated as absent from work and his salary for 3 days was deducted at once. Thinking of this, Yichen was filled with anger. Before, because he had no money and had encountered misfortunes in his life, he didn't dare to fight back. But now it's different. I have a huge sum of 2 million in my bank card as a foundation, so I don't have to pamper the director's grandson anymore. Chapter 5 Showdown. How can you talk to each other during working hours? At this time, a roar sounded from behind the two of them, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a big belly and wearing a suit stood behind them. He was looking gloomy and pointing at Yichen. "You, come to my office." After saying that, he walked into the director's office without looking back. "Yichen, don't talk nonsense later. Just let this old guy get angry. It's hard to find a job now." Chen Lang hurriedly grabbed Yichen, who was standing up, and gave him serious instructions. "Don't worry." Yichen smiled slightly, then walked into the director's office with a blank expression. "Director Wang, what do you want to talk to me about?" After walking in, Yichen sat down directly, facing Wang Gang. "You didn't knock when you entered the director's office? Also, did I ask you to sit down? Do you have any rules and regulations? Do you still have me as your boss and the company in your eyes?" Wang Gang slammed the table with violent bangs. "What a big hat! Without any discrimination, they put such a big hat on me right away. Boss Wang, why are you so angry?" At this time, a figure heard the sound and walked into Wang Gang's office and asked with a smile. "Boss Lin, you came at the right time. Let me tell you, this Yichen has no sense of discipline at all. He didn't ask for leave from me and stayed away from work for the whole day without permission. This has seriously affected the work efficiency and brought a very bad negative impact to other employees. I suggest that Yichen be fired directly." Seeing the person coming, Wang Gang quickly stood up and went to greet him. He nodded and bowed to greet me while spitting shit from my mouth. This old fellow is over 40 years old, but he can't even spit out ivory from his mouth. Yichen couldn't stand it any longer after the trouble kept happening one after another. When I first came to the company, Wang Gang hinted to me more than once or twice that if I wanted to convert my internship into a full-time position, it would only take him a word. What this means is that you have to give a red envelope. In order to get this job, Yichen gave him a red envelope of 5,000 yuan. Later, Wang Gang took the department out to socialize with the department led by Tang Ruoxue, singing and drinking together. From then on, Wang Gang started to make things difficult for him everywhere. He didn't seize the opportunity before, but today's leave and being late gave Wang Gang the chance to take advantage of him. However, this old guy is really a piece of shit. He gets a lot of blame put on his head right from the start. But it doesn't matter, he has come clean and won't tolerate it anymore. Wang Gang, you will be held legally responsible for what you say, especially if it is fraudulent. You should think it through before you speak. Think about it carefully. What do you mean? Are you saying I wronged you? Wang Gang was furious. He stroked his hair that had fallen down and covered his bald spot. He pulled General Manager Lin and said angrily, "General Manager Lin, look at what this kid said. He dared to scold me in front of you after I scolded him a few times. Boss Lin, you have to be fair. Vientiane must be fired." Wang Gang cursed Vientiane in his heart. More than a year ago, Vientiane was just a young man. He hinted several times before reluctantly giving some red envelopes. Later, he organized a company-to-company social exchange with Tang Ruoxue, the extremely beautiful director of another company. In the evening, he toasted the goddess with a lot of wine and secretly gave her some strong drugs. But who would have thought that the cooked duck would fly away, leaving Vientiane, the young and inexperienced boy, with a good opportunity? Vientiane was a well-behaved kid, so he never got a chance to find fault with him. Today he finally found an opportunity to make trouble for others. How could he let it go? Expelled? Vientiane laughed, stood up, and stood in front of the chubby Wang Gang, who was less than 1.6 meters tall. He said condescendingly, "Wang Gang, if you hint to your subordinates to give money and use your company's authority to accept bribes, if the amount is too large, do you think you will be sentenced?" "You, don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Wang Gang became anxious. Why is this kid acting out of character today? Vientiane is an unknown person, and his family is not well off. He is a nobody and can be bullied and insulted as he pleases. Why are you so tough today? I'm talking nonsense? Then look at what this is. Vientiane opened WeChat and found the chat record in which Wang Gang hinted at him to give him a red envelope, and placed it on his desk. Seeing this scene, Mr. Lin also came forward, and his expression became increasingly gloomy the more he watched. This kind of thing is not uncommon. It is very common to use one's power to collect bribes, and many of them are shady. But now it's different. Someone has exposed the matter. If he doesn't deal with it, wouldn't that be a challenge to his authority as the boss? Mr. Lin looked serious, pointed at the phone on the table, and said coldly, "Mr. Wang, please explain what is going on." "Boss Lin, this guy made all this up. He's the one who wants to slander me." Wang Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and raised his voice. "By the way, Mr. Wang, accepting kickbacks from partners in large amounts seriously harms the interests of the company. What kind of crime is this?" Seeing that Wang Gang was acting like a clown, Vientiane took drastic measures again. Taking kickbacks is also very common, but if the amount taken is too large and seriously damages the interests of the company, that is another matter. Even if the boss, Mr. Lin, wants to keep this grandson, he has to think carefully. Since you, Wang Gang, don't want me to have an easy life, the worst that can happen is that both of us will be destroyed. With the system in hand, Vientiane will directly confront everyone and show his cards. Wang Gang, you really disappoint me. Mr. Lin's face turned pale at this time. He snorted coldly and then made a phone call in public. The finance office should find a law firm to investigate Director Wang Gang. Collect all evidence of Wang Gang's crimes. If necessary, call the police and punish him severely. After saying that, Mr. Lin glared at Wang Gang angrily. Wang Gang was so frightened that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. President Lin walked to the door and seemed to remember his purpose. He looked at Vientiane deeply with admiration in his eyes. "Vientiane, come out for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." Vientiane was puzzled. He is just a worker, a grassroots employee. What could the boss want from him? Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Without giving it much thought, Vientiane followed General Manager Lin into the boss office. Chapter 6, Meeting Tang Ruoxue again. After closing the office door, Mr. Lin changed his usual behavior. Smiling, he pushed him onto the chair and said, "Xiaoyi, how long have you been in the company?" "How long has it been?" Why did the boss suddenly ask him this question? "Are you really going to believe what that fat pig says and fire him?" He answered in a conventional manner, "It has been almost a year. I wonder what Mr. Lin wants me to do. If we really want to fire him, it's no big deal. He is paid 5,000 yuan a month and is expected to act like a grandson and smile all day long. He had no choice before, but now it's different. He not only has the system, but also a wife and children. Xiao Yi is straightforward enough. I won't beat around the bush. Lin Jianjun smiled, pondered for a moment, and then said, since you have performed well this year, the company has decided to send you to cooperate with Wanxiang Media. If the cooperation is successful this time, you can directly take Wang Gang's position. Hearing this, Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Vientiane Media? If he remembered correctly, this should be the media company where Tang Ruoxue stayed. Last year, he participated in an event organized by Wang Gang and Wanxiang, which led to his brief romance with Tang Ruoxue that night. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, and he was interested in the cooperation that Mr. Lin mentioned. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down. With Yi Chen's confident answer, Mr. Lin laughed twice, and his admiration for this young man grew more and more. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and he is not overly complacent when he knows he has the opportunity to get promoted and get a raise. He is still a good candidate. Work hard, and you'll go directly to Vientiane in the afternoon. Yes, Mr. Lin. After leaving Mr. Lin's office, Yi Chen returned to his workstation and packed up his things. Just when I was about to look up some information about the Wanxiang group, I heard a burst of gloating voices behind me. Yi Chen, you are not going to pack up and leave in disgrace, are you? Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked at Li Mingxian standing behind him. This person usually loves to flatter and always tries to please Wang Gang, and likes to find fault with him no matter what. When Wang Gang was scolded just now, he didn't see Li Mingxian appear, so he was probably not at the scene. He came to provoke him at this time. Could it be that he thought that General Manager Lin called him into the office just to fire him? If you have time to think, you might as well work. Yi Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Mingxian. He raised his eyelids and felt that it was a waste of time to even look at him. He opened the information of Wanxiang Group and saw Li Mingxian approaching from behind through the reflective screen. He snorted coldly and let him watch openly. Yi Chen, so this is your idea. You don't want to secretly study the information of Wanxiang Group and then let President Lin give you the cooperation, do you? You are dreaming. Director Wang promised me last time that this project would definitely be given to me. Bang! A document was placed on the desk, and by the time Li Mingxian could react, President Lin was already standing behind them. It seems that Wang Gang is now the boss of our company? President Lin was so angry that he almost clenched his fists. Just now, there was the incident with Wang Gang, and now this conversation further illustrates the company's problems. Mr. Lin. Li Mingxian was so frightened that he almost trembled, and he stammered for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. I officially hand over the Wanxiang Group project to Yi Chen. If anyone disagrees, just come to my office and find me. As for you. Lin Jianjun looked dignified, glanced at Li Mingxian, and said coldly, come to my office. After Li Mingxian followed General Manager Lin away, the air felt much fresher. The morning passed quickly, and combined with the information he had just looked up, he quickly figured out the project for this collaboration and the people he needed to work with. He packed up his things, said goodbye to General Manager Lin, and left the company. When he was leaving, he saw Li Mingxian, whose face was red and neck was thick, staring at him with anger. He just glanced at him sideways and got off the elevator. He took a taxi and went directly to Vientiane Media. Yi Chen has made sufficient preparations, and this project is almost a win-win situation, so there is no reason for Vientiane Media to refuse. The person who had an appointment with him was Mr. He. After knowing that their company had sent someone, he went downstairs to greet him. When he saw Yi Chen, he was obviously stunned, but soon came up to greet him with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi is really young and promising. That's not the case. Mr. He is the real hero. We young people can make progress because of role models like you. A few words of flattery made Mr. He's attitude towards him much more enthusiastic. After entering the conference room, Yi Chen took out the materials and PPT he had prepared. The speech lasted more than half an hour, and he gave a thorough analysis of the profits of this project, which made the people listening below constantly shaken. Although this project is a win-win situation, someone will always take the lion's share of the profits. Mr. He, if you are willing to trust our company, I can assure you that this project will definitely increase the profit by 1.5 times. As for this contract, I have already prepared it. You can take a good look at it. In just over an hour, he explained the project clearly, and these people understood in their hearts that it would not be a problem to increase the profit several times, and even 1.5 times was still a conservative estimate. Without saying anything, Mr. He signed the contract. After both parties signed the contract, Mr. He personally escorted him out of the conference room and then sent someone to take him downstairs. The moment he turned the corner, a petite body bumped into his arms. The soft breasts of the girl in his arms accidentally pressed against his body, and the faint scent of gardenia on her body kept going into his nose. He lowered his head, and the moment he saw the girl's face, his heart skipped a beat. Ruoshua? Sorry. Tang Ruoshua bent down and picked up the documents that had just fallen to the ground. Then, like a fawn, it immediately left the scene. Before Yi Chen could come to his senses, the faint scent of gardenia was drifting away with the wind. Brother Yi, you don't know Sister Tang, do you? Crouching behind Yi Chen was a young assistant of Mr. He. He curiously poked his head out and spoke in a familiar voice. Sister Tang has had a very difficult time recently. Not only did she receive a salary cut and a job demotion due to her pregnancy, but I heard that she is now raising 2 children alone. I don't know which scumbag this is. This kind of scumbag should have his penis broken. He took her away but didn't take responsibility for her. Yi Chen. Seeing his indignant look, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable, but more of it was guilt towards Tang Ruoshua. Chapter 7 Where does the evil fate come from? You've had such a hard time this past year. Looking at the direction she left, Yi Chen stood there for a long time, his heart broken. The debt he owed to the mother and her 2 children could never be made up. Brother Yi, I'll just drop you off here first. I have to go back to work. After complaining, the assistant spoke. Yi Chen nodded, looked longingly at the place where Tang Ruoshua had just walked by, and sighed softly. From today on, he must make good money. Make amends to Tang Ruoshua and the children as soon as possible. The company's monthly salary of 5,000 yuan is not enough. As for the 2 million yuan rewarded by the system, it will eventually run out. He also had to figure out how to use the system to make money to improve their lives. He glanced at the time and found that there was only half an hour left before Tang Ruoshua and her colleagues got off work, so he simply waited outside the company gate. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the rental house now. If I could follow Tang Ruoshua and see where she lived, and then rent a house next to her, I would be able to better protect her and the 2 children. Hey, Yi Chen, why are you here? Just a few minutes later, a teasing voice sounded behind me. The ghost is still haunting me. Where the hell is this bad fate coming from? I have to see him twice in one day? Yi Chen turned around and saw the couple in front of him, his face suddenly darkened. Su Feifei was wearing a tight and sexy suspender dress, and her small face was heavily made up. She was pretty, but also had a bit of an internet celebrity vibe. When she saw him turning his head, Su Feifei deliberately leaned her head intimately on Lu Zifeng's shoulder and held his hand affectionately. His smug look made Yi Chen speechless. Lu Zifeng looked Yi Chen up and down with provocative eyes, and enjoyed Su Feifei's touch complacently, as if he was demonstrating. But Yi Chen did not show any anger. He stared at them quietly and stood straight. This posture made the 2 of them very uncomfortable. Yi Chen, I brought Feifei here today to interview for the leading role in director Lu's new play. Feifei told me that she suffered a lot when she followed you. You didn't know the news and deliberately wanted to wait for Feifei here, did you? I tell you, Feifei is my woman now, you better be careful. Then, Su Feifei's coquettish voice sounded again. Zifeng, I was blind to fall for him before. Fortunately, I can meet you again now. I am already very satisfied. As she spoke, she moved her body closer to Lu Zifeng again. He raised his head and stared at Yi Chen with disdain. After all, we were together before, so let's part ways amicably. Please don't pester me. If you are so shameless next time, I will call the police directly. Speaking of shameless, Yi Chen truly experienced what it means to be shameless today. Su Feifei, I didn't bother with you because you were a woman. Don't think I really think highly of you. I don't know who pestered me to be with me when I was in school. Isn't the way you lick Lu Zifeng now similar to the way you licked me back then? Su Feifei's face turned pale. She held Lu Zifeng's hand and was slowly pulled down by Lu Zifeng. Yes. The time when she was pursuing Yi Chen in college was simply the most servile time in her life. Yi Chen was handsome and had a good character at that time, and many girls liked him. She put a lot of effort into pursuing him. Unexpectedly, after he entered society, he was not as rich as Lu Zifeng, who pursued her. What's the use of being handsome when he can't even take out hundreds of thousands of dollars? She was really blind to like him before. You. Yi Chen retorted cheerfully, What do you mean by you? Do you really think you are so noble? I am here to wait for you today. Su Feifei was so angry that she went crazy and even her voice changed. You're not here to see me? Then what are you doing here? You weren't fired from your crappy company and you're looking for a job here, were you? TSK. I didn't expect you to be so down and out now. My uncle is a senior executive here. If you really want to find a job, just kneel down and apologize to Feifei and me. I might even let my uncle arrange a cleaning job for you. Ziefling, you are so mean. This idiot is our classmate after all. It's too much to ask him to clean up after you. Su Feifei pulled Lu Ziefling in a coquettish tone. If you ask me, he is not even worthy of the job of cleaning. Ha, a company executive has made you guys so arrogant? Su Feifei yelled, what do you mean? Who do you think you are? As soon as the voice fell, the assistant rushed out immediately, looked at Yichen hurriedly, and said in an extremely sincere manner. Bossy, I forgot to tell you just now, our bossy wants to invite you to attend the company celebration on Saturday. Please do me a favor. Yichen nodded calmly, took the invitation letter from the assistant, and raised his eyebrows at Su Feifei, undoubtedly responding to what she had just said. Wait a moment. Lu Zifeng stopped the assistant, looking puzzled. I remember that outsiders were not allowed to enter the company celebration of Vientiane Media. How could he enter? He got the invitation letter from his uncle. His uncle was a senior executive of Vientiane, so it was very easy for him to get 1 or 2 invitation letters. But Yichen, this loser, can actually go? Bossy is our company's partner and a distinguished guest, so he is naturally qualified to go. What's more, it was the boss who invited him personally. After saying this, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit subtle, the assistant left immediately. Boss Yi? Su Feifei hesitated for 2 seconds, her teeth almost broken with anger. Why would you cooperate with Wan Xiang? At first, she really thought that Yichen came here to arrest her, and then tried every means to reconcile with her. I didn't expect that he really wasn't here to see me. Heh, this doesn't seem to be any of your business, right? Her expression stiffened a lot. She remembered her identity and Lu Zifeng who was standing beside her, and then she swallowed her breath reluctantly. I was in a good mood today, but I was ruined by some dogs that wanted to bite people as soon as they opened their mouths. I saw that Tang Ruoxue and the others had also gotten off work, but they hadn't come yet. Yichen left without looking back and hailed a taxi. When he was thinking about how to approach Tang Ruoxue, the voice of the system rang in his mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task of slapping the supporting role in the face and successfully severed the relationship with the ex. Congratulations on receiving the reward package. Do you choose to open it? Before he could react, Yichen had to face the system reward again. Choose A, get a set of Yuding Jiayuan real estate, plus a free parking space in the community. Complete the formalities and you can live in the same community as the mission character Tang Ruoxue and become neighbors. Option B, receive $2 million in cash plus 3% of the current company's shares. Choose C, the god-level ability to swear at others will help you speak eloquently the next time you encounter a villain. Each use will increase your deterrent ability by 30%. After all, he knew that the system was so powerful. When faced with a choice again, Yichen was much more sober than the first time. He has no shortage of cash at the moment, and has no particular need for company shares. But, if he could live directly next to Ruoxue, he would achieve his purpose of waiting for Ruoxue today. I choose A property and a parking space. He made the choice without even thinking about it, and the sweet voice of the system rang in his head again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a property in Yuding Jiayuan. The relevant personnel will contact the host later. Please pay more attention. He finally understood that this system could also determine whether something was part of a mission based on what he had done. It seems quite advanced. Yichen began to look forward to it. What would Tang Ruoxue's reaction be when she saw him emerge from the house next door? Chapter 8 Hello, beautiful lady, I am your new neighbor. After returning to his rental house, he spent some time packing his necessary things, and then called the landlord, Sister Wang, to discuss the cancellation of the lease. Sister Wang happened to live upstairs from him. Within 3 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Yichen opened the door and a sexy woman with big wavy hair and fiery red lips walked in on high heels. The scent of her perfume filled Yichen's nose. It smelled quite nice and matched the temperament of Sister Wang, a young woman. Sister Wang, I'm so sorry. We were really in a hurry this time, so I don't want the previous deposit anymore. Let's just talk about the cancellation of the lease. Wang Cici looked at Yiqian's capable body with a resentful look on her face, lifted her hair, and pursed her red lips slightly. Xiaoyi, why don't you rent it? Is there anything wrong with my house? Hearing this, Yiqian's face showed even more guilt. He has lived here for such a long time, Sister Wang has always taken great care of him, and the rent is not expensive. What's more, Sister Wang is also pitiful. Her husband died in a car accident, and at least she had some compensation. She used the compensation to open a massage parlor, but the business is very average, and only this house can be rented out. Such a young and beautiful widow, it's really pitiful. Sister, don't think like that. It's my own fault. I've already bought a house in Yuding Jiayuan and I'm moving there now. Yuding Jiayuan. You are rich now? The housing prices there were not cheap. She had always thought that Yiqian was a poor boy, and she never thought that he could actually afford a house in Yuding Jiayuan. If she had known this, she should have. Xiaoyi, it's also good to buy a house. Then, she started to test the waters. Your girlfriend should be living with you there, right? Why haven't I seen her come back recently? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? No, she and I have broken up. Broke up? Does this mean that Yiqian is single now? Wang Cici was secretly delighted, and she smiled and stepped forward. It's good to break up. I thought she was not suitable for you before. Let me help you clean up. Thank you, sis. Wang Cici walked in from the door, but she tripped over something and fell straight towards Yiqian. Ah! She fell into Yiqian's arms and said coquettishly, Xiaoyi, my feet hurt so much. Yiqian also hurriedly supported Wang Cici, carried her to the sofa with one hand, and carefully lifted up her trouser legs. Her ankle was red and swollen. Wait a minute, sister. I'll find you some medicine for traumatic injuries. After a while, he came over with iodine and traumatic medicine, and rubbed Wang Cici's ankle worriedly. Sister Wang has always been nice to him, so he doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, and he felt something was wrong. Just as he stood up, Wang Cici's white hands took the opportunity to hug Yiqian's waist. Xiaoye, don't go. The softness of that chest pressed tightly against Yiqian's back. Tang Ruoshue's face instantly appeared in his mind again, and he slowly pushed Wang Cici away. Sister, let me take care of this garbage. This is undoubtedly a rejection. Wang Cici raised her head aggrievedly, a crystal tear rolled down her cheeks. Xiaoyi, do you dislike me so much? Are you like those men who despise me because I've been married before and think I'm not clean, so you don't even want to touch me? Yiqian choked for a moment and said awkwardly, No, Sister Wang, don't think too much. You are so beautiful, how could no one like you? Yeah, but you're different from them. Any man would be unable to hold back after hearing such a sincere and passionate confession, but Yiqian took a half step back without leaving a trace. Sister, we are not suitable, you will meet someone better. After he finished speaking, the moving company called and saved his urgent need. He immediately said, The moving company is already downstairs, so I'll leave first. Well, if you have time in the future, don't forget to come to my store and sit down. He agreed with a smile, asked the people from the moving company to load his things into the car, and then left the community. At this time, Yuding Jiayuan. Tang Ruoshua had just come back from overtime work, and the hired confinement nanny heated up a meal for her. The twins had already fallen asleep. As soon as she took a bite of the hot meal, she thought of the man she bumped into in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the partner that their company was negotiating cooperation with. Because of her pregnancy, she was demoted. Now hiring a confinement nanny is already a huge expense. The rent, water, electricity and other expenses are making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The reason she rented the house here was because she was not pregnant at the time and it happened to be close to her workplace. But the rent here is almost 6,000 or 7,000 yuan a month, and it might be a bit difficult for her to come up with the rent for next month. At present, there is also the salary of the confinement nanny, which is not enough to cover basic living expenses. In the past few months, she has been using her previous savings to make ends meet. But now her savings are almost used up, and all these little bits of pressure are weighing on her, and she really feels like she's going crazy. If Yiqian knew that the 2 children were hers, she would not have been so hardworking. However, she did not want to use the children to tie Yiqian down. Before Yiqian appeared, she had never thought of looking for him, nor had she thought of asking him to be responsible for that night. This was a matter of mutual consent, and the arrival of these two children was also very unexpected. At that time, the doctor clearly told her that her endometrium was relatively thin, and if she aborted these two babies, she might never be able to have children again. These were her children and she loved them both very much. But Vientiane is also their father. Will he come to find me? The possibility of this was almost zero. She sighed softly and didn't even want to eat a few more bites of the meal, but there was a constant stream of noisy sounds coming from next door. It made her heart even more confused. While I was washing the dishes, there was a sudden knock on the door. She didn't think about Vientiane, thinking it was a new neighbor. She wiped her hands and ran out to open the door. The moment she saw the person, her beautiful eyes shrank with shock. Vientiane was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, with a faint smile on his handsome face, and spoke to Tang Ruoxue. "Hello, beautiful lady. I am your new neighbor. Vientiane." Tang Ruoxue took the bouquet of roses with a confused look on her face. She looked at the man in front of her and asked hesitantly, "Why are you here? How did he know he lived here? Living here, is it a coincidence?" Chapter 9 Reward, a Maybach. Countless questions and doubts were mixed in Tang Ruoxue's mind, but she didn't dare to ask anything now. After all, before the man knew about the two children, they were still strangers. "I bought a house here before, but I never moved here." Vientiane tried his best to sound calm. "I just found out that you live next door, so I came to say hello to my new neighbor." "It's not too abrupt, is it?" His voice was low and a little hoarse, and Tang Ruoxue was so nervous that she didn't even know where to put her hands. In fact, Vientiane was also nervous at this moment. "No. Why would it be so abrupt?" Tang Ruoxue answered subconsciously. After realizing that something was wrong, she turned around and put the flowers on the table. She suppressed her nervousness and changed the subject, saying, "Come in and sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of tea." Seeing the baby supplies everywhere in the living room, he asked again, "Did those two little cuties live with you last time?" When talking about the twins, Tang Ruoxue showed a motherly smile and said gently, "Yes, they are usually taken care of by a confinement nanny." "That's good." Vientiane was a little nervous. When he really faced Tang Ruoxue, he felt awkward. After a minute of silence, he smiled awkwardly and said, "How about, you take me to see the two children?" As if by telepathy, as soon as I mentioned this, I heard the baby crying inside. "The baby must be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll go feed the baby." Tang Ruoxue was so embarrassed that she almost didn't know where to put her hands. Vientiane smiled and sat on the sofa, glancing around the living room. The overall layout has a warm feeling, and the air is faintly filled with the scent of gardenia that Tang Ruoxue is familiar with. He didn't look away until the crying in the room stopped. Thinking that Tang Ruoxue had almost finished feeding, she knocked on the bedroom door, but to her surprise, the door was pushed open as soon as she knocked. Tang Ruoxue was so frightened that she almost forgot to turn her back, and her snow-white skin was instantly exposed to Vientiane's eyes. "Ah!" Tang Ruoxue quickly covered her body. Her little face was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. Vientiane's gaze stayed for less than a second, and he immediately turned his head away. "Yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." He immediately stepped out. After several minutes, Tang Ruoxue came out awkwardly, her delicate little face still red. "Just now. You." The two spoke at the same time, and the atmosphere became even more awkward. Tang Ruoxue had no choice but to pinch the hem of her pajamas and whispered, "The two children have woken up. Do you want to go see them?" Okay, I'll go right away." Thinking of the scene just now, Vientiane no longer had the courage to look Tang Ruoxue in the eye. He rushed to the bedroom first. The two little cuties had already woken up. Their dark eyes seemed to be able to speak, their skin was fair and tender, and their little faces were round and chubby, which were extremely adorable. I didn't look at it carefully last time, but I looked at it carefully this time. He found that the noses and mouths of these two children looked very similar to Tang Ruoxue, but their eyes were like his, as if they combined all the advantages of both of them. Raising a child was so difficult, he couldn't even imagine how she managed to get through it alone. As if she saw what Vientiane was thinking, Tang Ruoxue smiled and spoke. "They are usually very well behaved and rarely cry. The confinement nanny is also very dedicated and responsible. When I am working, it is usually the confinement nanny who looks after them. It's just that the pregnancy has had some impact on my work. But..." She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the man in front of her seriously, "I don't regret giving birth to them. I love them very much. Hearing this, Vientiane was stunned for 2 seconds. It is not easy for a girl in her 20s to give birth to and raise 2 children alone. If only he had appeared earlier and understood everything sooner. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, and Tang Ruoxue forced a smile. Vientiane, you were so young and promising, there should be a lot of girls around you who like you, right? She tried to find out, did you move here with your girlfriend? When mentioning that woman Su Feifei, Vientiane frowned subconsciously. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Ruoxue interrupted him again. It's getting late, why don't you go and pack your things first? After taking a look at the clock on the wall, Vientiane immediately reacted and realized that it was indeed not suitable for him to stay at Tang Ruoxue's house for too long. She gently pinched the 2 children's cheeks and nodded, then I will leave first, you should rest early. The moment the door closed, Tang Ruoxue sighed and watched Vientiane walk into the next house through the peephole. She felt as if something was blocking her heart. I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Before, after learning that she was pregnant after a one-night stand with Vientiane, she had privately inquired about Vientiane's situation. He had a girlfriend, and they had been dating for several years. Vientiane loved his girlfriend very much, and he were just an accident. At the same time, Vientiane's new home. The moment he pushed open the door, Vientiane was stunned. After walking in and taking a careful look around, I realized that the system was really wealthy. The decoration of this house alone probably cost millions. The various electrical appliances and equipment inside are all the most advanced high-tech, and the furniture is fully available, so you can just move in with your luggage. His strongest nanny system is so considerate. Ding, the target is detected to be in a negative mood. Please find out the cause within 24 hours and provide a reasonable solution. Reward for completing the mission, a top-of-the-line Maybach, with complete documentation, safe and reliable. Vientiane. A top-of-the-line Maybach. This system is really good, it really gives money. Wait a minute, what negative emotions? When did Tang Ruoxue fall into such a negative mood? Wasn't she fine just now? The next day, Vientiane got up early and was about to go back to work when he happened to meet Tang Ruoxue, who was about to go out. He raised his head and instantly met the goddess' eyes. Ah, are you here so early too? As soon as he opened his mouth, Vientiane wanted to pinch himself twice. It was almost 9 o'clock, what was the point of talking about early or not? Sure enough, the goddess' expression suddenly became embarrassed. Looking through the half-open door, he saw that there was no trace of anyone else living inside, and finally hesitated for a second. Didn't your girlfriend move in with you? Girlfriend? Vientiane scratched his head and grinned, I don't have a girlfriend. We broke up a long time ago. He gets angry when he mentions that woman. I really don't know what's wrong with me to fall for a materialistic woman like Su Feifei. Chapter 10 Wang Gang was fired. Break up? Tang Ruoxue was stunned for 2 seconds, as if she had never expected Vientiane to break up with his girlfriend. He smiled faintly and asked with concern, did you have a conflict with your girlfriend? It's normal for girls nowadays to have a little temper. Vientiane snorted coldly. Su Feifei was not being petty at all. He was so fucking cuckolded that he almost got brought home. But when explaining to Tang Ruoxue, he couldn't say that he was cheated on, right? That would be so embarrassing. Let's not talk about her anymore. I've broken up with her a long time ago. I really don't know what I was so blind about to be with a woman like that. Looking at the tenderness in the eyes of the woman in front of him, gently pursing her red lips, with her delicate and beautiful facial features without any makeup, he couldn't help but think of the madness he had with Tang Ruoxue that night a year ago. He swallowed and mustered up the courage to say, if I were to find a girlfriend, I would definitely want someone like you. I see. When Tang Ruoxue heard that the two of them had broken up cleanly, a strange emotion suddenly flashed through her heart. Yesterday's troubles seemed to disappear in an instant, and she smiled happily. Just as Vientiane was about to continue speaking, the system's voice rang again. Bite. It is detected that the host has completed the task. Now a reward of a Maybach is sent. Please check it in time. Vientiane was stunned. What the hell? How come this task was completed so strangely? He hadn't done anything yet, he just chatted with Tang Ruoxue for a while, how come he suddenly completed the task? Could it be that? Was the reason why Tang Ruoxue had negative emotions yesterday about him? This thought came to mind, but was quickly suppressed by Vientiane. How is it possible? Ruoxue already has a husband, How could she have such emotional fluctuations because of his affairs? At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated twice. He took it out and glanced at the caller ID. It was most likely a staff member from the luxury car dealership who came to deliver the car. He sighed twice, then said to Tang Ruoshua in a gentle voice, "Sorry, I have to take a call first." When the call was connected, it turned out to be a staff member from the Maybach store. A pleasant voice came from the phone, the tone was extremely respectful and there was a hint of coquettishness in the voice. "Mr. Yi, the car has been processed according to your instructions. When can you pick it up? Or do you need us to deliver it directly to your residence?" Picking up the car is very troublesome, and Yi Chen naturally doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. "Please send it over at 7 o'clock in the evening." "Okay, Mr. Yi." She smiled and said, "Is your address the same as what you filled in on the document?" "Yes, just send it over when the time comes and call me." The call was hung up, but Li Shelwei did not show any dissatisfaction. She initially thought that the man must be an old man or a middle-aged uncle, as he was able to pay in full for a top-of-the-line Maybach worth several million and lived in such an expensive neighborhood. But the voice clearly belongs to a handsome young man in his early 20s. How could she not want to seize this opportunity? She was so smug that she almost imagined herself marrying into a wealthy family. The car salesman next to her snorted coldly. Someone doesn't even know how to look in the mirror to see what she looks like, and she's still dreaming about marrying into a wealthy family. After hearing this, Li Shelwei almost went crazy. Even if she is not particularly beautiful, at least she has been the class beauty since she was a child. With such a good opportunity, it's no wonder others would be jealous. At this time, Yi Chen didn't know that his phone call caused the two clerks in the luxury car shop to have a verbal confrontation with each other over him. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw Wang Gang packing his things. The atmosphere in the company is extremely subtle. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. He was about to ask what was going on when his good friend Chen Lang quickly pulled him over and whispered, "Hey, this old guy was found out by General Manager Lin and has been fired. He is packing up now." Hearing this, Yi Chen was a little surprised. The result came out so quickly? "Don't act stupid, kid." Chen Lang spoke in a servile manner, moving closer to Yi Chen. "Isn't it because of what you said to Mr. Lin yesterday? I heard that it was because of that evidence that a lot of information was uncovered. Mr. Lin is angry about this matter now." Yi Chen glanced in the direction of Wang Gang. Unexpectedly, Wang Gang was also looking in his direction. When their eyes met, he clearly saw the anger and resentment in Wang Gang's eyes, but he was not at all panicked. Instead, he curled his lips and glanced provocatively in Wang Gang's direction. When his good friend Chen Lang, who was standing next to him, saw this, he quickly grabbed his hand. "Are you crazy? You clearly know that Wang Gang hates you the most right now, but you still dare to go over and provoke him? He has been fired by the company now, but there is no guarantee that he won't retaliate against you." Yi Chen waved his hand indifferently. "Why should I be afraid of him? I am upright and honest. He can't continue to cause trouble, right?" But what Chen Lang said is also right. Although Wang Gang was fired by the company, Yi Chen always felt that he still had spies in the company. After all, he has been a director for so many years. There must be a lot of means and connections behind it. He was sent out to discuss cooperation yesterday and missed the chance to fire Wang Gang. However, he is not afraid even if Wang Gang is desperate. Not long after, Wang Gang packed up his things and walked out of the former director's office, looking dejected. In response, Yi Chen just watched coldly. If Wang Gang hadn't made things difficult for him everywhere, he wouldn't have completely fallen out with Wang Gang. "Just wait for me, kid. I'm telling you, if I get fired, you won't have an easy life either." Wang Gang spoke resentfully as he approached Yi Chen. Looking at his gnashing teeth, it seemed as if he wanted to eat Yi Chen alive. "Wang Gang, I'm warning you too." Yi Chen stood up, narrowed his eyes, looked down at the short and fat Wang Gang, and said coldly, "You've done a lot of dirty things before, and I haven't even told Mr. Lin yet. How dare you threaten me now?" He spoke these words openly and loudly. Wang Gang was stunned when he heard this. He really thought that Yi Chen had other handles on him. He didn't dare to say a word. He took his things, turned around and left the company in shame. As soon as Wang Gang left, the whole office burst into cheers. Another good friend Zhou Ming said, "You are really good, Wang Gang, you dare to confront him like this, aren't you afraid that he will retaliate against you?" Yi Chen, Chen Lang, and Zhou Ming are employees who joined the company at the same time. They interact with each other frequently and are good friends not only at work but also in life. The three of them had been under Wang Gang's command before, and had suffered a lot from him. Now seeing the end of my enemies, I feel a little relieved. However, he was still worried about Yi Chen, fearing that Yi Chen would be retaliated by Wang Gang. Chapter 11 Competition. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In the dark, Li Mingxian heard the conversation between the three of them. When he realized that he no longer had Wang Gang as his backer, his face became even uglier. When Wang Gang left, the position of director in their department became vacant. If he could take over, would he still be afraid of not being able to control a little Yi Chen? Thinking of this, an idea came to his mind. But at this time Yi Chen had no idea what he was thinking, and he followed Chen Lang and left the tea room directly. With Wang Gang's departure, the atmosphere in the entire department seemed to have suddenly become much better. It's just that everyone has a little bit of ulterior motive in their mind. The position of department director, it would be great if it could fall on their heads. While eating, Chen Lang was still talking to him about this matter. Yi Chen, if you ask me, the director of this department must be you. He spoke while eating, his words unclear. In our department, you are the only one who can take this position. Yi Chen didn't hold out too much hope. Although he had thought about Wang Gang's position, he had been in the company for too short a time. In terms of experience, many people were more suitable than him. Although Mr. Lin had verbally promised him that as long as he could get the contract with Vientiane Media, he would be promoted to the position of department director. But Yi Chen still didn't quite believe it. In the workplace, there will always be variables until the final result. Experience is bullshit. You just signed such an important contract for the company, and President Lin thinks so highly of you. Isn't this matter a done deal? There were quite a few people in the cafeteria, and Chen Lang's voice was not low. When he said that, many people's eyes were on the two of them. Say less, we don't even know the outcome yet. If it were in the past, he would definitely fight for this opportunity for himself. After all, the salary of a department director is many times higher than that of a small clerk like him. But now he no longer needs to worry about money. This position is dispensable, and he would rather have more contact with Tang Ruoshua's company. Finished the meal. They all returned to their desks. Li Mingxian came over and said arrogantly, Yi Chen, Mr. Lin asked you to come with me. I have been waiting for you for so long. Why are you here just now? Yi Chen glanced at the time and rolled his eyes speechlessly. There are still 2 hours left before the afternoon work starts, and he has only been eating for more than half an hour, which can be said to be very fast. So Li Mingxian is the king of the role? Don't you even have to eat for work? When did Mr. Lin say he was looking for us? Li Mingxian obviously didn't want to say more. Don't ask so many questions, just go quickly. In fact, he did not tell Yi Chen that Mr. Lin asked them to go during the afternoon working hours, but in order to show his enthusiasm for work, he immediately told Mr. Lin that they did not need a lunch break. Look, she was really in the office, without even having lunch, and just waited for Yi Chen for more than half an hour. After arriving at Mr. Lin's office, Mr. Lin's secretary asked them to wait at the door for about an hour before Mr. Lin showed up. While waiting, Yi Chen felt that he was committing a sin. He could have had a nice nap, but was forced to come here by Li Mingxian. As a result, Mr. Lin was not there at all. You guys are here. The two of them entered the office together with General Manager Lin. Because Yi Chen completed the task assigned to him last time very well, Mr. Lin had a good impression of Yi Chen. Li Mingxian has been in the company the longest among all the young people. Although he is sometimes a little radical in his behavior and actions, it also has its advantages. I called you here mainly because I have 2 things to discuss with you. Hearing this, Li Mingxian said in a flattering tone, Boss Lin, you said that as long as I can work for the company, I will definitely do it even if it means death. Yi Chen stood quietly in front of Mr. Lin, looking neither anxious nor impatient. This look made Mr. Lin give him a lot of points in his heart. He lowered his voice and spoke in a good mood. First of all, the company has decided to develop a long-term cooperation with Wanxiang, and there must be a person in charge of the project. I plan to choose one of you two. Of course, whether this project can be successful depends on both of you discussing it with Wanxiang at the same time. Whoever can successfully sign the contract will get the project. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them had some thoughts in mind. Especially Li Mingxian. Mr. Lin's words were actually telling them in disguise that if either of them wanted to become a department director, they had to negotiate this cooperation. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to discuss cooperation with Vientiane Group. Hearing Li Mingxian speak, Yichen also nodded. I feel relieved to have you two doing things. Mr. Lin laughed twice and patted them both on the shoulders. Then there is the second incident. Actually, you can guess it. Wang Gang was fired by the company because he had been corrupt and abused his power for many years and used the company's privileges to gain a lot of benefits for himself. This also means that his position has been vacated. He paused twice and then continued. Originally, the people above were planning to parachute a leader in, but after thinking about it, I feel that both of you have decent qualifications in the company. So I applied for this request directly with the people above. Having said this, he looked meaningfully at the two young men in front of him. Whoever of you two can successfully negotiate this project will get the position of department director. Department director. It was just speculation before, but now General Lin's words have made it clear. Youngsters, come on. Mr. Lin laughed twice, then gave them a few more instructions and let them leave directly. On the way back to the office, Li Mingxian started to speak in a sarcastic tone again. Some people had better not overestimate their own abilities and fight with me, otherwise the situation will be too ugly and difficult to end. Yi Chen. How could Li Mingxian have the courage to say such words? Obviously my performance is not that good. He simply ignored these words and went straight back to his seat, leaving Li Mingxian to glare fiercely in his direction. What he cares more about than being scolded back is being ignored. Be proud, but Yi Chen won't be proud for long anyway. Even if he could negotiate a cooperation in Vientiane, what would it matter? The previous cooperation was obviously just a matter of signing a contract. But this time is different. He will definitely step on Yi Chen and climb to the position of director. Once he becomes the director, he can find any excuse to get him out. Oh, that's not right. He should let him stay. Wouldn't it be unworthy of the effort he put in if he didn't torture him well? Chapter 12 Why should a poor boy be with you? After get off work, Yi Chen couldn't wait to go home. On the one hand, he wanted to have a chance encounter with Tang Ruoxue, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see what the car prepared for him by the system looked like. Don't worry, host. Our system firmly upholds fair, open, and just selection. As long as you complete the task, the reward will definitely satisfy you. That's about right. He worked so hard to complete a task, but if there was no benefit at all, why would he do it? System. Is it hard? This reward was almost delivered to him. Just arrived at the gate of the community, Yi Chen saw a familiar figure. When he walked in, he realized that it was his goddess Tang Ruoxue. There were a lot of people gathered around, so he moved closer and heard some noises. I told you, that woman is so beautiful, she must be no good. Look, she's still flirting with other men even after having a child. It's hard for those two children. What good will they have if they follow a mother like this? What's so pitiful about this? He might just be some kind of bastard. Hearing the word bastard, Yi Chen calmed down and his whole body became cold. His eyes were full of hostility as he stared at the middle-aged woman who spoke. Hey, what do you mean, young man? Why are you staring at me? The middle-aged lady was even more unreasonable. She jumped out and said, Did you also have feelings for that little bitch because she's pretty? I told you that all of you young men are unreliable. What's the point of being pretty? Being pretty doesn't mean you can eat it. She flirts with other women everywhere, and even though she has a child, she doesn't even bother to put down her work and go home to take care of the child. How reliable can such a woman be? He sneered, and a look made the old lady feel cold all over. Auntie, I'm not that respectful to the elderly and loving the young. He allowed those people to humiliate him, but he didn't allow them to humiliate his children. Seeing that the young man in front of her was not joking and that his muscular body was indeed terrifying, she immediately closed her mouth and dared not speak again. At this time, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Tang Ruoxue, who was surrounded by the crowd. The woman is still beautiful and sexy, wearing a simple white shirt, but still has a charming temperament. Next to her, a young man driving a Rolls-Royce blocked her way. A row of roses were placed on the ground. The fat young man, who looked like a nouveau riche, was half kneeling on the ground. He had the appearance of a nouveau riche and his hair was greasy from having been smeared with so much hairspray. But he was still holding a bouquet of roses and looking at her affectionately. Xiaoxue, I really like you. If you don't believe me, I can dig out my heart and show it to you. Xiaoxue, I beg you to give me a chance, I will definitely protect you. Xiaoxue. A row of people started to make a fuss, especially the old men and women who were just watching the fun. Little girl, you see he is quite sincere, why don't you consider it? Yeah, you've already given birth to a child, so why would you want to find someone better? Stop daydreaming. No way? This woman has given birth to a child? That man is too generous. If it were me, I would never accept a woman who has given birth to a child. Gossip can melt gold, and Tang Ruoxue stood alone among the crowd. Isolated and helpless, she didn't even know where to put her hands. She lowered her head and happened to meet Natsum Tian's eyes again. Before I could even say sorry, a bunch of people were already using moral blackmail against me. Little girl, look at his car, it's not bad, I guess his family must be rich, right? You should be content. Yeah, don't you look at what kind of car you're driving? You should quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, it will be hard to find a man with such good conditions in the future. With 2 children, I wouldn't have liked her if she wasn't pretty. Those words were as unpleasant as they could be. Natsum Ten, who kept saying that he would protect her, just let these rumors spread, pretended to be affectionate, and knelt on the ground. Vientiane, who was far away, couldn't help but watch. Isn't it just a broken car? So what if it's a Rolls-Royce? He didn't even notice how old his Rolls-Royce was. With just a junky car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, can he win over his goddess? With 2 kids? So what if I have 2 children? Not to mention that Tang Ruoxue's husband doesn't mind, these people don't mind at all. They keep saying that they look down on women with 2 children, isn't it because those losers know that they are not good enough for Tang Ruoxue? How dare you say his child is a bastard? He wanted to see who that kid was. Ruoxue, as long as you give me a chance, I will definitely treat you well, and I will not dislike your child. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you well. More and more people came, and in this hot summer day, Tang Ruoxue felt even more depressed because so many people gathered around her. Protect them? She doesn't need anyone's protection. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. Sorry, she can't promise you. The 2 voices spoke in unison, both rang out at this moment. Everyone turned around and saw a young man in an ordinary t-shirt walking towards them. He had a handsome appearance, which formed a sharp contrast with the greasy young man kneeling on the ground. This young man is pretty good, another middle-aged woman came over to chat with him. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Vientiane looked in the direction of Tang Ruoxue. He spoke directly to the aunt, his voice was not low. Excuse me, my girlfriend is right in front of you. What? Everyone stared with wide eyes at the poorly dressed but handsome young man in front of them, who walked towards Tang Ruoxue step by step. Ruoxue, let's go. Don't bother with these people. Tang Ruoxue looked at Vientiane as if she had seen a savior. Okay. As soon as their hands were placed on each other, Natsum Tian behind them shouted at them in anger. Stop. Tang Ruoxue paused slightly and looked back at Xiaomutian. She said gently, I'm sorry, I do have someone I like, so I can't respond to your feelings. Her voice was gentle and sincere, and there was nothing wrong with it. Natsum Tian probably just likes her like this. But being rejected in front of so many people made him feel embarrassed. Xiaoxue, he is not as rich as me. He looked at the shabby man with disdain. I don't care about your 2 children, so how could he not care? Xiaoxue, why should a poor boy like me be with you? Everyone nodded and followed Xiaomutian to persuade Tang Ruoxue. Girl, listen to the advice of an experienced person. This young man is really good to you. Just be content with what you have. Yeah, it's not a blessing to follow a poor boy. What's the point of talking about love now? Who knows, he might abandon you in the future. Chapter 13. This young man is really willing to give up. Many people present were on Natsum Tian's side, which gave Natsum Tian a lot of confidence. Boy, I'm telling you. Xiaoxue is mine. I don't care what your relationship with him is, just get as far away from me as possible. As he said this, he took out a stack of red banknotes from his car and slammed it in front of Vientiane. Oh my god, how much does this cost? This young man is really willing to spend money. Just looking at this, there must be tens of thousands, right? Vientiane turned his head and looked at the stack of money coldly. Oh. Throw money at him. The temperaments of these people are exactly the same. The atmosphere gradually became silent, and at this time Vientiane's cell phone rang again. After taking a look at the caller ID, his expression became a little subtle. He whispered to the other end of the phone, "Just send it to the gate of the community. I'll be waiting here for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people's laughter started again. But this time Tang Ruoshue stood in front of him. "Natsum Ten, I have never told you that I have any feelings for you. I don't know what your words to me publicly mean this time. But I've already told you clearly. I don't like you, and I hope you can respect my wishes." As the saying goes, if it is not a public confession of mutual affection, it will often become a form of moral kidnapping. So I really can't like her public confessions, especially the one where she kneels down with a bunch of roses. If you really like someone, you will ask her opinion in advance, instead of publicly executing her in front of so many outsiders. Natsum Tian's face suddenly turned purple, and even his words trembled. The look he gave Yi Chen was full of resentment. A poor boy dares to compete with him for a woman. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't like me, but as a friend, I can't bear to let you suffer with such a poor boy. Xiaoxue, with his condition, can he still support you and the two children? As soon as the words fell, there was a noisy horn sounding from behind the crowd. Everyone consciously left his seat empty, and a Maybach drove in directly. Many people's eyes were fixed on the car. This thing is much more expensive than the Rolls-Royce that Natsum drives. Oh my god, this car must be worth 3 million. Could it belong to some rich young master in our capital? A $3 million car. I've seen the world. Seeing the car coming, Natsum Tian was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. He looked together with everyone else to see who the owner of the car would be. Sure enough, the car stopped right in front of them. Next second, a woman in high heels stepped out of the driver's seat of the car. Woman. The owner of this car is actually a woman? While they were still in shock, the woman looked at everyone again with a sweet tone. "I wonder who Yi Chen is, Master Yi." These uncles and aunts, including the crowd who were watching the fun, of course didn't know who Yi Chen was. Only Tang Ruoshue looked at the man next to her with a surprised look. Yi Chen. Could it be that this car is his? As soon as the thought came to my mind, I saw the man next to me take a step forward. Ha 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 ha, does this guy think that this beautiful girl is looking for him? Let's not say anything. Let's see how he gets slapped in the face later. Little did they know that the ones who got slapped in the face were these onlookers. Li Shelui said to Yi Chen with great respect, "Mr. Yi, I have already driven your car over. Please review the vehicle pickup procedures." Everyone. So, this car really belongs to that poor boy? The poor boy in the eyes of the grandpa and aunt just now suddenly became a popular guy. This is a Maybach. Those people just said that this is a luxury car worth no less than 3 million. Young man, I just saw your face and it's good. How about I introduce my daughter to you? She is just 22 years old this year and she is not bad looking. Bah, your daughter doesn't even have a bachelor's degree. Young man, my daughter has a doctorate degree. With such a high degree, the children she gives birth to will be smart. Yi Chen. He has witnessed the fickleness of these uncles and aunts. He took the key, threw it in the air and caught it again. He glanced at Xiao Mutian, curled his lips slightly, and spoke word by word. What did you just say? Xiaoxue, will you suffer if you follow me? Xiao Mutian. He admitted that he had spoken a little louder. But he never imagined that such a shabby boy dressed so poorly could actually afford a car worth more than 3 million yuan. This isn't rented, is it? Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other excuse. I have my own car after all. Some people rent a car just to show off and pick up girls. Boy, I've seen this trick of yours countless times. But after he finished saying this, Li Shelui spoke first. Sir, we are here to pick up the car for Mr. Yi. Where can we get this kind of treatment when renting a car? She had a car dealership badge on her chest, so her identity was beyond doubt. You, who knows if he found you to deceive people? Yi Chen. Who would rent a car worth millions just to cheat others or even show off? Many people who were watching the fun thought so. Li Shelui ignored Xiao Mutian and turned her gaze to Yi Chen, speaking to him respectfully. Master Yi, there is a contract here that you need to sign. Once you sign it, the entire vehicle pickup procedure will be basically completed. Good. Yi Chen signed his name on it without hesitation. Li Shelui stared at Yi Chen. When she heard his voice, she felt that he should be good looking, but she didn't expect him to be so handsome. She subconsciously ignored the woman standing next to the young man. She raised her watery eyes and asked, "Mr. Yi, can I have your contact information? If you have any questions, you can come to me." She thought she looked pretty good. There is no reason for a normal man to refuse such a request from a beautiful woman. Vientiane became excited. If Vientiane really gave him the contact information, he could take this opportunity to say a few words in front of Tang Ruoxue. But Vientiane just glanced casually in her direction, with an apologetic tone. "Sorry, I don't add strangers' contact information." Chapter 14 Favorability Display. Stranger. Li Xiaohui's face suddenly turned red. Since the man in front of her was of extraordinary status, she didn't dare to say anything more. I had to force a smile and said, "It's okay. If you have any questions later, you can contact us again." Okay. After seeing Li Xiaohui's reaction, Natsum finally realized that the shabby young man in front of him actually bought a luxury car worth more than 3 million. Before saying anything, the young man took the key from Li Xiaohui and looked at Tang Ruoxue beside him. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and he spoke to the woman in a gentle voice. "Xiaoxue, I bought this car specially for you." "What? What?" Several voices spoke at the same time, looking at the man in front of them in surprise. Especially Tang Ruoxue, she widened her beautiful eyes and shook her head. "Sorry. I can't accept it. This gift is too valuable. I really can't accept it." He had already guessed that Tang Ruoxue would have this reaction, so he was not surprised. Instead, he continued to speak. "Ruoxue, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Consider it my gift to Qing Yun in Jiwei. Not to mention, everything he has now is related to Tang Ruoxue, just relying on those two children and the friendship that night. How could she not be qualified to accept it?" Against the backdrop of the multi-million-dollar luxury cars, the roses lying on the ground seemed extremely shabby. Bite. Congratulations to the host for showing the favorability reward. Before he could react, the system spoke again in his mind. "Do you need to check the mission character's current favorability towards you, the host?" Upon hearing this, Vientiane was secretly delighted. This was a good golden finger. After clicking on View, a transparent LCD screen appeared in the pupil. The above clearly shows Tang Ruoxue's current favorability towards him. Host, Tang Ruoxue's favorability towards you was only 70% originally, but because you stepped forward to defend her just now, her favorability has successfully risen to 99%. Having said that, the system spoke again. The higher the favorability of this character, the higher the success rate of the marriage proposal will be. In other words, now Tang Ruoxue's favorability towards Vientiane has reached 99%, so the probability of success will definitely be 99%. Do you need to propose in public? If you want to propose in public, you will be awarded an extra 50 points. I thought Vientiane would accept it, but I didn't expect him to refuse directly. 99% is not enough. After hearing about the points reward, Vientiane hesitated for a moment, but when he looked at the bright red 99%, he still shook his head. The reason why Tang Ruoxue likes me so much now is because she thinks I have good character. In addition, I came forward to protect her, which gave her a sense of warmth. But these things are not likes in love. He gritted his teeth and spoke seriously to the system. I will wait until the day she truly falls in love with me before I really propose to her. After hearing this, the system remained silent. Human emotions are really strange. Even though there is a 99% success rate, you insist on waiting for that unattainable love. Vientiane no longer paid attention to the system and signed Tang Ruoxue's name on the car sales contract. From now on, the ownership of this car belongs to you. Perhaps Vientiane's attitude was too tough. Tang Ruoxue could only accept it with a red face. Seeing this scene, Vientiane's expression eased a little. He opened the door of the Maybach and extended his hand towards Tang Ruoxue as if she were a precious princess. She said gently, "Ruoxue, let's go." Then, he turned around and threw Tang Ruoxue's car keys to the security guard at the door, and placed a few red banknotes in front of him. "Please help me park this car in parking space 1106. Everyone. So, the young man who was dressed so poorly just now. Just to pick up a girl, he gave away such an expensive car? They really couldn't bear to watch any longer. If they continued, they would be hurt by the gap in this world. As a security guard who had witnessed the entire farce, he somehow had an inexplicable courage at this moment and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Someone should remember to pick up the flowers on the ground. It would be bad if we have to clean up after that. Natsum 10, shit. Get in the car. Tang Ruoxue discovered that this car not only looked luxurious on the outside, but its interior was also extraordinary. She said slowly, Yichen, I appreciate your kindness just now, but this car is really worth a lot of money. After she had a child, she got used to being frugal and would spend even $100 carefully. Not to mention whether she could drive a car worth 3 million yuan, it was rare to even see one in normal times. Yichen smiled and said, You don't have to reject me first. This car is my gift to those two kids. I don't know why, but I felt very close to them as soon as I saw them, as if something was connecting us. His words touched Tang Ruoxue's heart. What else could it be? There is only such thing as blood relationship. The children are still too young to accept such an expensive car, she said, still holding a refusal attitude. If you really want to give them something, a toy car or something will do. Who would give a luxury car as a gift to a child? Seeing that Tang Ruoxue was still so determined, Yichen couldn't refuse. Shall we go to the supermarket together later? Tang Ruoxue was stunned for a second and looked at the man in the driver's seat hesitantly. Why do you suddenly want to go to the supermarket? Didn't you say you wanted to give Qing Yun and the other two a gift? Since you don't want to take the car, I can only give you something else. By the way, buy some milk powder, clothes, toys, etc. He still has several million on hand and has no shortage of money. This Maybach is too conspicuous. He definitely cannot drive it to work on a normal day. How could an employee's car be more luxurious than the boss? After shopping in the supermarket, he can also buy a car suitable for daily driving. Seeing that Yichen cared so much about the child, Tang Ruoxue was deeply moved and spoke again slowly. Just buy some small toys or something. The children are still young and don't need other things, especially clothes. They grow fast, so it's better to buy clothes when they grow up a little bit. After giving birth, Tang Ruoxue realized how difficult it is to be a mother. She was demoted at work and did not have that much money to spend. In fact, from the time she became pregnant until now, she had spent most of her money on her two children and had never bought anything for herself. Is it bitter? Sometimes it is really painful to think about it, but she does not regret it. Forget it. The baby will wake up soon. The confinement nanny may go back to her own home at night. I'd better go home to look after the baby. When talking about children, Yichen's expression showed a hint of tenderness. It's okay. We can just take them both with us later. At worst, we can just go shopping in the supermarket. We won't go far. Chapter 15. You would prepare the milk powder early? Tang Ruoxue couldn't refuse this request at all. She nodded and agreed directly. In the past few months, she has rarely even gone to the supermarket except to buy daily necessities. It's too boring to stay at home, it would be nice to go out and relax. No need to bring them both with us, we can just go there and come back quickly. Taking care of a child is actually more troublesome. 2 strollers need to be prepared, and Yichen's stroller cannot accommodate these things. Okay, let's just go. A handsome man and a beautiful woman got out of a luxury car worth millions, attracting a lot of people's attention, especially Tang Ruoxue's appearance and figure. Even if she was wearing a sack, she was still eye-catching enough. He took Tang Ruoxue directly to the mall. After parking the car, he went to the mother and baby area first. A wide variety of goods were displayed in the window, including a lot of milk powder and children's clothes hanging on it. There were so many goods that it was almost overwhelming. Tang Ruoxue stood on tiptoe and looked at the safety seat placed in the window. When the shopping guide saw that Yichen and Tang Ruoxue had been looking here for quite some time, he understood what they meant and quickly followed them, forcing a smile. Hello, sir and madam, would you like to take a look at the milk powder and clothes we have? If you have children, you can also consider buying a safety seat. Safety seat. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Tang Ruoxue's eyes. She prepared safety seats for both of their babies a long time ago, but the quality was questionable, so she had been planning to replace them. Yichen took in the woman's reaction and nodded to the shopping guide. Please recommend a better safety seat for me. I want the one with the best safety performance. Price is not an issue. Tang Ruoxue did not refuse this time. The safety of her children comes first in her heart. She can save money on other things, but safety must be guaranteed. The shopping guide was delighted, and seeing Yichen's attitude, he knew that this was a big order, so he spoke hurriedly. The 2 main safety seats in our store have different characteristics and advantages. The one the lady just saw is also one of the main models. This one can be said to be top-notch in China in terms of design and workmanship. The other one has higher safety performance and can protect the baby's spine and cervical spine, which are fragile areas. The safety performance of both models has reached the national requirements, that is, there are slight differences in design and workmanship. Many mothers prefer these two models. You can consider them. After saying this, the shopping guide took the safety seat directly from the window and placed it in front of the two people. The price of this first model is 9,800 yuan. She pointed at the model Tang Ruoxue had just looked at and said softly, the second model has higher safety performance, and its price will also be higher. The price of the second model is 13,000 yuan. $13,000. How can this be called a baby seat? This is something that can kill people, right? The shopping guide seemed to have seen Tang Ruoxue's embarrassment, and smiled and said, we have other safety seats in our store, but they are slightly inferior to these two in terms of safety performance and workmanship. She wanted to continue introducing other safety seats, but was interrupted by Yichen just as she was about to open her mouth. No, just help me get the most expensive one. I want to. Tang Ruoxue was startled, sniffed, gently tugged at the corner of the man's clothes with her small hand, and lowered her voice slightly. Yichen, this is really too expensive. There is no need to buy such an expensive one. We can buy one that costs a few $100s. But the man laughed, patted her shoulder, and spoke soothingly. It doesn't matter. The baby's safety is the most important thing. 10,000 yuan is not that expensive. How can something worth a few hundred yuan guarantee safety? Well, then I'll pay for it. Where is there a girl coming out and asking a girl to pay? He smiled and said, safety is something that cannot be taken lightly. Just accept it with peace of mind. Otherwise, I will feel even more guilty. Tang Ruoxue had no choice but to nod and watch the man take out his bank card and directly swipe 20,000 yuan just to buy two safety seats. The salesperson smiled as bright as a flower and took out two new safety seats. Sir, this is the purchase invoice. If you have any questions later, you can come to us with the invoice. Okay. He also took a fancy to the various kinds of milk powder in the window. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the system's voice ringing, host, although the nutritional content of these milk powders can meet the standards, we have more advanced milk powders in our system store. After hearing this, Yichen immediately asked, do I still have a system store? He had always thought that the system randomly drew rewards according to the tasks to be completed, and he never imagined that there was such a thing as a system store. That's right. As long as the host completes the task on time, he can choose not to redeem the reward for points. A pack of milk powder in our system store only requires 5 points to redeem. By the way, each newly bound host system will be given points randomly. Okay, help me check how many points I have in my account. The system immediately opened the system store, and after waiting for a few seconds, it spoke excitedly. Host, you now have a total of 50 points in your account. Our system has also specially offered a lucky draw for a novice gift package. I was planning to tell you about it a few days ago, but it was forgotten. In order to prevent Yichen from looking down on it, it immediately spoke again. Host, do you need to exchange the milk powder now? Or should we draw the gift pack first? Please help me exchange 10 bags of milk powder first and send them directly to my car. 10 bags? The system hesitated for a while, then said, Host, you only have 50 points in total. Are you sure you want to exchange them all for milk powder? There's no use keeping it, so let's just exchange it. System. Points are useless. Points have many uses. Not only can they be exchanged for milk powder, but also for various other things. There is nothing that his system store doesn't have, as long as the host can't think of it. Would you like to think about it? Not considering it. Someone answered very straightforwardly. But in the near future, you will feel extremely regretful for this decision. Xiaoxue, let's not buy the milk powder. He turned his head and looked at the woman behind him. I suddenly remembered that I had prepared milk powder for their 2 children before. Tang Ruoxue was stunned for 2 seconds. She didn't expect that he would prepare the milk powder so early. There was a sudden warmth in her heart. She smiled faintly and spoke gently. Good. Chapter 16 A woman more beautiful than her ex. The shopping guide looked at them both with envy as they left. Oh, he's rich, dotes on his wife, and is so handsome, how come I can't meet a man like him? The baby seat cost more than 20,000 yuan, and he bought it without even a second's hesitation. What a generous family he must be. As she was thinking, she suddenly thought of an important matter. He shouted in the direction of the two people, then immediately ran up to them and bowed to them apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. Because you've spent 20,000 yuan in our store, we're offering you a free baby seat installation service. I just forgot about it. I'm so sorry. Fine. Yichen waved his hand and said, there is no need for installation service. I will go back and install it myself later. Thank you. Ah, this is our job. Do we really not need help installing it? Is there anyone who specializes in installing baby seats? Yichen still refused and left the mall dragging 2 safety seats. It's not that he doesn't want them to install it. His current Maybach can't even fit 2 baby seats, not to mention that Xiaoxue doesn't want to accept them. Back in the car. Sure enough, there were 10 bags of milk powder in the trunk. He also placed 2 baby seats on the back seat. After checking everything, he got into the car. Xiaoxue, are you still free? Tang Ruoxue came back to her senses. What else do you want to do? Yichen looked back and saw that the interior of the car was luxurious, but there was not much space inside the car. If we want to squeeze in 2 babies in the future, it will be basically impossible. Besides, it's impossible for Tang Ruoxue to drive that shabby car to work all the time, right? This Maybach is too expensive, and he can understand why she doesn't want to accept it. How about changing to a car that is cheaper than this one? Will she accept it? Would you like to go to the 4S store with me? 4S shop? Tang Ruoxue was very smart and immediately thought of Yichen's purpose. Just as she was about to shake her head to refuse, he spoke again. I want to look at a more affordable car with more space. The space in this car is too small. That's true. Besides, it's not very convenient for me to travel, so I want to ask if you are willing to accompany me? Just as a reference for me. After hearing this, and considering the 2 safety seats he had bought today, Tang Ruoxue had no nerve to refuse. I had no choice but to nod and agree. About half an hour later, a low-key and luxurious Maybach stopped at the door of the Volkswagen 4s. The moment they stopped the car, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. A young salesman inside had already noticed them. Especially when Yichen and Tang Ruoxue entered the 4S store together, she greeted them as if she had welcomed her god of wealth. Hello, are you interested in buying a car? Yichen nodded perfunctorily and asked, can you recommend a car with a larger space? The moment the words fell, there was a coquettish voice outside. Honey, I just want a better car this time. You promised me last time, so you can't go back on your word this time. Okay, I promise you, isn't that enough? Yeah, I heard you're the best to me. Hearing this voice, Yichen rolled his eyes. Turning around, I saw the faces of Su Feifei and Lu Zifeng again. A young female salesperson also came over there and enthusiastically sold them a few cars. Fortunately, Yichen and the others were standing in a corner and their position was not obvious. At the door, I saw Su Feifei holding Lu Zifeng's arm, leaning closely against him, almost with her chest touching him. He has no self-discipline in public. He deliberately stood farther away from Su Feifei, not wanting to have any dealings with someone like her. When I was carefully choosing a car, I heard Su Feifei's coquettish voice again. Honey, do you see that Maybach outside? I want one like that, too. Lu Zifeng was speechless, but he didn't get angry. Feifei, if you don't know about luxury cars, don't dream about it, he pointed at the Maybach at the door. That car starts at 3 million. Tell me where to get it for you? 3 million. Is a junk car worth 3 million? She widened her eyes, swallowed, and happened to catch a glimpse of Yichen's figure out of the corner of her eye. She pulled Lu Zifeng's sleeve. Hubby, look, Yichen is here too. The two of them moved closer and discovered that there was another woman beside Yichen. The woman had a beautiful figure and a sexy and fairy-like appearance. This appearance can really be called the most beautiful in the world, as beautiful as she sure. With such looks and figure, countless women around her pale in comparison. Lu Zifeng stared directly at Tang Ruoxue, not even willing to blink, and almost drooled. Tang Ruoxue, who was still helping to choose a car, naturally didn't notice it, but she vaguely felt someone staring at her. She turned around and happened to see the faces of Su Feifei and Lu Zifeng. He took off his coat like a gentleman and covered Tang Ruoxue's legs with it. It's a bit cold, put on more clothes. This action not only made Su Feifei feel very uncomfortable, but also made her notice her boyfriend's reaction. She pouted her lips, pulled Lu Zifeng's sleeve and acted coquettishly again. "Honey, who are you looking at?" Lu Zifeng realized his gaffe, coughed, and retracted his gaze. "Yichen, long time no see," he said sarcastically, "you change girlfriends much faster than you change clothes." Oh. If we compare seamless connection, who can surpass Su Feifei? The two of them were a match made in heaven, and it would be best if he could lock him up. I cannot agree with this. Su Feifei, didn't she have an affair with you when she was with me? When we are together. Tang Ruoshua caught these words very keenly. His eyes fell on the girl who was dressed sexy, and a strange emotion flashed through his heart. It turns out that this girl is Yichen's ex-girlfriend. She had heard before that Yichen did a lot for her, so she thought he must really like her, otherwise who would do such a stupid thing? So what did that one night she spent with him count for? Her emotion was extremely obscure, with only a hint of displeasure flashing across her eyes, and no one noticed except Su Feifei. So Su Feifei spoke again. "Yichen, I didn't expect that you licked me so much before, but now you licked someone else. It turns out that you are a dog licker." "Ha ha ha ha, Feifei, what you said makes sense. Are you addicted to licking others?" Yichen clenched his fists and was about to speak. The woman next to him took a step forward and said softly to the two of them, "Sorry, Yichen is not my licking dog, he is my legitimate boyfriend." Suddenly, both Su Feifei and the others lost their smiles. The woman in front of him looked beautiful and elegant, and she was completely different from him. I thought it was one of Yichen's girls being licked, but unexpectedly I met the real person. Chapter 17 They have a child. "Beauty, you are not attracted by his face, are you? His face can only be used as a free duck, without a penny, how can he give you a future?" Lu Zifeng was anxious. He couldn't bear to see Yichen find a girlfriend who was more beautiful than Su Feifei in the blink of an eye. "Yes, when he was with me, he was so stingy that he didn't even want to give me a penny. We're both women, so I advise you to stay away from him." The two of them spoke one after another, and the salesperson next to them didn't dare to interrupt. How could this man be without money? They all watched him get out of the Maybach with their own eyes. Moreover, he was not at all lenient when choosing the car just now. As soon as they open their mouths, they want the car with the best value for money and don't care about the price at all. "Beautiful lady, do you still need to see the car?" The salesperson next to her finally found an opportunity to interrupt, and Su Feifei raised her head proudly. "I definitely want to see the car, unlike some people who come in just to eat and drink for free. Don't you waiters have any standards for service? You let all kinds of dogs in without even checking whether they will dirty the place." Yichen finally became a little angry and looked coldly in the direction of Lu Zifeng and Su Feifei. "I don't know who has such low standards. They buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and think they are the king of the world. You." Su Feifei felt pain instantly as she was stabbed. Before they came to buy a car, Lu Zifeng did say that the budget this time was only 200,000 yuan. Although she felt uncomfortable, she was too embarrassed to interrupt. "But why does Yichen say such things? He can't even afford a car worth 200,000, right? Thinking back then, he was willing to come to the hotel to give that thing away for 100,000 yuan. Today, even if he sold a kidney, he couldn't come up with 200,000 yuan. Su Feifei suddenly felt superior again. "Hello, I want to ask if the Volkswagen CC I just saw can be." Before she could finish her words, Yichen's voice interrupted her. "Swipe the card." "I want the Volkswagen CC top of the line version," she mentioned. "Salesperson?" Before he could react, Yichen spoke again. "Pay in full, sign the contract now." "Hey! I saw this first. Why did you just snatch it away?" Su Feifei was so angry that she took out a card without even thinking. "I saw it first, I want it." The salesperson was suddenly caught in a dilemma. It was indeed Su Feifei who took a fancy to him first, but Yichen's status was there, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Lu Zifeng also spoke up. "Why? Your store doesn't follow the first come first serve principle? It was indeed my girlfriend who saw it first." The Volkswagen CC, which costs more than 200,000 yuan, is actually beyond his budget. But Yichen actually wanted to snatch it away. He had this desire to win. The salesperson hesitated for 2 seconds, thought for several minutes, turned his head, looked at Yichen with an apologetic look, and spoke. "Sir, it was indeed this lady who chose it first, and this is the only CC in our store's inventory. Would you like to take a look at other models first?" Did you hear that? Do you understand first come first served?
Lu Zifeng raised his head, but because he was shorter than Yi Chen in height, he had to straighten his body and try to win over him in momentum.
First come, first served? The moment the words fell, a group of people came to the exhibition and walked towards them in a mighty manner.
Looking at the posture, one would think that they were here to cause trouble, but Yi Chen looked carefully and saw a familiar figure in the crowd.
Isn't this Li Xiaowei who just handed him the car?
Before he could come to his senses, a large group of people behind him bowed respectfully to him. Master Yi, since your consumption in this store has reached the level of Supreme VLP, you can get discounts on your consumption in related stores, and also get some free services. Li Xiaowei, who was standing at the back, gave a look to the person in front.
So the male salesperson said to Yi Chen again, Mr. Yi, we have learned about your needs. There are many styles that meet your needs in our store. If possible, I hope you will do me a favor.
In fact, Li Xiaowei just happened to see Yi Chen enter the car dealership. After learning about his needs, they immediately found a lot of people and rushed over to grab business from this store.
Supreme VIP? Lu Zifeng snorted coldly and laughed. You don't give away the Supreme VLP here to anyone you see, do you? Can you even give it to someone like this casually? How about this, you guys also get me a Supreme VLP?
He took out a stack of money, at least tens of thousands of dollars. But the male salesperson looked at him awkwardly and said apologetically, Sir, our car dealership requires a minimum purchase of 2 million yuan.
Everyone hesitated for 2 seconds before reacting.
Lu Zifeng collected all the money on the ground with an embarrassed look on his face, and looked at Yi Chen belatedly.
He spent more than 2 million in your store?
The male salesperson smiled more politely. Yes, this gentleman has become the Supreme VLP of our store.
He added, the Maybach outside belongs to this gentleman. Wait a moment. The Maybach outside actually belongs to Yi Chen. Su Feifei looked at the male salesperson in surprise and said in disbelief, that's impossible. Did you recognize the wrong person? How can he afford a 3 million yuan car with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan?
I'm sorry, ma'am, please don't doubt our professionalism.
After saying this, he forced out a standard smile and looked at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, do you have any other needs?
In addition to a larger space in the car.
I don't want anything, I just want that Volkswagen CC.
Tang Ruoxue actually didn't know much about cars, but she had been staring at the car for half an hour. They didn't steal the car, and there was no need to pay attention to first come first served. If we really have to talk about first come first served, then they should have arrived first.
Seeing this, the saleswoman who had just spoken immediately responded, Master Yi, would you like to pay in installments or in full? Pay the full amount immediately. Yi Chen took out the black gold bank card from his pocket. The female salesperson took it and treated Yi Chen with more respect.
Okay, Master Yi, we'll go and do it right away. She waved her hand and pointed to the other salespersons at the back. Xiaoyan, please entertain Master Yi well. Please ask Master Yi and Miss Tang to go to the VIP room and wait first. Seeing such a huge difference between before and after, Lu Zifeng and Su Feifei were so stunned that they couldn't say a word.
The Maybach outside, is it Yi Chen's? A car worth 200,000 yuan is several years' salary for Yi Chen, but he paid the full amount directly?
A hint of jealousy flashed through Su Feifei's heart. She didn't expect that after Yi Chen left her, he would become a phoenix. He was a miser before.
Honey, I like that car, too. Su Feifei's voice was not small, which made the whole atmosphere a little awkward.
The salesperson who had just received Su Feifei and Lu Zifeng had no choice but to smile and say, Miss Su, we have other very good cars here, and the price-performance ratio is not lower than the car just now.
There are some that fit your budget. Do you need to look for other ones? Hearing this, Su Feifei was furious.
You are such a big car dealership, but you can't even take out a car? And you still ask customers to settle for second best. It was obvious that they were the first ones to set their eyes on this car, so why was it snatched away by Yi Chen and that little bitch? Moreover, once Yi Chen left him, he could afford a car worth several million, while Lu Zifeng could only drive a car worth 1 million at most.
The difference between them is not even a tiny bit. How could she possibly swallow this? Lu Zifeng was not stupid either.
He keenly caught her emotion and became even more annoyed, so he spoke in an unhappy tone.
If you want it, take it. If not, let's go. It's not like there's only one car for you to choose from. Don't keep picking and choosing.
I don't have that much time to waste with you.
These words made Su Feifei's face turn red.
She was so embarrassed that she even wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she had been persuading Lu Zifeng for several days before he agreed to buy her a car.
If she left at this time, wouldn't all her efforts be wasted?
She looked at the salesperson opposite her with grievance, then recommend me another one with a similar price-performance ratio to this one.
Okay, Miss Su.
When Su Feifei and Lu Zifeng were halfway through their business, Yichen and Tang Ruoxue also walked out of the VIP room at the same time.
Yichen gently rubbed Tang Ruoxue's head and said with a smile, "Are you not used to driving the car outside? You can drive this car. You can also use it to pick up the kids or go to get off work and buy groceries."
Buying groceries? There's no need for such a nice car to buy groceries.
Tang Ruoxue exclaimed and quickly shook her head to refuse. Didn't I tell you?
If we are going to choose a car, we have to choose one with a larger interior space and good quality that can accommodate Qing Yun and the others. It was not until the sound of the conversation faded away that Su Feifei looked fiercely in the direction they left.
Chapter 18 Tang Ruoxue's touch.
I didn't expect that Yichen and that bitch actually had a child.
Could it be that he had been hooking up with her for a long time? Seeing Su Feifei's eyes almost hanging on Yichen's back, Lu Zifeng said unhappily, "What are you thinking about? Do you still want to buy a car? If you do, hurry up and get the formalities done."
Good. She was reluctant to look away, watching the Maybach at the door drive away, even still fantasizing.
If she hadn't broken up with Yichen now, she would be the one sitting in the passenger seat, right?
The new car has been specially delivered to the downstairs of the community. But Yichen's purpose was not to go home, so he drove the car to a bustling commercial district.
"Yichen, what are you doing?"
Tang Ruoxue saw through Yichen's purpose at a glance, and said anxiously, "This time, no matter what you say, I won't accept it anymore."
"You really don't need to give me anything else."
But Yichen's eyes when he looked at Tang Ruoxue were unusually gentle. Tang Ruoxue first gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, and also by chance, allowed him to obtain such an awesome system.
For other girls, love is smooth sailing and they are spoiled like little princesses, but Tang Ruoxue doesn't ask for anything.
If anyone wants to treat her nicer, she keeps getting rejected. "Xiaoxue, I bought the car to make it easier for you and your two children to travel. The baby seat was a gift I gave to Qing Yun and the others, but
I never gave you anything. You may not believe it, but I fell in love with you the first time I saw you."
Such a frank and straightforward confession made Tang Ruoxue's face suddenly turn red.
What did you say?" Seeing Tang Ruoxue's reaction, Yichen was not so anxious and shook his head. "It's okay. I want to be good to you willingly, so, can you please not reject me?"
Now that things have come to this, it is even more difficult for Tang Ruoxue to refuse Yichen.
Entered the mall.
He took Tang Ruoxue and ran directly to the women's clothing area. The various types of clothes are dazzling, but no matter what kind of clothes they are, as long as Tang Ruoxue puts them on, she can bring out the charm of that clothes.
"This is a real clothes hanger, and anything you wear will look good on it."
Even the shopping guide who was helping her choose looked at her with envy. Who would have thought that this beauty not only had a good figure and beautiful looks, but also had a boyfriend who could carry her bag at any time?
"Xiaoxue, you can try that one." Yichen pointed his finger at the hollow dress in the window.
The dress was extremely distinctive and had a strong impact at first glance.
It combined sweetness, wildness, and feminine charm into one element.
It is difficult for anyone to pull off such a skirt, and even the shopping guide had a bit of worry in her eyes.
"Sir, you have a very good eye. But we don't sell this skirt to the public. This skirt is the treasure of our store." "Ah, this. Does he have such good vision? Just by casually pointing out one or two, you are pointing out someone else's treasure? You're not even allowed to try it on?"
Looking at the sincere expressions of Yichen and Tang Ruoxue, the shopping guide couldn't bear to refuse them and had to nod.
"Okay, but you must protect the skirt.
This skirt is very valuable and it is difficult for ordinary people to afford it."
Hearing the words "not worth mentioning," Tang Ruoxue's movements immediately became softer, and she didn't even dare to use much force to touch. "Should I really try this?"
She looked at Yichen hesitantly, and the desire and fear in her eyes were all seen by Yichen.
"Go ahead and try it. You will definitely be able to pull off this skirt." This sentence gave Tang Ruoxue enough courage.
She carefully lifted the hem of her skirt and walked towards the dressing room.
3 or 4 minutes later,
the door of the dressing room was pushed open, and Tang Ruoxue was wearing a white dress with rose petals sparkling on it. As she walked, she seemed to come alive.
The hollowed-out back reveals the girl's slender shoulders and neck.
Her waist seems like it can be grasped with one hand. Her skin is as white as milk, making people want to kiss her.
So beautiful.
The person in front of him was so beautiful that he could hardly find any words to describe it. Not only did he react so strongly, but even the shopping guide was stunned. Looking at Tang Ruoshua's slim figure, he realized that this skirt was really chosen for the right owner.
Yichen, do I look good? Tang Ruoshua curled her lips.
Her swan neck was white and charming, which made him think of the marks he left on it crazily that night. His body suddenly reacted a little bit and he smiled awkwardly.
Very beautiful. How can this be summed up in more than just one beautiful word?
He even wanted to find all the beautiful words in the world that could describe the girl in front of him at this moment.
But he has not read many books, so he can only say that it is beautiful.
His throat couldn't help but become a little hoarse, and his eyes were bright as he stared straight in the direction of Tang Ruoshua. Xiaoxue, believe me, no one can wear this dress better than you.
This statement was indeed arrogant, but even the shopping guide couldn't help but agree with it to some extent.
Yes. In fact, there are people who have tried this skirt. There are a lot of beautiful women, but the only one who can make this skirt fit so well is the woman in front of me.
Could you please ask for us? I'm willing to pay a high price for this dress.
When the shopping guide heard this, there was some hesitation in his expression. I'm sorry, sir, our store manager does have a rule that this dress will not be sold to the public.
The moment she finished speaking, Tang Ruoshua's expression seemed to show a hint of disappointment. It doesn't matter.
I'm already satisfied to be able to wear such a beautiful dress.
I don't ask for so much.
Besides, she didn't want Yichen to continue spending a penny on her.
But Yichen still didn't give up.
For the first time, he used a more humble tone and said, "Can you give me the contact information of your store manager?
I want to communicate with him in person."
This is not difficult. The shopping guide directly gave him the WeChat address of their store manager.
Yichen didn't say anything. He took a few photos of Tang Ruoshua and clicked send.
The other side received these photos very quickly. The store manager looked at the photo in surprise. The woman in the photo was charming and beautiful, exuding confidence and classical beauty. Yichen sent a message, "Manager, I wonder if you can sell this skirt to us.
We really want it, and you can directly name the price."
The person on the other end laughed twice. I really didn't expect that someone could wear this dress so beautifully. I designed this dress myself and put a lot of effort into it. I have never found the most suitable person, but today I met him by chance. The store manager sent one last message.
You don't need to pay for this dress.
I'll just give it to you.
Just consider it fate. But, can I ask the girl in the photo if she can wear this dress and take a poster? Chapter 19 Tang Ruoshua, eating outside is unhygienic. Just send it directly?
The design of this skirt alone can sell for a lot of money. It's hard to find a true friend, and it's hard for this skirt to find the right owner.
Tang Ruoshua nodded and agreed to take photos of the poster, and relayed the information to the shopping guide.
She also completely understood and said with a smile, "Our store manager is indeed not short of money. He designed this skirt himself and has always wanted to find someone who can match the skirt.
Now that we have found it, it can be regarded as fulfilling his wish." The salesperson spoke again. "I wonder if I can add this lady's contact information?"
"Oh, okay." Tang Ruoshua took out her cell phone.
After scanning a WeChat account, the salesperson asked at the right time, "Miss, when are you free to come and take pictures of the posters?"
It definitely won't work today, as the poster shoot takes quite a while, and they've been out for such a long time, and there are still 2 children at home.
Tang Ruoshua hesitated for a while, then said softly, "How about the day after tomorrow?"
"I'll come to the store with this dress the day after tomorrow." "Of course," the salesperson said with a smile as bright as a flower. Yichen walked over from the chair in the waiting area again and said to the shopping guide, "Please help me pack up all the clothes she just tried on."
"We want them all."
Not only did Tang Ruoshua widen her eyes in surprise, but even the shopping guide never expected this.
"First,
sir, this lady just tried on more than a dozen pieces of clothing."
"Why buy so many?" "Just buy 1 or 2, Tang Ruoshua pulled Yichen's sleeve. "It doesn't matter, you look good in anything you wear."
"Sir, you are so nice to your girlfriend." The shopping guide looked at them with envy, and quickly asked his men to pack up the dozen or so pieces of clothing.
"This is a big list."
The total cost of more than 10 pieces of clothing was more than 10,000 yuan, so Yichen swiped his card without saying a word. She picked up her bag and clothes, smiled and took Tang Ruoshue's hand as they walked out of the store. She didn't change her skirt, and as soon as she walked out the door, she attracted countless people's attention.
That woman is so beautiful. That dress seems to glow when she wears it. Wow. I really want to ask for the link. Don't even think about it.
Even if we wear such a beautiful skirt, we can't show off our temperament.
There were more and more discussions, some of which even reached the ears of Tang Ruoshue and Vientiane. Vientiane just smiled and held Tang Ruoshue's hand tightly.
Instead, Tang Ruoshue lowered her head shyly, ignoring the envious looks of those people, and followed Vientiane all the way back to the car. As soon as he got in the car, Vientiane's cell phone suddenly rang.
Hey! Vientiane, let's have a toast today, right? This time, the position of department director must belong to you. How can it be that I am the only one? There are other people competing for it. Vientiane laughed twice and spoke to Chen Lang again. But it's okay to have a meal. I've moved to a new house. If you have time, just come over and we can have a good meal. Moving to a new house? Why didn't you tell me? Chen Lang on the phone was surprised and wanted to ask a few more questions, but then he heard Vientiane say, "Don't you have time? Let's have a good gathering tonight."
Chen Lang happily agreed, "Okay, I'll go tell the other two guys to bring my precious wine that I've kept for years.
We won't leave until we're drunk today." Good. The call was finally hung up. Tang Ruoshue asked curiously, "Are there any friends visiting your house today?"
Yeah, Vientiane laughed happily when he thought of Chen Lang and his friends. They are some good friends.
Well, can you cook? This question actually hit the key point. Vientiane smiled awkwardly and thought carefully for a while. I found out that he really can't cook. It's nothing.
I'll just take them out to eat when the time comes.
How can that be possible? The food outside is always unhygienic. Tang Ruoshue refused immediately, and then spoke without thinking. You brought me so many things today. I will cook tonight and help you entertain your friends. This is also my way of thanking you. What do you think?
Those beautiful eyes were fixed on him, and Vientiane almost fell into them.
He finally came back to his senses. I felt a little warmer in my heart and asked lovingly, "Will it be too much trouble for you?" Tang Ruoshue laughed, "What's the big deal about this? I should be the one thanking you." Seeing Tang Ruoshue being so sincere, Vientiane nodded. Return home. He followed Tang Ruoshue into the baby room. The two children had just woken up. The first thing Tang Ruoshue did was to change the diapers for the two babies. He suddenly remembered the milk powder in his car. Xiaoxue, don't rush to feed them. I forgot that I bought 10 bags of milk powder for them in the car. I'll bring that up first. The milk powder prepared by the system is definitely very different from ordinary milk powder. Otherwise it wouldn't be sold at such a high price, costing 10 points per bag. Later, when he checked the system store, he found out that 1 point could actually be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. If this conversion method is really used, then this bag of milk powder would cost 10,000 yuan. This system is fucking shady. The system seemed to have heard Vientiane's inner complaints, and complained secretly but did not dare to speak out. It is true that this milk powder is expensive, but it has tremendous benefits. It can not only enhance the baby's resistance and make him less sick, but also make the baby smarter and better looking. Such a magical milk powder is considered cheap even at 10,000 yuan a bag. Vientiane carried 10 bags of milk powder up by himself and arrived at Tang Ruoshue's room. He strictly followed the instructions and labels and mixed the milk powder awkwardly. He precisely controlled the water temperature at around 40 degrees, which was warm, just right. He fed the two children by himself, and his movements became more and more skillful. How strange. Tang Ruoshue's exclamation came from behind. They generally don't like to drink formula, so I haven't weaned them off breast milk yet. They used to spit up milk when they drank formula. But why are you so well behaved now? Every time Vientiane fed them a bite, the two of them would eat a bite, and they still felt it was not enough. She started to pull off Vientiane's clothes, crying and almost breaking her heart. Vientiane even more wanted to kiss each of them. These two children have inherited all the good genes from both him and Tang Ruoshue. They are so cute. Xin Yun, you should always listen to your mother. Chapter 20 Tang Ruoshue meets Vientiane's friend. He pinched Jiwei's little face. The baby's apple cheeks were rosy when he smiled, and he had a pretty head of nipples. He didn't cry when he was pinched, but laughed instead. Being cute is important. Yichen spoke to Qing Yun again. You are the brother, you should protect your sister well and not quarrel with her, understand? The child is so young, how can he understand what they are saying? Tang Ruoxue had already changed out of the skirt she was wearing and was wearing a white homesuit, leaning gently against the door. She looked at the man quietly, carefully protecting the two children. She had never realized before that Yichen was so talented in being a father. In fact, Qingyun and Jiwei seldom meet strangers. Normally, they would cry and make a fuss when they see strangers. But when they meet Yichen, they behave like a little kitten. Is this the magical blood relationship? After feeding the two children, Yichen stood up straight and rubbed his sore waist. When I turned around, I happened to see Tang Ruoxue's smiling eyes. How long have you been standing at the door? Do you think I have a talent for taking care of children? Tang Ruoxue, whose thoughts were exposed by Yichen, blushed again. Not long ago, I wanted to come over to ask your friend what kind of dishes he likes to eat. The confinement nanny has gone home, so I plan to cook for him myself. No matter what dishes they like, just cook a few of them. I'll help you later. Good. Tang Ruoxue smiled sweetly, then frowned, as if thinking about something. Yichen, do you think I should change my clothes? It's the first time I meet your friends, and it's probably a bit inappropriate to dress like this. How about I try on those skirts you just bought for me this afternoon? Do you want to put on some makeup again? After she had the baby, she no longer liked going out as much as before, and she also reduced her social activities and tried not to go out unless possible. When meeting Yichen's friend for the first time, he couldn't help feeling nervous. If I don't dress up properly, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Yichen? Yichen saw through her thoughts, reached out his hand, and rubbed her head lovingly. You look so beautiful like this, wouldn't you be even more beautiful if you put on some makeup? My friends will stare at you when they see you. These glib words made Tang Ruoxue laugh. Her brows slowly relaxed, and she rolled her eyes at Yichen with a smile on her face. I knew you were glib. I'd better go put on some makeup. After all, in the eyes of girls, putting on makeup is the most basic courtesy. She was still a little unconfident at first. I am afraid that I will be inferior to others in everything after giving birth to a child. After hearing Yichen's words, the lack of confidence in my heart immediately decreased a lot. She returned to her room and spent half an hour carefully dressing herself up. Looking at the beautiful and charming figure in the mirror, she felt relieved. When I walked out of the room, I saw Yichen was already busy in the kitchen. Xiaoxue, I've almost washed the vegetables and cut everything that needs to be cut. My friend won't be here for another hour or two, so let's not rush. Really? The things that needed to be cleaned up in the kitchen had already been put in order by the man, and she only needed to do a little processing and the job would be done. She nodded coquettishly, feeling sweet in her heart. She walked into the kitchen and started working with Yichen. After about 7 or 8 dishes were cooked, the whole house was filled with the aroma of food. Someone called Yichen. It turned out that when Chen Lang and his companions just arrived at the gate of the community, they were stopped by the security guard, who said that people who were not from the community were not allowed to enter. Xiaoxue, I'm going to go downstairs to pick up Chen Lang and the others. You don't have to do anything else. Let's just have a simple meal. After hearing Tang Ruoxue's response, Yichen put on his coat and went downstairs. Arrived at the security room outside the community. Our community is not a vegetable market, how can we just put it in? The owner must come down to pick it up in person, or call me before they can come in. What? You said your friends don't have time? No. You two must not go in there. Outside, Shen Lang and Zhou Ming were being scolded with embarrassed looks on their faces. There were 1 or 2 passers-by standing there and watching the joke. Their community really did not allow outsiders to come in, and Yichen could understand the security guard's behavior. It just made his 2 friends suffer. Zhou Ming. Shen Lang. Yichen's voice could be heard outside, still scolding. The 2 security guards turned their heads abruptly, and when they saw Yichen, they looked surprised. He was no stranger to Yichen. The Maybach had been coming in and out these days, and he had already memorized Jishao's face and regarded him as one of the people he couldn't offend. Are you kidding? If the Maybach scraped him, he would consider whether he could afford the loss of wasting other people's time. These 2 people, could it be that they are the friends of this young Master Yi? The security guard suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He was so fierce just now, but now his attitude has changed and he immediately became humble. Master Yi, are these 2 your friends? Ah, yes. Now that I'm down here in person, I should be able to let my friend in, right?
Of course, of course. I was too tactless just now. Please forgive me. There is no such thing as forgiveness.
Yichen waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It's all for the safety of the community. Let them register first."
Okay, sir, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Our community does have clear regulations that prohibit outsiders from entering or leaving. Chen Lang and the others were of course very understanding.
It's okay. Since it's a rule, we will definitely abide by it. Bring the registration form over first. We will register later.
The security guard quickly got the registration form and handed it to Chen Lang and Zhou Ming.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhou, you only need to fill in your personal information and name.
Okay, thanks. The information was quickly filled in, and I watched the backs of the three of them leaving. The security guard heaved a sigh of relief, fearing that he might accidentally offend young Master Yi. From now on, he still needs to be more polite.
What if it was young Master Yi's friend who came to him again? If he continued with this attitude, wouldn't he even lose his job? After entering the community,
Chen Lang put his arm around Yi Chen's shoulders and said with a chuckle, "Brother, you're doing really well.
Even the security guards in the community have to give you some face. Their attitude towards you is completely different from their attitude towards the two of us. Yeah, that old man just caught the two of us and started scolding us." Chapter 21 Life Winner Yi Chen. When did you move here, kid? The rent here is obviously expensive. Did you make a fortune without telling US guys?
The relationship between the three of them has always been very good, and they always joke with each other when they are together. Yi Chen also responded with a smile, "I'm not rich, it's just that the girl I want to pursue lives here now, so I moved here with her."
The girl you want to chase?
Zhou Ming was shocked.
You are really good. After licking one girl, you licked the second one? Brother, you won't lick until you have nothing left, right?
Yi Chen, tell me the truth, you wouldn't use the money your mother gave you to marry a wife to pay the rent for that woman, right?
Yi Chen. Since when did he become a bootlicker in the eyes of these two guys?
Chen Lang snorted coldly, thinking back to when you were with Su Feifei, you almost gave her your life. Your monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan, and she wanted a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan, and you bought it without blinking an eye.
How can you still say that you are not a bootlicker? Yi Chen, is this true?
Yes, and when you were drunk you were still talking nonsense, saying that you were sorry for Su Feifei.
You were so good to Su Feifei, and yet you still said that you were sorry for her? Do you have to give her your life to be worthy of her? Yi Chen. This. Can you guys please stop mentioning Su Feifei? This is definitely his dark history. Because of what happened with Tang Ruoshua that night, he had compensated Su Feifei many times in the future. He never thought that his compensatory behavior would be seen by his two good brothers. He actually turned into a bootlicker. Okay, let's not talk about that woman.
Anyway, when she was with you, I felt that she was not a good person.
Yeah, let's not talk about those unhappy things today.
I brought several bottles of good wine just for us to drink together. The three of them walked into the community with smiles on their faces, until Yi Chen knocked on Tang Ruoshua's door and saw the woman who opened the door. Chen Lang and Zhou Ming both fell silent at the same time. The air seemed to freeze suddenly. They both swallowed and stared at the beauty in front of them without blinking. Tang Ruoshua's seaweed-like long hair was scattered on her slender back. Her every move was filled with the charm of a pure woman, and her figure was even, her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Yu's eyes were even more beautiful, like a noble cat. The moment he raised his eyes lazily, the two of them felt like they couldn't even breathe. Every move is full of charm. Yi Chen coughed twice, interrupting their thoughts. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be bullied. Zhou Ming and Chen Lang reacted immediately. Hello, you must be Yi Chen's friends. Come in, I have prepared dinner. The tender and soft voice not only made Zhou Ming and Chen Lang blush, but even Yi Chen, who was used to hearing it, felt a little embarrassed. Yes, come in quickly and try Xiaxue's cooking. As he said this, he took out 2 pairs of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet next to him, gave them to the two of them, and asked Tang Ruoshua to go in and get busy first. Chen Lang leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Good boy, this beauty is much prettier than the previous Su Feifei. And she doesn't put on airs at all. Yeah, you have a great eye. This beautiful lady even cooked for us herself? Could it be that you two are about to have a good relationship?" Yi Chen didn't dare to say that Tang Ruoxue had 2 other children, both of whom were his. He was afraid that his 2 good brothers would drop their jaws in shock. He chuckled twice and said, "It should be almost done. If it works, I will definitely treat you 2 to a drink." Yi Chen is the winner in life. While the 3 of them were talking, Tang Ruoxue had already brought all the dishes. The atmosphere at the table was very good, and Tang Ruoxue would drink a couple of glasses of wine with them from time to time. "Yi Chen, it's good that you broke up. Look, once you broke up, you got a promotion, a raise, and a new house. Everything in your life has gotten better." Chen Lang was a little tipsy and was not even aware of what he was saying when he spoke. "In my opinion, Su Feifei is definitely your unlucky god." When Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend was mentioned, Tang Ruoxue immediately thought of the girl she met when buying a car today. The girl that Chen Lang and the others are talking about should be this one, right? Just out of curiosity, Chen Lang spoke to her again. "Ruoxue, let me tell you the truth. Yi Chen is a real man. Judging from his expression, he must have you in his heart. Listen to me. It's absolutely right to choose Yi Chen." "Yes, sister." He didn't like Su Feifei that much before. He was willing to spoil her to the sky just for the sake of responsibility. Now he likes you so much. We brothers can see that he is aiming for marriage. Tang Ruoxue's face gradually turned red after hearing these words. Marry? Does Yi Chen still want to marry her? Brother Chen, Brother Zhou, please stop joking. Yi Chen hasn't even spoken yet. When Yi Chen was mentioned, Chen Lang and the other 2 started arguing again. He clinked glasses with Yi Chen again, put his arm around his shoulders, and said proudly, "Yi Chen, you can't be a grandson at this time. We have to tell this girl what we think." Yi Chen. Is Chen Lang's alcohol tolerance so poor? The air was filled with ambiguity. He met Tang Ruoxue's eyes and, under the influence of alcohol, he slowly said, "Xiaoxue, let's go to the balcony to get some fresh air." Wow! That's awesome, you knew how to get us out of the way. Chen Lang and the others followed suit and Tang Ruoxue's face turned even redder. She nodded slightly and followed Yi Chen out of the living room. The wind on the balcony is not strong, but it is slightly cool. This made Yi Chen and Tang Ruoxue both sober up a lot. He still looked straight into Tang Ruoxue's eyes, with a tentative sincerity in his eyes. "Xiaoxue. Chen Lang is right, I." When he got to this point, he didn't know how to continue. Thousands of words seemed to stop in my heart at this moment. But Tang Ruoxue was not in a hurry. She looked at his face slowly. The drunkenness that had been blown away by the wind seemed to come back at this moment. His head suddenly filled with blood, and the moonlight seemed more intoxicating than usual. Yi Chen directly hugged the waist of the person in front of him, pressed his thin lips against hers, their hearts pounding, and he took advantage of the moonlight. Kissed Tang Ruoxue's forehead. When their lips parted, he stared into Tang Ruoxue's eyes again. "I like you." Chapter 22 Life. When he was in a state of confusion, he still wanted to continue speaking. "Yi Chen, you are drunk. You should go back first. It's too cold outside." Tang Ruoxue pushed him away in panic, but her throbbing heart betrayed what she was thinking. Yi Chen, who was pushed away, still had a smile on his face as he watched Tang Ruoxue flee. Although he had not had many relationships, he understood. "Xiaoxue, you are shy." Back in the living room, Chen Lang and Zhou Ming looked at the 2 of them and saw that something was wrong. They smiled without saying anything and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. "It seems that you are still not good enough. You haven't even captured the heart of the goddess yet." "Brother Chen, don't say that." Tang Ruoxue lowered her head shyly, occasionally raising her beautiful eyes to stare at the man sitting opposite her. "By the way, Yi Chen," Chen Lang said while drinking, "you squeezed Wang Gang out this time. He will definitely retaliate against you in secret. Have you thought of any other strategies to deal with it?" "Wang Gang?" Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Chen worriedly, frowned and said, "Nothing will happen, right? Why was that person pushed away?" "It's nothing. He always targeted me when I was at work, so I got angry and told him all his dirty deeds." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Wang Gang has already left the company, is there anything else that could happen to me?" "Yes, Sister Shui, don't worry. No matter what, we are still here in the company, and we will definitely not let Yi Chen suffer any loss. In the company, Wang Gang will definitely not cause any trouble." In fact, the brothers were just worried that Wang Gang would retaliate against Yi Chen secretly, but they hoped that no one would be killed. Thinking of Li Mingxian, who usually likes to flatter others in the company, Zhou Ming also asked, Yichen, this time, only you and Li Mingxian are competing for the position of department director.
He is not easy to deal with.
I just learned a few days ago that he has an uncle who was friends with General Manager Lin.
He won't make things difficult for you, will he?
Li Mingxian is nothing to be afraid of.
In fact, it doesn't make much difference to me whether he is the director of this department or not.
But I hope I can be responsible for the project that connects with Xia Xue's company.
Sister Shui, she wouldn't be working in Vientiane, would she?
Tang Ruoxue nodded, and Shen Lang and the others looked at Yichen with admiration. This Sister Shui is not only beautiful, but also very good at her job and got a job in a big company like Vientiane.
No wonder you wanted to go to Vientiane so much these days.
It turns out that Sister Shui is there, Zhou Ming smiled happily.
Tang Ruoxue raised her head and looked at Yichen in surprise. Turn out to be. He came to Vientiane for her. Yichen looked in the direction of Tang Ruoxue and smiled lightly. Let's not talk about this for now. I have a good idea. I wonder if you two are interested in it. I have been staying in that company, even though there is room for promotion.
But he was also unwilling to live under someone else's roof like this, to act according to other people's wishes, and to always be on guard against whether someone would retaliate in secret.
What do you think?
Shen Lang asked with interest, looking up and taking another sip of wine.
To be honest, Yichen, I really envy you. Not only do you have room for promotion, but you are also young and have ideas. You are even about to catch up with the girl you want to pursue. But that's not the case here.
When he said this, he took another sip of wine with emotion.
Life.
I'm almost 30 and I still don't have a girlfriend. When I think of my relatives who are urging me to get married, I feel overwhelmed.
But there are ways to be single. But staying in the company all the time is not a good thing.
I only get a few thousand yuan a month and have to work like a slave.
No one would be willing to stay in the company all the time.
Zhou Ming was also very touched after hearing this. Brother Chen, what you said really hits the nail on the head. My family often urges me to find a partner, but I have nothing, no money, and I look ordinary.
What can I use to chase other girls?
The most important thing is, girls nowadays are very realistic. They are all like Su Fei Fei.
How could they be with you without money? Bottle after bottle of wine made them both drunk.
Yichen, who was listening nearby, also felt the helplessness of his two brothers. His eyes gently swept over Tang Ruoxue, and he deeply felt how good Tang Ruoxue was. She didn't want anything from him, but was willing to give birth to 2 children for him.
You have to know that when Tang Ruoxue gave birth to these 2 children, he was still a poor loser.
But what happened? She never thought of asking him to take responsibility or asking for money. At the same time, Tang Ruoxue also met his gaze and said soothingly, there are also girls who don't want anything. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and said to the two of them, don't be so anxious, fate will come slowly.
Besides, I already have a good business opportunity. If I succeed, we will leave the company together.
Wow, what? Chen Lang and Zhou Ming stared at him with wide eyes at the same time. Yi Chen, are you fucking crazy?
Boss Lin obviously wants to give you a promotion and a raise. You still want to leave the company at this time. Isn't this a bargain for Li Mingxian? This is a department director, not some random position.
He was thinking that if Yi Chen became the department director, he would be able to mention the 2 brothers, but he didn't expect this kid to be so.
Damn it.
You're still thinking about resigning at such a critical moment.
Yi Chen, don't be stupid.
If you really resign at this time, all your efforts over the years will be wasted. Chen Lang was afraid that his good brother would not understand, so he looked at Tang Ruoxue and said, Sister Shui, please try to persuade Yi Chen.
How can he have such an idea? He is currently in the process of getting a promotion and a raise. If he succeeds, he will be able to become a department director, and his salary will double or triple. Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Chen hesitantly, but did not speak. After all, she is not related to Yi Chen. How could she possibly persuade him to make such an important decision? Don't hesitate, this kid is very stubborn.
You are the only one who can persuade him to make such an important decision. Seeing that Tang Ruoxue didn't say a word, Chen Lang became anxious again. Seeing Tang Ruoxue's face flushed by his 2 brothers, Yi Chen patted them on the shoulders and said, don't worry, I'm not that stupid.
I will wait until I complete Mr. Lin's mission and then see the timing. Chapter 23 If you are a man, marry her home. After hearing Yi Chen say this, Chen Lang and the others looked better. I hope you won't be so stubborn. I'm really worried that you'll do something stupid and quit your job. After looking at the time, the three of them finished the remaining bottles of beer at once. Zhou Ming spoke to the two of them in a drunken state. You can't drink anymore. If you drink anymore, you won't be able to get home. Chen Lang also looked at the time and found that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He quickly got up and started cleaning up the garbage on the table. I didn't expect it would be so late while we were drinking. I'm really sorry for disturbing Sister Shue's rest. It happened that the child had woken up at this time. Tang Ruoxue fed the child with a bottle while speaking to the three of them. What's the big deal? You don't have to clean up. I'll clean up after I finish feeding the child. They didn't feel comfortable asking Tang Ruoxue to clean up the mess, so they quickly put all the beer cans and leftovers on the table into the trash can. Even the bowl was washed by Yichen. When Tang Ruoxue came out after feeding, she saw the clean and tidy living room, squinted her eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Chen and Brother Zhou. You can come to my house and continue drinking next time if you are free." Chen Lang nodded, and the two of them put on their coats and prepared to leave. However, seeing that the two of them were staggering, Yichen chased after them and held one of them with one hand. "Xiaoxue, they are both drunk. I will send them home first. You should get some rest early." Tang Ruoxue nodded and walked the three of them out the door. When he got to the elevator, he looked at his two buddies, who were still staggering, and slapped each of them. "Still pretending, huh? You were just pretending, but now that you're out, why are you still pretending?" Yichen looked at the two of them. "Do you think I don't know how much you two can drink?" Chen Lang and Zhou Ming were patted by him, and their eyes immediately became clear. "This is just to show off your drinking capacity in front of the girl you like. We two brothers have gone through a lot of trouble. Yeah, I wish you could quickly win Sister Shui over. Compared to your shitty ex-girlfriend, this Sister Shui is much more sincere." When he said this, Chen Lang clicked his tongue again. "It's just..." He frowned and looked in Yi Chen's direction again. "I didn't expect Sister Shui already had a child. The child is only a few months old. Aren't you just being someone's stepfather? What's the big deal? There aren't many good women these days, especially good women like Sister Shui who don't talk about anything. There are even fewer. The night is long." The three of them walked down the neighborhood. Listening to his two brothers talking one after another, Yichen suddenly didn't know how to explain to them. If I just tell them directly that these two children are his, wouldn't they be scared? But if he didn't tell them, if they found out later, they would definitely think he was not kind enough, right? After hesitating for a while, he decided to open his heart to Chen Lang and Zhou Ming. Actually, he stared into their eyes and suddenly stopped. Actually, these two children of Xiaoxue are mine. Zhou Ming. Chen Lang. Looking at the wide-eyed eyes of his two buddies, Yichen coughed. That's a long story. Wait a minute. Chen Lang still didn't react, and even looked at Yichen in confusion. Are you going to start daydreaming? How did Sister Shue's child become yours? Did you give birth to him? Fuck, brother, Zhou Ming also exclaimed, you are such a poor liar. Do you think we two brothers will be fooled by such a clumsy lie? If Sister Shue's child is really you, I will eat shit upside down and live stream it. Yi Chen. It seems that Zhou Ming's wish is really strange. Do you still remember why Wang Gang targeted me? What does this have to do with Wang Gang? Aren't we talking about Sister Shui? Could it be that Wang Gang has some connection with Sister Shui? Yichen seemed to be thinking about something, and recalled what happened that day. This connection is very important. If it weren't for Wang Gang, I wouldn't have been able to meet Xiaoxue. When I first came here, I also tried every way to please Wang Gang, and then he took me to a cocktail party at the company, and by some strange coincidence I ruined his good thing. Chen Lang and Zhou Ming swallowed. The two of them were not fools and they quickly figured out what the good thing Yichen was talking about was. However, they still couldn't believe it and asked another question. Wang Gang, did he have plans to take advantage of Sister Shui before? Yichen nodded, and Chen Lang spoke angrily again. Wang Gang, don't you think about your own character? Is he worthy of Sister Shui? Fuck, this fucking toad wants to eat swan meat, is he crazy? After explaining the situation, they thought about the two children. So these two children are actually yours. Yichen admitted it directly. I couldn't believe it at first, but later I went for a paternity test, and the results showed the relationship. These two children are indeed mine. Chen Lang.
Brother, no wonder that damned wine gang has been targeting you for the past 2 years.
It turns out there is a reason like this. Fuck, this is so fucking cool.
When I think of Wine Gang's face when he was so angry that he was about to die, I feel so happy in my heart. Yichen also found it funny when he recalled Wine Gang's reaction at that time.
It's good to have a child. Sister Shui is actually a good woman.
She was able to give birth to your child under such circumstances. You must treat her well in the future, otherwise we two brothers will be the first to disobey. Yes, I heard that Sister Shui was demoted and had her salary cut after giving birth to the children. She still takes care of the 2 children without any regrets.
How kind she is.
Yichen, if you are a man, you must marry a woman like this home. In fact, even if his 2 good friends didn't remind him, he knew in his heart that there were very few women who could do that for him, and he would not let Xiaoxue down.
Don't worry, I will definitely treat Xiaoxue well.
But Xiaoxue doesn't know yet that I have learned the truth about the 2 children, so you two must keep it a secret.
Chapter 24 Brothers drive a Maybach.
That's for sure.
We are all friends. The 3 of them got off the elevator chatting and laughing.
When they reached the basement, Yichen took out his keys and a low-key and handsome Maybach appeared in front of them.
Chen Lang and Zhou Ming looked at Yichen in confusion again. Oh my god. I'm not really drunk, why am I hallucinating?
Zhou Ming hesitated for 2 seconds after hearing this. Not only are you hallucinating, I also feel like I'm hallucinating.
Oh my god. This is a Maybach. How did a luxury car worth millions suddenly appear in Yichen's family's garage? Yichen, don't tell me this luxury car is yours.
Yichen smiled and nodded, pressed the car key in his hand, and the car started quickly. Looking at the Maybach Chen Lang that was still shining in front of them, the 2 of them touched things here and there as if they were in a dream. I never dreamed that I could actually get my hands on such an expensive luxury car. Yichen laughed and said, not only can you touch it now, but you can also sit on it yourself later.
Chen Lang. Brother, you have fulfilled my lifelong dream. Zhou Ming was obviously more careful and questioned Yichen directly. Did you do anything illegal behind our backs? I'm telling you, you'd better tell the truth.
The drunkenness of the 2 of them was completely dissipated by the surprises one after another, and they simply couldn't let go of the Maybach in front of them.
Don't worry. If I really did something illegal, how could I appear in front of you too?
Come to think of it, if this kid really did something illegal or criminal, he should have been caught by the police long ago.
How could he appear in front of the 2 of them?
The tension in the hearts of Chen Lang and the others was finally let go.
Fuck it. I finally got to ride in a $1 million luxury car.
I must take a picture to record it later.
Zhou Ming took a few clicks, edited the text, and posted it directly to his moments.
Before Yichen could remind him to block those people in the company, the boy had already sent it out. The 3 of them got into the car quickly, and they never stopped chattering along the way.
Yichen, weren't you penniless a few weeks ago? What kind of opportunity did you encounter that allowed you to drive such an expensive luxury car? Yichen smiled without saying anything.
He would not even mention this matter about the system to Tang Ruoxue. He could only cover it up with the business opportunity just now.
No wonder you don't want to go to work.
If I could afford such an expensive car, I would definitely not go to work.
Even Mr. Lin may not be able to open it, why should I work like a slave for him? You make my blood boil when you do this.
Chen Lang was so envious that his eyes turned green, but the relationship between the 3 of them was strong enough. Although he was envious, he still hoped that his little good brother would get better and better. This is the business opportunity one just mentioned to you.
If you two are interested, we can discuss it in depth. The luxury car is already in front of them, how could they not be interested? Don't worry, we 2 brothers will follow you no matter what we do.
I just don't believe that I can be poor all my life.
Zhou Ming also nodded.
Okay, but let's not rush. I want to finish discussing the cooperation in the company first before thinking about the next step. The cooperation was discussed with Tang Ruoxue's company, and he hoped to have more opportunities to meet Tang Ruoxue in his daily work.
Come on, it's true that even a hero can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman.
In fact, the relationship between the 3 brothers is indeed pure. Once brothers, they are brothers for life.
They think about ways to make money together, and if there are ways to make money, they make money together.
Yichen, no matter how great your business opportunity is, it's impossible for you to be able to afford a car worth more than 3 million in just a few days, right? When Zhou Ming reacted, he checked the price of the Maybach.
If he hadn't checked, it wouldn't have seemed like a big deal. But when he checked, his eyes almost fell out. More than 3 million. A car worth over 3 million. Could this guy be giving me compensation out of revenge? What can't I do with these 3 million? Buying a car is really a bit of a loss. There were some unexpected things about this car, but it's already been bought. Chen Lang felt that the car was worth buying. In fact, it's good to buy a car. If Yeqing becomes prosperous in the future, what's wrong with having a car that I can drive out to show off? Yi Chen, but you are really lucky. Maybe the three of us can really become big bosses in the future. While chatting, he sent the two people back to their homes one by one. When he got home, he did not forget to check his moments. When he saw the post Zhou Ming posted, he slightly raised the corners of his lips and clicked like unconsciously. Just as I was about to drive, the phone rang again. When he saw the caller ID, he immediately felt a headache and pretended to turn off the phone. But the calls kept coming one after another, and Yichen had no choice but to answer the calls. You kid! Are you still thinking about not answering your father's call? Yichen held his forehead helplessly and asked the person on the other end of the phone, Dad, why are you calling me so suddenly at night when you are not sleeping? Isn't it because you can't sleep with your mother? How can you be so heartless? The Wang family next door already has grandchildren. And you didn't even bring us a girlfriend. During the day, your father, I and your mother were so laughed at by the neighbor Lao Wang that we wanted to hide in a hole in the ground. But your mother was fine. She even said she would go home and cook. I listened to him for more than half an hour. You kid, we both don't ask you to make any progress in your career, but you have to find me a girlfriend, right? You're almost 28, don't act like a kid all day, having so much fun that you don't even know where home is. These words, which were so familiar to him, rang in Yi Chan's ears again. His parents have been urging him to get married since last year. At that time, he even thought about taking Su Feifei back to meet the two elders, but Su Feifei resolutely refused. Now think about it. Fortunately, I didn't take her back at the beginning, otherwise there would be no way to resolve this matter now. Chapter 25 Sorry, I'm too late. Dad, don't worry, he said confidently, I will definitely bring your daughter-in-law here when I go home in 2 weeks. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then his mother's voice appeared, Son, you didn't find a girl to deal with us casually like you did on the internet? Yi Chen. Does he look like that? Mom, stop browsing those messy things on the internet all day long. Prepare the household registration book and trust your son. I will definitely bring your daughter-in-law home. Ah, household registration book. You haven't even talked about having a girlfriend yet, and you're telling me to get your household registration booklet? What are you thinking, little son? Yi Chen held his forehead helplessly, but still replied to his mother seriously, Mom, I already have a girlfriend. When I bring her back, you will definitely be satisfied. Is it really as good as you say? Of course. I chased your son for a long time before I finally caught up with him. How could it be bad? Ye's mother reacted and said happily, My son has grown up. Don't worry, I will treat your girlfriend well. After chatting for a while about family matters, they hung up the phone. Mentioning the household registration book. He felt again that he seemed to be acting too hastily. In fact, he was not sure whether he could pursue Xiaoshui. But the words have already been spoken, it's impossible to take them back, right? When I returned home and opened the balcony window, I happened to see the light on in Tang Ruoshue's room. He sent a message to Tang Ruoshue. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? It was already midnight and most people had fallen asleep. The person on the other end of the screen kept showing his typing, but ultimately did not send out any message. Yi Chen waited for a long time before he received a message. It's late. Good night. But he had another thought in his mind and asked without hesitation. Xiaoxue, are you still waiting for me to come back? As far as he knew, Tang Ruoshue usually went to bed around 11 or 12 o'clock. It was already late at night, how could she still be staying up? Unless, she has been waiting for me all this time. Sure enough, the person on the other end was still typing. He felt warm in his heart and slowly sent a message. Xiaoxue, I still have something to say to you tonight. Before he could send the rest of the words, he had already received news from Tang Ruoshue. Wait a minute, let's go for a walk. He was wearing his coat and knocked on Tang Ruoshue's door.
Then, the door was pushed open, and Tang Ruoshua, wearing a thin nightgown, stood in front of Vientiane. She had a beautiful figure and her face was red, as if she had just taken a bath. There was a faint fragrance on her body. Xiaoxue, it's quite cold outside, why don't you put on an extra layer of clothes? He gently put a coat on the woman in front of him, smiled, and then leaned close to her ear and whispered, Xiaoxue, you are so beautiful. The man had strong hormones, and the hot breath from his nose brought a tingling sensation that lingered in her ears. She was extremely sensitive and her whole body began to tremble immediately. Then she bit her lip again, looking at the man in front of her with an aggrieved look. Vientiane, if you have anything to say, just say it here. Vientiane tried his best to make his tone sound calm and harmless, took a deep breath and said, Ruoshua, I hope I can take care of the child with you. But I'm afraid it might be a bit abrupt, so I only dare to live next to you. He was afraid that Tang Ruoshua would resist hearing this, so he only dared to speak in a tactful way. In his heart, he kept suppressing the urge to hug this woman in his arms, and his Adam's apple rolled a few times. You don't care that I have these 2 children? He probably doesn't know that these 2 children are his. Why would she be willing to take care of these 2 children with him? I like Qingyun and Jiwei. He scratched his head and smiled slightly, like a silly boy who just fell in love. I told you before, I liked these 2 children as soon as I saw them. If I didn't know that we had no relationship before, I would probably think I was their father. Tang Ruoshua's breathing suddenly stopped, and the words she was about to say were immediately stopped at her lips. Them. What's wrong with them? Vientiane asked knowingly. Looking at the man in front of her, Tang Ruoshua was filled with thoughts. In fact, now was the best opportunity to tell Vientiane the identities of these 2 children. She couldn't possibly keep it from him forever, could she? Besides, for Qingyun and Jiwei, their father plays an indispensable role in the growth of these 2 children. Vientiane, what I'm going to say next may be a little difficult for you to accept. She bit her red lips and looked straight at the man in front of her. Little did he know that this rosy face made Vientiane's heart tighten again, his mouth dry, and he wanted to just hug her in his arms. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, he swallowed and said, It's okay, just say whatever you want to say. The atmosphere gradually became subtle. She stared into Vientiane's eyes and spoke word by word. Actually, Qingyun and Jiwei are both your children. As she spoke, her eyes instantly turned red, and even her breath became choked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I had no choice but to give birth to these 2 children. I went to do a paternity test between you and them 2 days ago, and the results are completely consistent. Vientiane, you may have forgotten me a long time ago. A tear rolled down her cheeks and she raised her beautiful eyes. We met once a year ago. So we had these 2 children later. The sweet scent filled his nostrils with fatal temptation. For the first time, he compromised with himself. Before Tang Ruoshua could finish her words, he directly hugged the small body into his arms. You don't have to explain. I believe you. He stretched out his hand and wiped away the tears on Tang Ruoshua's cheeks. I should have discovered it a long time ago. I had that inexplicable feeling the first time I saw them. It's like, there's an inexplicable relationship between me and them. Tang Ruoshua's graceful body pressed against Vientiane's chest. He kissed her red lips and recalled that night in his mind. My body suddenly became extremely hot. They kissed for 4 or 5 minutes with their lips intertwined. He finally let go of the person in front of him, looked at her with heartache, and spoke. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry. I'm too late. Chapter 26 Bringing 2 children to the door. I made you suffer so much and shoulder so many responsibilities alone. This is all my fault. Hearing this, Tang Ruoshua was completely stunned, and tears rolled down her cheeks unconsciously. Vientiane reached out his hand distressfully and slowly wiped away her tears. From today on, I will make up for the time I have missed this year, and I will not let you suffer any grievances again. Of course, I know I am not worthy of being with you right now, Ruoshua. I just hope I can protect you and these 2 children. Vientiane knows when to advance and when to retreat. After all, apart from that one night, the 2 of them didn't have much contact. For Ruoshua, it would take more time to get to know him. She raised her wet eyes and asked, When did you start to like me? You may not believe this, but ever since I saw you and the child last time, I've had an inexplicable fondness for you. That's why I keep trying every possible way to get close to you, just wanting to be closer to you, closer and closer. Xiaoxue, believe me, I will treat you well. Tang Ruoshua shook her head, wiped her tears, and forced a smile. Of course I believe you, I'm just afraid you will blame me.
How could I possibly blame you? I can't thank you enough. He held Tang Ruoshua's hand and said gently, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to experience what it feels like to be a father now. I just don't want to use these two children to kidnap you, because I gave birth to them secretly without telling you. He is the child's father and should have the right to know. However, their contact only lasted that night, and she didn't know him well enough, so she was also afraid in her heart. What's more, she was even more afraid that this man would compete with her for custody of the child. I know what you are worried about. He reached out his hand and ruffled the woman's hair soothingly. If you don't want to be with me, I won't disturb your life too much. I just want to take care of you more. We should also have a process of getting to know each other. After hearing this, Tang Ruoshua finally smiled. She was not wrong about him. Yi Chen was willing to shoulder part of the responsibility that he should bear, and would not force himself into their lives just for the sake of these two children. He respects them very much. She looked at the man who wanted to get closer to them but didn't dare to extend his hand. Her heart softened and she finally grinned. Mr. Yi, are you willing to help me take care of these two children? Hearing this, Yi Chen's pupils instantly dilated. He looked at her in surprise and stammered, are you willing to be with me? Tang Ruoshua sniffed, smiled, and nodded. Yi Chen. Yi Chen stared into her eyes and said softly, do you still call me by my name now? Wife. Wife. These two words hit her heart like fireworks. She lowered her head shyly, her eyelashes drooping slightly, and whispered, husband. The atmosphere was slightly ambiguous. Yi Chen leaned forward and kissed the person in front of him on the forehead. They looked at each other and were about to take the next step. Aha! Two sharp cries echoed throughout the living room. The expressions of the two froze for a moment. Tang Ruoshua pushed Yi Chen away awkwardly, almost wanting to bury her face in her chest out of shame. The baby woke up. Yi Chen, this child woke up at a really bad time. Although he complained, his body was very honest. He tiptoed gently to the baby room and hugged the two little cubs faster than Tang Ruoshua. Looking at the two children smacking their lips in his arms, he slightly curled the corners of his lips and revealed a fatherly smile. The child just woke up. He must be hungry. When Tang Ruoshua saw him holding the two children so skillfully, her heart warmed and she suddenly felt as if she was surrounded by happiness. Especially when she saw Yi Chen heard her say that the child was hungry, he immediately went to make some milk powder and fed it to the child bit by bit. Xingyun chuckled, while Jiwei stuck to Yi Chen. Is this what is called blood relationship? What is even more terrible is that these two kids want Yi Chen to hold them almost everywhere. If he puts them down, they will burst into tears. But when he is held in my arms, he becomes extremely well behaved. Wife, I really think it's not easy for you. When I think about the past year, you have been taking care of these two children alone, I feel extremely guilty. These are two children. How on earth could Tang Ruoshua take care of two such young children all by herself? Seeing the pain in Yi Chen's eyes, she shook her head and said with a smile, if I am working, it is usually the confinement nanny who helps take care of the children. Aunt Chan is also very kind and takes care of these two children like grandchildren. I've also been thinking about whether to give Mrs. Chen a raise, otherwise I'd always feel like I'm letting her down. That's true, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. If Mrs. Chen comes over tomorrow, shall we talk to her about the salary increase? Wife, from now on your business is my business. She responded shyly and listened to Yi Chen again. My parents have been urging me to find a girlfriend. Honey, how about I take you to meet my parents in 2 days? You don't need to feel any psychological burden. They are both very easy to get along with. Meet the parents. Tang Ruoshua looked at Yi Chen hesitantly, feeling a little worried. In fact, she was also willing to meet Yi Chen's parents, but she was afraid that Yi Chen's parents would distance themselves from her because he had two children. Having a child before marriage would be considered indecent by anyone. Husband, have you told your parents about these two children? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He quickly grabbed Tang Ruoshua's hand and said comfortingly, Wife, I won't let you suffer any grievances. I will definitely explain the matter of these two children to my parents. Besides, these are their grandchildren. They will definitely love them. They even said today that they can't wait to have grandchildren in their arms. He hugged me twice, wouldn't he be so happy that he would go crazy? These two sentences immediately calmed Tang Ruoshua down, and she burst into laughter. That's good, I'm just a little nervous. She was nervous, worried that these two children would not be recognized by Yi Chen's parents.
She was afraid that Yi Chen's parents would dislike her. But this man saw through her thoughts at a glance, and she believed that Yi Chen would definitely protect the three of them, mother and son. Okay, then you arrange a time with your uncle and aunt, and I'll bring Qing Yun and the other two children with me. Chapter 27 Running with my wife. Okay, when I have time in 2 days, I will bring you to your house. Thinking of the children, he suddenly asked, Wife, have the two children's household registrations been settled? If they haven't been settled yet, wouldn't it be very inconvenient for them? When the household registration was mentioned, Tang Ruoshue's face showed a bit of sadness. She had indeed not yet registered the child's household registration, partly because the child had no biological father, and partly she never told her family about the existence of these two children. So these two children were actually born secretly without telling her family. When her family learned about the existence of these two children, they immediately broke up with her. She sniffed and said seriously, Husband, let's go together in a few days to settle the household registration of these two children, right? Yi Chen smiled and nodded, gently touched the girl's hair, and said softly, Wife, the past life was very hard, and I was sorry for you and your two children. I will never let you suffer any grievances in the future. Good. Wife, can you take me to meet your parents too? Tang Ruoshue's face showed a bit more embarrassment, and she frowned and said, Hubby, my parents might be difficult to get along with. I know, but they are your parents after all. Sooner or later, we will have to inform them of our affairs. Honey, it's not your fault. If there is any fault to be found, it is mine. I will explain everything to the elders. I will pay the betrothal gift in full and I will marry you Homan style, making you the girl that everyone envies. Tang Ruoshue's eyes gradually became moist. She knew that as long as the man in front of her was there, no matter how difficult the future would be, he would always stand in front of her. Thank you. Thank you for showing up, thank you for standing by my side so firmly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the mission character Tang Ruoshue. The favorability has now reached 100%. The rewards are as follows. Option 1, 2 million in cash, through legal channels, it will be deposited into your bank account later. Option 2, get the ability to read minds. Limited to 2 hours per day, can be used cumulatively. Option 3, a luxurious villa in the city, with a market value of 5 million. However, there is a civil dispute with the villa, which needs to be resolved by the host. In addition, this villa cannot be sold or transferred. The choice cannot be returned or changed. Please choose your reward as soon as possible. The luxury villa is worth 5 million. No matter how you listen to it, it seems that this villa is more valuable and more cost-effective. As for mind reading, it was too useless for him at the moment. First of all, he had gained Tang Ruoshue's 100% favor, and secondly, he didn't have anyone else he needed to please. The market value is 5 million, but it cannot be resold or transferred. In fact, it is not as real as cash. But he was vaguely more inclined towards this villa. He always felt that choosing this villa would bring him better opportunities. System, what exactly do you mean by the civil dispute that was resolved artificially? The system was unwilling to reveal anything. Host, this is confidential information. You need to explore it yourself. Okay. Now that this was going on, he really wanted to know what was going on. Okay, I choose the big villa. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a large villa. Relevant personnel will contact the host within 7 days to handle the formalities. During this period, the host must keep the phone connected 24 hours a day. 24-hour access? No matter what the reward was in the past, it seems that there was no such hidden requirement. He increasingly felt that there was something else hidden in this villa. But if he asked the system now, it would definitely not tell him a word. Forget it, he should just take care of the child's affairs as soon as possible. The house is still big enough for the time being. It's already late, why don't you go back to bed first? Yi Chen nodded, but turned back worriedly and glanced at Tang Ruoshue. Wife, why don't you move in with me in a few days? I really can't rest assured that you and the child will live here alone. You don't need to pay any more rent. My place is more spacious than here. Move to live with Yi Chen. This thought had never occurred to her. Xiaoxue, I know you will definitely refuse, he said, but I also want to take care of the child with you. Can you give me this opportunity? If you are willing to live here, I will definitely sleep in the second bedroom every day and will never disturb you. Yi Chen's sincere attitude once again touched Tang Ruoshue.
She nodded slightly. Then I will pack my luggage tomorrow. But Sister Chen doesn't know about your existence yet, so I have to explain it to her again. No problem.
Back in his house, he looked at the empty room and sighed deeply.
Harmful.
If he had known this earlier, he would have stayed at Xiaoxue's house. When I came back, there was no one around. It was so cold and there was no sense of home at all. He seemed to be becoming more and more dependent on Xiaoxue.
Until daybreak.
There was a knock on the door outside.
He suppressed his slight irritation and stood up and ran out to open the door.
The girl was wearing a clean and neat sportswear, and the sunlight was shining on her cheek at this moment.
She smiled brightly. Honey, shall we go jogging together? Running. He hasn't run in many years.
Hey, Xiaoxue. He took a step back and was about to retreat, but the girl's small hands grabbed his sleeves again. He said helplessly, I really don't have any athletic talent.
I usually get exhausted after running a few kilometers. Why do you suddenly want to go for a morning run? Tang Ruoxue smiled and said, It's because I gave birth to a child. I always feel that my figure is not as good as before, and sometimes I feel insecure. Yi Chen? Isn't this fucking figure good enough? This figure almost fascinated him. Honey, I really can't do it. I definitely can't run many laps. How about I just watch you from the side and buy you breakfast? That's why you need to exercise more. Bite. A mission has been detected. Accompany the mission character Tang Ruoxue for a morning run and chase away the hooligans who are harassing Tang Ruoxue. Reward, increase physical fitness by 20 points. Hooligan. He became excited when he heard this. That's right. How could other men not miss such a beautiful wife? He must protect Xiaoxue well. The next second, he spoke again righteously. Honey, let me wash up. He will risk his life to accompany the gentleman today. No matter how many laps Xiaoxue runs, he will accompany her. Don't leave even a step. He wanted to see which despicable pervert dared to covet his wife. Chapter 28 Security Guard with Bad Intentions. After washing up, Yi Chen also changed into a sports suit. He deliberately chose a color similar to Tang Ruoxue's, and from a distance it looked like a couple's suit. You didn't have to wait long? He came out of the bathroom and saw Tang Ruoxue's eyes light up. She smiled softly and rubbed her head lovingly. Then he breathed into her ear. Honey, we are wearing couple outfits today. Okay, let's go jogging together? Normally, the security in this neighborhood should be pretty good, and there shouldn't be any stalkers or perverts around. While running, he asked Tang Ruoxue. Wife, is there anyone who keeps pestering you? Tang Ruoxue had a little sweat on her forehead. She turned her head slightly and looked at him in confusion. Why do you suddenly ask this question? She adjusted her breathing and took a sip of water. I'm just curious, he blurted out and flattered again. How could there be no one pursuing my wife who is so beautiful? I still remember the last time Natsum confessed his love to you. But he's probably not the only one who likes you, right? They both adjusted their pace at the same time, jogging for a while and then stopped at a seat. Well, yes, there are, but I don't have any feelings for them. She looked at Yi Chen again. Hubby, are you jealous? A little bit. Tang Ruoxue is so outstanding and beautiful, even if she has a child, she will have no shortage of suitors around her. He had guessed it a long time ago. But after hearing Tang Ruoxue admit it herself, I still had some strange feelings in my heart. Hubby, no matter whether those people exist or not, I only like you now. All of a sudden, the jealousy in his heart just disappeared. Wife, I believe you. He looked around and felt like someone was staring at them. Perhaps because of his presence, that person didn't show any sight. If we want to complete the mission, he still has to find this damn pervert, and also to ensure Xiaoxue's safety in case he is not with her in the future. After thinking for a while, he said silently, Xiaoxue, please sit here first. I will buy you breakfast. Tang Ruoxue smiled and nodded, gently pulling the man's hand. Then you have to come back early, because you have to go to work later. After he walked away for about 2 or 3 minutes, his back disappeared from Xiaoxue's sight. He found a snack stand to buy breakfast, then hid in the dark, staring in the direction of Xiaoxue. Dead pervert. He will definitely catch him. At this time, Tang Ruoxue was completely unaware of what was happening next. She was playing with her phone and drinking the water beside her. All kinds of people passed by along the way, but she didn't pay much attention and just put the water on the chair next to her.
Then, in the blind spot of her vision, a man's hand reached out and directly exchanged her mineral water bottle for one. The mineral water bottle he replaced had all the water inside drugged.
As long as Xiaoxue drank the water, she would be his.
His name is Wang Jibin, and he was the security guard of this community some time ago. Every day he watched Xiaoxue coming in and out, but he could only pretend to say hello to her normally. He originally thought it would be nice to be able to say hello. But Xiaoxue has a new man around her recently.
So what if you have money? Is it really that great to have money?
A hint of jealousy flashed across Wang Jibin's eyes, and then he looked fanatically in the direction of Tang Ruoxue.
Drink quickly, drink quickly.
Just as Tang Ruoxue was about to drink the remaining water, a figure rushed over and knocked over the mineral water bottle in her hand with a bang.
Xiaoxue, don't drink this water.
Yichen stared at the direction of the pervert, and when he saw that he was about to run, he grabbed his collar viciously.
Who are you? Why did you put drugs in Xiaoxue's mineral water bottle?
He exuded murderous aura from head to toe, and almost lifted the man in front of him into the air. He punched him hard, and the man spat out blood.
Tang Ruoxue looked at his face in surprise and murmured to herself in astonishment. Little king. Yichen turned his head and said, Xiaoxue? Do you know this pervert? He still held Wang Jibin's hand tightly, but Tang Ruoxue was anxious. Husband, did you misunderstand?
He was the security guard in our community and he was always nice to me.
How could he drug me?
Oh. He stared at Wang Jibin in front of him and spoke sarcastically.
So he's the security guard? I'm afraid he's been thinking about my wife day and night?
Xiaoxue is very kind and never thinks the worst of others, so he patiently explained to Xiaoxue. Wife, I just saw this man replace your mineral water bottle with another one.
He didn't want to drug you, so what did he want to do?
It's broad daylight and this grove is so quiet. What if he really wants to drug me?
The consequences are simply disastrous.
After hearing his words, Tang Ruoxue suddenly felt a little scared. It was not until Yichen took out the bottle of mineral water that he could clearly see the undissolved medicine residue at the bottom of the mineral water bottle through the sunlight. She hadn't thought about this just now, so she didn't pay attention to what was inside the mineral water bottle.
Think about it carefully.
Her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at the man Yichen picked up in disbelief.
Xiao Wang, why are you doing this to me?
She thought she was pretty nice to Wang Jibin. When she saw that he had not had breakfast, she would buy him one from time to time.
By chance, I heard some things about him from other people.
He failed the college entrance examination, then went to another place to work on an assembly line for a few years, and then came to their community to work as a security guard. She has always regarded Xiao Wang as her younger brother, and Xiao Wang has always been Sister Xiaoxue, calling her Sister Xiaoxue.
How come, you suddenly want to give her some medicine?
Sister Xiaoxue, save me.
Tang Ruoxue bit her lip and took 2 steps back tremblingly. Save your mother.
Yichen wanted to punch him twice.
Are you still thinking about plotting against my girlfriend? Beating you up is already a bargain for you.
Oh, wife,
Yichen clenched his fists angrily. What kind of intentions can a person like him have? He must want to kidnap you. No more talking, just hand it over to the police.
When calling the police was mentioned, a hint of fear flashed across Wang Jibin's face. She stared at the man in front of her with resentment, and the next second, she was about to run away.
Fuck you. Chapter 29 Not enough points. The kid ran as fast as a rabbit, so fast that even his shadow could not be seen. The person ran away. But fortunately, Xiaoxue did not encounter any accident.
He carefully checked his wife and found nothing abnormal, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
Wife, be careful when you go out alone next time.
His wife never looks at anyone with tinted glasses, but there are still some extremely bad people in society. You have to keep an eye on things like mineral water in beverages at all times.
Tang Ruoxue nodded and looked in the direction where Wang Junbin had just escaped, still feeling scared.
Yichen saw her worry, and took her hand seriously, and assured her, Wife, no matter what danger or trouble you encounter in the future, I will appear in front of you at the first time.
Trust me, I won't let you get hurt.
Tang Ruoxue's eyes gradually turned red and she smiled with emotion.
She believed him. After what happened just now, neither of them felt like going out for a run. They bought breakfast and went straight home. He originally wanted to call the police, but Tang Ruoxue took many things into consideration and stopped him. System, have I completed the task?
He poked the system, and the system hesitated for 2 seconds, then spoke seriously. It is detected that the host has not completely prevented the mission task Tang Ruoxue from being killed, and now the task progress bar is opened for the host.
What you mean? I haven't completely stopped Wang Jibin yet? Yes.
After hearing what the system said, Yichen felt angry again. He knew that the pervert was still thinking about his wife.
Since you don't let him call the police, you can always let him do something else, right? He laughed coldly and then made a phone call. Cousin.
The person on the other end of the phone was his cousin who had just turned 22. Because he dropped out of junior high school, his cousin had been wandering around outside all that time and was a real gangster. Last year, he spent a whole year in jail for stabbing someone. After he was released, he begged him to give him money to invest in a business.
Yichen didn't have much money at the time, so he refused it outright.
But now, he is not short of small money. What he wants is someone like Yi Yunchen, the kind who is willing to resort to knife for money.
Since Wang Jibin wants to take advantage of his wife, he has to bear his anger. Yi Yuncheng, didn't you want me to invest in your project some time ago?
He spoke coldly, but he had a lot of plans in his mind.
If we talk about people in the underworld, he definitely doesn't know as many people as his cousin. He will definitely not let Yi Yuncheng kill anyone.
At most, he will just give that kid a bloody lesson.
Brother, did you promise me? Hearing Yi Yuncheng's surprised voice, Yi Chen nodded.
Well, I can give you $200,000, but before that, I want you to help me complete one thing.
200,000.
He thought Yi Chen would at most invest tens of thousands of dollars in him. I didn't expect that my cousin would be so generous and invested a full 200,000 yuan in one go.
With these 200,000, no matter what Yi Chen asked for, he would definitely agree to it. Brother, just tell me what you want.
Apart from murder and arson, as long as it's not excessive and I can do it, I will try my best to do it.
Yi Chen was waiting for Yi Yuncheng to say this.
Then he laughed. Don't worry, this matter will never violate the bottom line of the law.
After all, I am your cousin. Will I let you do those illegal things? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Yuncheng's heart finally settled down. He doesn't want to go to jail again.
Even if it's just for the 200,000, it's still not worth it to go to jail for another year or two.
I just want you to help me teach someone a lesson.
Oh?
Teach someone a lesson? Yi Yuncheng became more curious.
Yi Chen has always been a weak-willed person, so he would never make enemies with others. Why is it that this time, he is asked to teach someone a lesson?
Brother, can I ask why you insist that I teach that person a lesson? This man covets your sister-in-law. Then he understood. He nodded immediately and spoke very seriously to Yi Chen on the phone.
Brother, don't worry, just send me the person's information and data later, and I will definitely make this matter perfect.
With this assurance, Yi Chen no longer had anything to worry about.
After hanging up the phone, he sent Wang Jibin's message directly. After sending the message, he transferred another 100,000 yuan to Yi Yuncheng's account. Thinking about this kid, he realized that he had not had an easy life in the past few years. He sighed slightly. Consider this 200,000 as a gift from me.
Your project still has some risks.
I was reluctant to invest before, partly because of this reason.
Yi Yuncheng's project is actually aimed at the development of short video software.
But now the short video software is basically saturated, and the 200,000 yuan invested may be basically wasted.
Brother, I actually have some channels here, so all I need is funding.
If you're willing, I still want to work on this project with you.
Channel?
Yi Yuncheng spent a whole year in jail.
Is it possible that he still has this kind of channel? He hesitated for a second and opened the system again. System, can you help me check the success rate of Yi Yuncheng's project?
Host, you need 50 points to check the project success rate.
50 points. This system is so fucking dark, right?
Host, our system has clearly marked prices. Moreover, it only takes 50 points to check the success rate of a project.
You won't lose anything. Come to think of it. If you can check before making a choice, wouldn't you be able to ensure that your choice is always the right one?
If you can always make the right choices, spending 50 points doesn't seem too much. He clicked OK, his heart bleeding as if it were being cut by a knife.
50 points.
1 point is roughly equivalent to 1,000 yuan, and 50 points are equal to 50,000 yuan.
Bite.
The host account only has 20 points.
Yi Chen? Damn it. He had completed so many tasks before, how could he only have 20 points? Could it be that, this damn system is secretly cheating me? The system's voice was extremely weak. Host, you exchanged for 50 points when you exchanged for milk powder some time ago. Vientiane. Depend on. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. It's not bad to have a little brother like this. He had spent so many points just to exchange for a few bags of milk powder. Vientiane was so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood, but he still endured it. He asked 2 more questions. System, can you pay in installments? It would be even better if there was something like Huabei. I want to pay in installments. Installment. The system's face twisted into a ball. There had never been a precedent for installment payment before, and it was about to refuse. Then Vientiane said, I can pay an extra 10 points of interest. Just deduct the points from me every time I earn them. As soon as the word interest was heard, the system's eyes lit up. He said happily, sure. I will check the success rate of this project for you now. The main system is not aware of this interest yet, so it can swallow the points by itself. The system happily started to query, and after about half a minute. Congratulations, host. Vientiane's project has a 90% success rate. I suggest you invest in it and take a large stake in it. Within 3 years, the market value of this project will reach 500 million. Vientiane widened his eyes, not daring to believe what the system said. So many people are working on this project, and the short video industry has long been saturated. What other charms does Vientiane have about this project? It turned out to be so successful. It seems, he still underestimated his cousin. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Vientiane. Let's go out for dinner tomorrow. I'll invite your sister-in-law over, and you can talk to me about the project. The other end replied almost immediately, okay. Thank you, cousin. Night. Wang Jibin always felt that someone was following him. But he couldn't tell who it was, and when he turned around, he didn't see even a shadow. Is this a ghost? He immediately dispelled his doubts and took the usual route home. Today seems to be different from usual. Originally, this road was full of middle-aged women dancing in the square, but now it is extremely quiet, with only the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. He recalled the scene when he saw Tang Ruoxue in the morning, and thought of Vientiane again, and lit a cigarette angrily. Isn't it just a few bucks? If he had money, Xiaoxue would definitely fall in love with him. Sudden. There was a sound of footsteps behind me. He turned his head suddenly, but saw no one behind him. A sudden fear emerged in his heart, and he shouted behind him, "Who is it? Don't play tricks there, I have seen you, hurry up and get out." After he finished speaking, only the sound of the wind responded to him. He felt something was wrong and immediately quickened his pace. The road that used to take 5 or 6 minutes to walk seemed particularly long today for some reason. When he was almost at the end of the road, the footsteps behind him became louder, and he kicked his legs to run. There were 3 or 5 more figures at the fork in the road. Everyone was holding a mace in their hands. Wang Jibin was so scared that he quickly turned his head and wanted to go in another direction. But all directions were blocked by this group of people. He was so frightened that his legs went limp and he knelt down. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "I tell you, if you want to do anything, I will call the police." "Call the police." The leader happened to be Vientiane. He was holding a cigarette in his mouth, his whole body was muscular, and his arms were covered with tattoos. The most important thing is that it looks creepy. "Let me see if you have the ability to call the police." He smiled and lifted Wang Jibin's collar. "You are not that old, but you dare to put drugs in a little girl's mineral water? You are really brave." Who are you, how could you possibly know?" Wang Jibin became even more panicked and struggled continuously. "How should I know? It's none of your business. All you need to know is that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and I'm here to take care of you." Wang Jibin's face changed and even his voice became much hoarser. "I'm telling you, hitting someone is against the law now, let me go. It's also against the law to put drugs in a little girl's mineral water bottle. How come you don't know that you've also broken the law? This guy is really courting death by daring to covet his brother's woman." Vientiane waved his hand, and a group of 1.8 meter tall men behind him came over and surrounded Wang Jibin. He swung a punch and spoke to Vientiane. "This punch is to tell you not to think about things you shouldn't think about. After throwing the punch, he let go of Yi Yunqing's collar and made a phone call. Brother, I've caught that guy, do you want to come over now?
Upon hearing that Wang Jibin had been captured, Yichen drove over directly. Looking at Yi Yunqing in his memory, leading a group of people standing in front of him, Yichen was still confused. The person surrounded in the group was Wang Jibin.
Brother, this guy has been beaten into submission by us brothers. If you want to say something to him, just say it directly. Yi Yunqing's efficiency can be said to be extremely fast.
All I saw was Wang Jibin lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose.
Although the injuries were only superficial, they still looked quite shocking.
He squatted down slightly and adjusted the gold eye sockets on his cheeks. There was a hint of danger in his eyes, and then he curled the corners of his lips. He showed a cold smile. Let me teach you a lesson about what happened today. If you dare to covet my wife again, I will make sure you can't get out of bed.
Yes, yes, yes. Wang Jibin almost cried. How could he dare to covet Tang Ruoxue now?
He just wanted to stay away from Tang Ruoxue. He never thought that Yi Chen, who usually looked gentle and refined, could actually motivate so many people in society.
Brother,
I will never get close to Xiao Shui again.
Please let me go. I kowtow to you. Please let me go.
Wang Jibin cried and grabbed Yi Chen's trouser legs, and Yi Yunqing kicked him again. You fucking stained my brother's pants.
Yi Chen. Suddenly I feel that it would be nice to have such a little brother.
He coughed twice, and seeing Wang Jibin's hand loosen up on his own initiative, he took out 10,000 yuan in cash from the bag he was carrying.
This 10,000 yuan is my medical expenses for you.
Not only was Wang Jibin stunned, even Yi Yunqing almost widened his eyes.
He said anxiously, Brother, doesn't he deserve it now? Why should we pay for his medical expenses? Chapter 31 This system can still fool people.
It would be great if I gave him the $10,000.
Why give it to this brat? But Yi Chen did not express his opinion.
He just threw the 10,000 yuan on Wang Jibin's head and said coldly, Don't let me see you near my wife again, get out of here.
Wang Jibin was scared and nervous. He picked up the 10,000 yuan and ran away without looking back.
He also didn't expect that Yi Chen would be willing to give him 10,000 yuan for medical expenses. Seeing that Wang Jibin's figure had disappeared in front of everyone, he looked in the direction of Yi Yunqing.
After counting the number of people present, he took out a leather box from the Maybach. 11.
The box was full of cash, and he gave each person 10,000 yuan. After dividing the entire 110,000 yuan, there was still 40,000 yuan left in the box.
Thank you all for today's work.
The 11 people who received the money didn't know whether to hold it or put it down. They all looked in Yi Chen's direction in surprise. They had seen some grand things, but never anything as grand as this.
Each person was given 10,000 yuan directly. In fact, they didn't put in any effort at all.
Even if someone was beaten, it was all done by Brother Yi alone.
They were just there to support Brother Yi. Master Yi, we are really embarrassed to accept this money. We didn't do anything just now.
Yeah, we're all brothers, there's no need to ask for money. After hearing this unanimous rejection, Yi Chen once again re-examined his cousin's ability to make friends. He had always thought that all of Yi Yunqing's friends were gangsters who loved money like their life and were greedy and lustful. But when he saw her today, she seemed completely different from the person he remembered.
It seems like these people can really become close friends.
Brothers are brothers, and since you and my brother are friends, this money is even more indispensable.
His attitude was very firm, and he was not willing to accept any money returned by anyone. He gave the remaining box of 40,000 yuan directly to Yi Yunqing.
Yi Yunqing was even more surprised and returned the box awkwardly.
Brother, you don't have to give us money.
What that kid did was indeed not something a human would do, so I'll just treat it as something I did for my future sister-in-law.
We are all family, there is really no need to be so formal.
Yi Chen patted Yi Yunqing on the shoulder and said seriously, You have helped me a lot, so whether you are willing to accept this money or not, you must accept it from me. The attitudes of these dozen or so people in receiving the money were very stiff, but after receiving the money, everyone showed happiness on their faces.
After dividing the money, the 11 people dispersed.
Yi Yunqing's residence was quite far from here, and it was difficult to get a taxi, so he simply gave him a ride part of the way. After getting in the car, Yi Yunqing showed a hint of envy on his face.
Brother, this car is so cool, when did you buy it?
Yi Chen laughed twice and didn't intend to just brush it off. Since he was going to work with Vientiane on that project in the future, there was no need for him to hide so much from him. I met a noble man before and made a small fortune.
This is not a small fortune at all.
He can easily spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he didn't feel sorry at all. The car he drove was a luxury car worth millions. He looked at Vientiane with admiration.
Shinshin decided to hold on to Vientiane's thigh.
I'll bring my sister-in-law and treat you to a meal in 2 days, and then we'll talk about the project in detail. It's too late today, so you should go back and rest early.
Vientiane nodded and got out of the car as soon as he arrived near his home.
Looking at the dilapidated tube building, Vientiane felt a little emotional again.
He didn't expect.
I have been living in such a shabby place for the past few years.
Back home. It's already midnight.
He went out secretly, so Xiaoxue didn't know he had gone out. The light in Xiaoxue's room was not on, which meant that Xiaoxue was asleep. Vientiane heaved a sigh of relief at this time and returned to his room, and the system ran out in time.
Bite.
The speed has been detected and the mission has been completed.
We have successfully stopped the pervert from tracking the mission target Tang Ruoxue.
Reward: increase your physical fitness by 20 points. Suddenly, a warm current surged up and filled his whole body, and his internal organs were surrounded by this warm current. He felt as if he had been in a sauna in the middle of summer and was sweating all over. After sweating all over, I smelled the stinky smell on my body, so I stood up and planned to take a shower. I took the first step and immediately found that I felt much stronger all over my body.
It's like if he were asked to do 200 push-ups now, he wouldn't even feel tired.
His physical fitness was only increased by 20 points, but it had such a powerful effect. An even stronger idea came to his mind, and he asked the system again.
System, can my physical fitness gradually increase and reach its peak?
The system replied without hesitation, of course you can. As long as the host actively completes the tasks issued by the system, he can earn points and can also use the points to upgrade his physical fitness.
Vientiane never thought that points had so many uses.
He began to feel bad about the 10 bags of milk powder he had bought with so many points, and asked with gritted teeth.
System. What on earth are those bags of milk powder that you tricked me into spending so many points to buy?
System.
Oh no, the host found out that it was fooling him.
The psychology of the system is extremely powerful, so it naturally expresses itself in righteous words. Host, you chose to buy those 10 bags of milk powder voluntarily.
I didn't force you to buy them. How the hell can this be the same?
He had no idea that points could buy so many things before. If he knew that points could buy so many things, why would he spend all these points on a few bags of milk powder?
The system seemed to feel a little guilty.
Then he comforted Vientiane, host, those 10 bags of milk powder all have their functions. Drinking them will not only strengthen the baby's body, but also improve their IQ. At the same time, it can also reduce the probability of illness. It is much more nutritious than breast milk.
5 points is not expensive at all. This means that you will be able to obtain 2 genius treasures. Genius baby? This sounds quite interesting.
Vientiane's face looked obviously better than before.
Chapter 32 Mercedes-Benz, it's really nothing special.
The system began to explain again. Host, our system will never do anything deceptive or fraudulent.
Vientiane, I don't believe you. The next day, he knocked on Tang Ruoxue's door and said, Wife, I have bought breakfast for you. Let's go to the company together later. He has never personally sent Tang Ruoxue to the company.
His wife is so beautiful, there must be many men in the company who covet her.
Today he will crush those men's fantasies one by one.
Tang Ruoxue seemed to see what Vientiane was thinking and lowered her head shyly. Hubby, I've asked for leave today, so let Sister Chen take care of the child.
Vientiane was stunned for a second. He didn't expect Xiaoxue would also ask for leave.
Then, Tang Ruoxue spoke again, because my classmates are having a reunion today, I asked for leave to attend the reunion. I forgot to attend the event the past 2 years, but all my classmates are here this year, so I can't refuse anymore.
Class reunion.
This is the best opportunity to reconnect with old ties.
He immediately became nervous again and asked, Wife, how many of your classmates are boys?
Tang Ruoxue smiled and took his hand. The ratio of men to women in our class was very balanced at that time, so more than half of them were boys. Vientiane's face immediately turned dark.
More than half of the boys.
His wife is so beautiful, there must be a lot of boys who are interested in her.
Hubby, don't worry, I will be careful. Tang Ruoshua didn't dress up too much today, but even without makeup, one could tell how stunning her figure was.
Even if his wife stands there without makeup, she can still make people feel stunning.
How could this not attract attention? But he couldn't let his wife not attend the class reunion. Restricting his wife's actions in the name of love was not something he was willing to do.
If you really love someone, you should protect her and allow her to do whatever she wants.
Hubby, if you're really worried, you can go to the class reunion with me, right? Vientiane had never thought about this. He looked at Tang Ruoshua seriously and said, "Would you like me to accompany you to the class reunion?" Tang Ruoshua smiled and nodded gently. "Why not? There might be a lot of people at this class reunion today. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, we can go together. There may be more people, which means almost all the classmates were there. If Xiaoxue came alone with her family, not only would he be embarrassed, but Xiaoxue would also be embarrassed. It's okay for him to be embarrassed, but he doesn't want his wife to be criticized. Wife, how about I not go with you, but let me pick you up?
This will not make Xiaoxue feel embarrassed, and at the same time it can protect Xiaoxue."
Good. Tang Ruoshua nodded with satisfaction.
On the way to send her there, Vientiane did not drive the Maybach, but instead drove his usual Volkswagen CC. Because Tang Ruoshua specifically told him not to be too high profile before she left, he always kept Tang Ruoshua's words in his heart. After arriving at the destination, he saw Tang Ruoshua go upstairs with his own eyes. What followed was a long wait. While waiting, he looked through the class group that he had blocked long ago.
Just in time. When he clicked it, he received a message. "Classmates, I wonder how many of you are in the capital. How about we get together and have a meal or something? Organize a dinner party? Is it possible that class reunions are popular in Chengdu during this period of time?" He was about to lurk, but someone in the group tagged him again. "I heard Vientiane should be in the capital now, let's get together if we have time." The person who spoke was their youth league secretary during college, Yang Tianhua. He holds a position, but never does anything serious. His application to join the party was returned by this person. So he has not joined the party until now. It's been so long since graduation. Yang Tianhua suddenly tagged him. What does he want to do? After so long, he has no interest in chatting or getting together with his college friends. "I don't have much time, so why don't you guys get together?" He refused without hesitation. But those people in the group seemed to have seen through his character and spoke with ridicule without any mercy. "Vientiane, you don't even dare to come to the class reunion, do you? Ha 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 ha, he must be afraid that we will make fun of him. He used to be the poorest one in our class." Someone else retorted, "Hey, no matter how poor or handsome he is still better looking than you. Besides, things change over time." How does that sentence go? Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Seeing someone defending him, Vientiane was curious and clicked on that person's homepage. It was a very beautiful girl. He had always been silent in class. Even after graduation, a large number of people still haven't recognized them all. There was silence in the group for a while, and the squad leader was there to smooth things over. "I happen to be in the capital too, how about we set up a game? Vientiane can come along if he's free, we have so few friends to contact now." Friend? How can this group of people be considered his friends? These people almost started bullying him at school during his school years, which led to him becoming silent. What the girl just said was quite good. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. If the classmates who showed off their wealth in front of him back then saw him like this now, they would definitely be shocked. I really don't know how beautiful the scene will be by then. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He took out his phone and reopened the group chat, answering word by word. "Since the squad leader has spoken, there is no reason for me not to come. Ha ha ha, it seems Vientiane will still give face to our class monitor." Yang Tianhua said cheerfully, "Let's wait for Vientiane to come, and I will book a restaurant for him when the time comes." Boss Yang is very generous. Boss Yang is probably the most successful among all of us old classmates. I heard that you opened a new company? And even bought $1 million luxury car? Ha ha ha, it's just a Mercedes, nothing special. That's impossible. That's a Mercedes worth millions. Then everyone started to flatter him for a while. Vientiane suddenly said, "Well, it's really nothing special." Chapter 33 A group specifically created to discuss Vientiane. Everyone? They all knew that young Tianhua's words were merely typical politeness,
as he was talking about a luxury car worth millions. Yichen probably has never even sat in a car like this in his life.
He can actually say something like that.
A car worth millions is just one sentence, it's not that great.
Could it be that he got kicked in the head by a donkey over the years and can't even speak politely? The atmosphere fell into a state of unanimous awkwardness. In the end, it was young Tianhua who stood up and broke the stalemate.
It seems that our Master Yi has become very wealthy in recent years.
My small Mercedes-Benz is certainly not in Master Yi's eyes.
I hope that when Master Yi comes to the class reunion, he can show us old classmates the luxury car you drive.
What a flattery.
If he had said something like this in the past, he might really be helpless. He would then be driving a shabby car worth tens of thousands of dollars and be laughed at by these so-called old friends all day long.
But now, things are different from the past. He really wanted to see the expressions of these people at that time. How rich it will be. No problem, let's agree on a time and meet up when it's almost time.
This seemingly normal class reunion turned into a large-scale competition scene, and central-level figures gathered around young Tianhua and Yichen. Yichen didn't care, but there was a group of irrelevant people left here guessing.
He was about to turn off his phone when another call came in.
He has not changed his phone card in the past few years, so some old classmates still have his contact information.
Yichen, are you really planning to go to that class reunion?
The person who called him was Liang Ping, his roommate in college. Like him, he was from a small place, so they had some sympathy for each other. But such friendship did not last long.
In order to sow discord between him and Liang Ping, young Tianhua used many means to make Liang Ping break with him.
Although the misunderstanding at that time was resolved later, their relationship could never return to the way it was at the beginning. After graduation, we went our separate ways and gradually lost contact. His attitude towards his old friends who were still quite friendly to him in the past was obviously much better than that towards the group of classmates just now.
I plan to attend, will you attend? He has already told those people in person, how could he break the contract? If he really deserted the battlefield, I'm afraid this incident would become the laughingstock of these people for half a year. Whether he has anything to worry about or be afraid of, he will definitely attend this class reunion.
But
Liang Ping hesitated to speak, but out of concern he still spoke. Those people just dragged me into another group. They are still trying to figure out how to deal with you and make you look bad. Yichen, I did make a mistake back then.
You should not go to this class reunion.
It's better not to contact some classmates and friends.
In the past, he would have listened to Liang Ping.
He might even be moved by what he said to him.
But now, he just shook his head calmly, you don't have to worry about me. Since I said I would go, I won't break my promise.
You. Is it that his words are not made clear enough? For the first time, Liang Ping questioned his ability to express himself. Yichen, I tell you this because I consider you a friend. If you go there that day, you will definitely regret it.
After saying these words, he felt that he had explained almost everything he needed to, so he hung up the phone. Most of the people in the group just now are classmates who are still in the capital, and they will all come to attend this class reunion. The main topic of discussion was not the class reunion, but how to play a prank on Yichen. He couldn't bear it, so he called Yichen and asked him not to attend the class reunion. All these words have been said. Whether or not to participate is up to Yichen himself.
At this time, someone didn't even focus his thoughts on the so-called class reunion.
Instead, he sat at a distance and looked at the restaurant in front of him seriously. About 2.5 hours had passed since Tang Ruoxue went in. She had promised him that she would come out right after dinner. What kind of meal could take about 2.5 hours to finish? Yichen felt a little worried. System, normally if Tang Ruoxue is in danger, you would remind me, right? The system answered seriously, yes. Whether Tang Ruoxue is in danger or the twins are in danger, we will remind you as soon as possible. Yichen breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still a stone hanging in his heart. If the system says so, could it be that Xiaoxue really hasn't encountered any dangerous things? It's not that he doesn't have the patience to wait. I just had a vague feeling of foreboding in my heart. It seemed as if I would soon lose Xiaoxue. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he secretly laughed at himself. What is he thinking? He should trust the system. Host, if you are worried about Tang Ruoxue, why don't you just give her a call? Yichen shook his head. Xiaoxue is attending a class reunion inside now, and she definitely doesn't want to be disturbed by others.
as long as Xiaoxue doesn't encounter any accidents.
There was no need for him to join in the fun.
System.
Their host has a really big heart. It is true that Tang Ruoxue did not encounter any accidents, but that does not mean that there will not be bad peach blossoms around her. The system couldn't bear to see its host waiting here in vain.
He said suggestively, "Host, aren't you worried that many of Tang Ruoxue's classmates have a crush on her? Don't you want to go in and find out what's going on?"
Yichen frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong.
"When did you become so nosy? You never advised me to do this or that before." System. Oh.
Exposed.
It answered honestly, "Host, there is a man among Tang Ruoxue's classmates who has been secretly in love with Tang Ruoxue since school days.
He is good looking, has a good family background, good character, and is also quite rich."
Its tone was full of arrogance. "Host, aren't you worried that your wife will be taken away by another man?
After all, there is another equally good man in front of Tang Ruoxue who has been secretly in love with her for so many years.
Any man would be afraid of having a green grassland on his head, right? I believe in Xiaoxue." Chapter 34 Kisses So Sweet. System.
Although Tang Ruoxue had no interest in that man, there was no guarantee that the man might do something to her. What the system is thinking now is also what Yichen is worried about. He was just about to get off the car when he saw a familiar figure appear at the door.
Yichen's eyes showed a little joy. Just as he was about to call out to her, he saw another man following Tang Ruoxue.
The man was dressed in a suit and tie, and from a distance he looked very elegant. He frowned and realized that this person must be the boy the system mentioned who had been pursuing Tang Ruoxue for many years. He stared in their direction unhappily. The system gloated and said, "I told you a long time ago, host, this boy is very different from those who pursued Tang Ruoxue before.
First of all, this man is good looking, and secondly, he has a lot of money. It's time to assert your sovereignty."
Yichen snorted coldly and stepped out of the car.
He walked towards Tang Ruoxue with a smile on his face. "Wife."
He deliberately raised the volume, which attracted many people's attention.
Tang Ruoxue raised her eyes and looked at Yichen in surprise. She ran over in small steps. "Hubby, you haven't been waiting for me in the car all this time, have you?"
Yichen rubbed her hair lovingly.
"What's wrong with waiting for my wife a little longer?"
"Now that we've finished our meal, let's go home first." His eyes involuntarily glanced at the man standing behind him. Tang Ruoxue seemed to sense his gaze, and she held his hand tenderly, turned around, and explained to the person behind her, "Options, this is my husband." She was so shy that her earlobes turned red.
Then she introduced Yichen, "Hubby, this is my high school classmate, his name is Ji Chuanqi." Ji Chuanqi extended his hand towards Yichen in a friendly manner.
He looked very elegant and polite. Yichen naturally responded with a smile, but there was bloodshed in the eyes of both of them.
"Xiaoxue, I didn't expect you to be married at such a young age." The man's voice was low and a little hoarse.
If he let this voice out to others, it would surely charm many girls.
But Tang Ruoxue's expression was extremely calm.
She smiled and responded, "I didn't expect it either, but when you meet the right person, you can't care so much."
The right person.
In Xiaoxue's heart, he was actually the right person. The tenderness in Yichen's eyes became more and more intense, and he was even more moved.
"You are still young. Sometimes you are too young and may not know people well. After all, we are high school classmates. I hope you will be happy in the future."
There was something implicit in these words, which made Yichen feel very uncomfortable.
What does it mean that Tang Ruoxue is still young and might not be able to see people clearly? Wasn't he trying to belittle him by saying this?
Considering that he was Tang Ruoxue's high school classmate, he did not treat him the same way he treated Wang Jibin, and tried hard to force a faint smile. Whether Xiaoxue is good at judging people or not is not something that should be judged by an outsider. "Mr. Ji, we have something else to do later, so we'd better excuse us for now." After saying this, he pulled Tang Ruoxue away. Back in the car, he recalled Ji Qianqiu's half-smile, and asked the system unhappily.
"System, are you sure that man is just secretly in love with Tang Ruoxue? I think his feelings are almost showing directly."
It was difficult for the system to reveal all the information, so it could only give Yichen some small hints secretly. Ji Qichuan's family was actually quite poor when he was young, and it was Tang Ruoxue who supported him all the time during high school, which is why he developed such a strong affection for her.
"Host, Tang Ruoxue's character is too kind,
and some peach blossoms may turn into bad peach blossoms, so you need to protect Tang Ruoxue more. It is his job to protect Xiaoxue. Even if the system doesn't prompt him, he will definitely do it well. You can also ask your wife about other things. Come to think of it, Xiaoxue was the person involved after all, so she would definitely know more than the system. He bent down and helped the woman in front of him fasten her seatbelt.
Honey, what's up with that quarterly option just now?
He pretended not to care and spoke nonchalantly.
I feel like he's interested in you. Tang Ruoxue laughed out loud. Why do you think everyone is interested in me? How could he be interested in me? We have always been just friends. Later, we had very little contact, and she was so outstanding. This last sentence made Yichen feel uneasy. What do you mean they are still so outstanding?
Obviously Tang Ruoxue is also very good, let alone one quarterly option. Even if she is given 10 quarterly options, it is reasonable.
Wife, I think that guy is difficult to get along with. Can we stay away from him in the future?
He looked into Tang Ruoxue's eyes tenderly and slowly hugged her waist.
It's okay if you don't want to. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. This is my eternal promise to you.
Tang Ruoxue was gently held in his arms, feeling the hardness and heat of the man's chest, and her earlobes turned slightly red again. Her voice was small and very weak.
Hubby, I listen to you.
After hearing this, Yichen hugged the woman even tighter.
Xiaoxue, I will definitely treat you better. I trust you. She gave Yichen a light kiss on the mouth.
Yichen suddenly froze in place, his body stiffening immediately as if he had been electrocuted.
The only thing left in my mind was that light kiss just now. This was the first time Tang Ruoxue kissed him so actively.
So this is what it feels like to be kissed by someone like this.
It's so sweet. Silly, drive quickly.
Tang Ruoxue pushed him with very little force, and he immediately came to his senses and scratched his head like a fool.
Hey, hey, hey. Honey, can you kiss me again? System. Their host is so shameless.
Only after a certain man received a second kiss from his wife did he stop being so smug. When I got home, Mrs. Chen was in the living room with her twins, a boy and a girl.
Mrs. Chen, I forgot to introduce him to you.
This is my husband. Tang Ruoxue took Qingyun from Mrs. Chen's arms. Husband, say hello to Mrs. Chen. It's Mrs. Chen who has been taking good care of the child all this time. Mrs. Chen is a decent middle-aged woman who has always treated these two children as if they were her own grandchildren. When she first came to this house, it was heartbreaking to see the little girl taking care of these two children alone. Chapter 35 The nanny resigns. Because she was afraid of hurting the girl's feelings, she never dared to ask who the biological father of the two children was. There were also a lot of rumors outside, and even many neighbors thought that Tang Ruoxue gave birth to these two children because she had an affair outside. She never gave any further explanation, which made the rumors more and more rampant. Those words were so harsh that even Mrs. Chen couldn't bear to hear them. Mrs. Chen, thank you for taking care of Xiaoxue and my two children during this period of time. He learned 2 days ago that it was Mrs. Chen who had prepared a lot of nutritional supplements when she was taking care of Tang Ruoxue and her two children. After all, Mrs. Chen is different. If she were to give her money directly, she would definitely feel unfamiliar. These nutritional supplements are worth tens of thousands. He went to the room first and took out all these things. He handed it to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, this is just a small token of my respect.
Tang Ruoxue didn't expect Yichen to be so thoughtful.
Even Mrs. Chen's gift had been prepared early.
This is so embarrassing.
Mrs. Chen didn't actually know how much these things from the countryside were worth, but she knew that they were very valuable just by looking at the packaging.
Sir, I can't accept it. The salary Xiaoxue usually pays me is enough.
She declined and looked at Qingyun and Ji Wei lovingly. You should save this money to buy some nutritional supplements and milk powder for your child. An old woman like me doesn't need such good things. She looked at the supplements with heartache, which contained a lot of ginseng, donkey hide gelatin, and some precious medicinal materials.
I don't know if I can retreat.
Yichen understood the hidden meaning behind Mrs. Chen's words, and his impression of her became even better.
Mrs. Chen, I bought these especially for you. I can't return them even if I want to. You should just accept them. Mrs. Chen, just accept it. Tang Ruoxue knew Yichen's kindness and persuaded Mrs. Chen to accept it.
She knew the value of these things, and was very touched that Yichen was willing to take care of the people around her for her.
Today Tang Ruoxue cooked personally and made a table full of delicious dishes. She has been practicing cooking since she was a child, and the food is so delicious that it is not even inferior to that sold in restaurants outside. Wife, the food you cook is so delicious. How can I be so lucky to have a wife like you? You just keep talking nonsense. Go eat your food. Tang Ruoxue lowered her head and spoke with a smile, the sweetness in her heart almost overflowing. Looking at such a harmonious scene, Mrs. Chen ate 1 or 2 more bowls of rice than usual. Xiao Xue. Halfway through the meal, Mrs. Chen spoke again, hesitatingly. There is something I want to discuss with you. What's wrong? Tang Ruoxue put down her chopsticks and spoke softly. Even Vientiane, who was eating, stopped and looked at the two of them. I was still thinking that maybe Mrs. Chen had encountered some difficulties. It would be better if she had financial difficulties. He will definitely help as much as he can. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Mrs. Chen sighed. I can no longer help take care of Qingyun and Jiwei. As soon as these words were spoken, Vientiane and Tang Ruoxue looked at Mrs. Chen at the same time. After several seconds, Vientiane asked hesitantly. Mrs. Chen, can I ask you if there are any difficulties at home? How could you just quit doing something for no reason? Besides, he had just heard Tang Ruoxue mention 2 days ago that Mrs. Chen's husband had passed away a long time ago, and she only had a son who had never looked for a job and was just living off his parents at home. If he suddenly resigned, wouldn't their family lose their only source of income? If there are any difficulties at home, we will definitely help if we can, Tang Ruoxue said anxiously. For such a long time, Sister Chen has been by her side taking care of them, and she has long regarded Sister Chen as her own family member. If you have any trouble with money, you can tell us. These words were spoken sincerely enough, and it was impossible for Mrs. Chen not to be moved. She was also very hesitant, but in the end she still shook her head. It's not that my family is having financial difficulties, my daughter-in-law has already given birth to a child, so… Daughter-in-law? Your son has already married? Tang Ruoxue had seen Mrs. Chen's son before. He looked so lazy and frivolous. If she were a good girl, there was no way she would be interested in a man like him. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw him, because Mrs. Chen's son actually looked at her. So she never had any good feelings towards Mrs. Chen's son. Moreover, she remembered that Mrs. Chen's son had always been single and had no female friends around him. How could he get married just like that? Even the child has been born, this is too outrageous. But Tang Ruoxue never liked to ask about other people's family affairs, so she could only glance at Vientiane. It's okay. Family is indeed more important. He could have hired another nanny, but Mrs. Chen had been with Tang Ruoxue for almost a year, and he had always been grateful. He transferred 10,000 yuan to Tang Ruoxue and said to Mrs. Chen, I have transferred this month's salary to Xiaoxue. Please check it later. Ah. It's not even the middle of the month yet, why would I need an entire month as salary? She immediately shook her head and waved her hands. Sir, my sudden departure has caused you so much trouble, why do I need any salary? But regarding this matter, Tang Ruoxue and Vientiane had the same resolute attitude. Just keep the money. You can come back after you finish what you are doing. Mrs. Chen looked at the young couple in front of her with tears in her eyes, and said okay several times with heartache. Late at night. Tang Ruoxue had just finished taking a shower and got into bed when she suddenly felt a hard object on the bed, like a man's shoulder. She quickly turned on a dim light, and Vientiane's handsome face appeared in front of her. You, why are you here? I'm sleeping with my wife, Vientiane said righteously with a sly smile. Wife, you smell so good. It smells really good, not like the smell of shower gel. It was the body fragrance emanating from the woman's whole body that made him unable to help but indulge in it. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Ruoxue's face turned red and she quickly pushed Vientiane away with her little hand. Okay, let's talk business. What do you think of what Aunt Chen said about her family today? Chapter 36 To support my parents, I lowered my limit. How else can we view this matter? Since Mrs. Chen has said so, then it is her family affair. He stroked Tang Ruoxue's hair gently and spoke slowly. Wife, I know you have deep feelings for Mrs. Chen, but her family affairs are not our business. Not to mention, it's their daughter-in-law who gave birth to a child. If there are any financial problems, it's actually easier to solve. It just happened to be a family conflict. Not to mention that they are Mrs. Chen's grandchildren, even if there is no reason, if they insist on leaving, outsiders like them have no right to interfere. How could Tang Ruoxue not understand this?
But she was just too afraid that Mrs. Chen would be deceived by his scumbag son, so she hesitated for a second.
Husband. Mrs. Chen actually treated me better than my parents during this period of time.
She is a very good person, but his son is so inhumane for doing those things.
Hubby, I always feel that something unexpected will happen when Mrs. Chen goes back this time.
Tang Ruoshua's pretty face showed a worried look, and she sighed. How could his son have found a girlfriend just because he said he was looking for one?
Could it be that he wanted to cheat Mrs. Chen out of her money? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment.
At first he thought his wife was thinking too much, but seeing Tang Ruoshua's serious look, he was embarrassed to just brush her off with words.
Wife, how about I investigate this matter for a while?
If his son is really like what you said, it won't be too late for us to let Mrs. Chen come back. The moment he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind again.
Bite. Task detected.
Help Tang Ruoshue investigate the incident involving Mrs. Chen's son. You will receive a corresponding reward.
Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the system would issue tasks at any time. He immediately took it up.
With the system's words, he could be sure that there must be something behind Mrs. Chen's affairs. Otherwise, the system would never allow him to investigate such an insignificant matter. He was just about to ask the system about Mrs. Chen's son. The system took the initiative to tell him, Chen Jipang is a snobbish person who likes to rely on his parents. This time he asked Mrs. Chen to go back just to defraud her of her money. Mrs. Chen actually left him almost 200,000 yuan, but he spent it all on eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Host, the 2 children born to Chen Jipang's so-called wife are not his own at all. He knows it himself, but he is willing to be the scapegoat.
Yi Chen. I've really learned a lot. How could such people exist?
He treated his own mother like this, but he was willing to tolerate even her own children when treating an insignificant woman like this.
Oh. He really has grown up.
He didn't expect there would be such a person. This time, no matter whether his wife wants him to take care of this matter or not, he is determined to take care of it.
Wife, I'll help you check it out tomorrow. Isn't Mrs. Chen's house not far away? At worst, I can ask my cousin to check it out for you. She's very familiar with the area.
After hearing this, Tang Ruoshue breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded and laughed softly, looking incredibly beautiful. Seeing such a charming wife, he swallowed again and hugged her into his arms.
Wife, I love you so much.
As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked into Tang Ruoshue's clear eyes again. His figure was clearly reflected in those eyes. It seemed that he was the only one in Tang Ruoshue's heart.
Hubby, go back to your room and sleep.
Tang Ruoshue lowered her head shyly, but Yi Chen's hand gently rested on her waist and he spoke softly.
Wife, have you forgotten that this is my room? It took almost the whole night.
When Tang Ruoshue got up, she found that there was no one beside her. She couldn't help feeling a sense of loss in her heart, and after she realized what was happening, she laughed at herself out loud.
Yi Chen only got up a little earlier than him, so why is she so dependent on Yi Chen?
She washed up briefly and walked out of the room. Seeing a whole table of breakfast and steaming soy milk, she was stunned for a second, pushed open the kitchen door, and just happened to see Yi Chen, who was still busy.
Husband, you. How come he is here too? She thought he had gone to work. Wife, I've prepared breakfast. Come over quickly and wash up, then we can eat. Yi Chen wiped his hands, then pinched Tang Ruoshue's face and said lovingly, don't be surprised. Your little face is just like a little cat. I just got up a little earlier.
I bought all this breakfast downstairs.
What's the matter? Can't I be nicer to my wife? Tang Ruoshue felt a little warmer in her heart. She sniffed and almost wanted to cry.
She had never thought that there would be a man who would be so good to her.
What is he planning? I've already fed the child. You can eat a little and go about your business. I'll go to Mrs. Chen's house in person later. But, don't you need to go to work? It's okay, I can go in the afternoon, you don't have to worry.
During these 2 days, he has completely changed General Manager Lin's impression of him. He has also been thinking about when to submit his resignation to General Manager Lin. He already has a big plan in his mind. He didn't plan to stay in Mr. Lin's company as a clerk forever. If possible, he would like to start his own business. Tang Ruoshue nodded, and when she was about to leave, the man kissed her forehead again.
Honey, see you tonight. Tang Ruoshue's pretty face turned red, and then she smiled and said, Hubby, I'm leaving now. He nodded.
At first, he wanted to take you to work personally, but after Tang Ruoxue strongly refused, he let her drive the Volkswagen CC. Thinking of Mrs. Chen's matter, he made another call. The call was connected immediately, and he heard the voice on the other end say to him respectfully, "Brother, is there anything else you need my help with?"
The attitude of this person is as servile as can be. Yichen laughed. Your guess is correct. Do you have time today? Let's go find someone together. Who? No need to ask so many questions, just tell me whether you are free today.
The other end laughed twice and replied sincerely.
Brother, how could I not have time for your business?
Even if I don't have time, I will definitely make time to take care of your business properly. He nodded in satisfaction.
Then I'll pick you up later. Where we're going isn't far away. It's in the northern part of the city. Chapter 37. There is such a shameless person.
When he heard about the area in the north of the city, Yi Yunqing immediately spoke.
Brother, I live nearby now. You don't have to come pick me up specially. Just tell me where the person you are looking for is and I will go there first. Such a coincidence? However, it would be much more convenient if Yi Yunqing lived there.
He would definitely know the surrounding area better than him.
Then do you know Chen Jipang? Chen Jipang? Yi Yunqing's pupils narrowed and he asked anxiously.
Brother, you're not going to look for that person this time, are you?
Yi Chen could hear the intensity in Yi Yunqing's tone, but he did not show any emotion and just responded lightly. Yes, I am going to find that person this time.
You just need to wait for me in a conspicuous place nearby.
Upon hearing that Yi Chen was really going to find Chen Jipang, Yi Yunqing became even more anxious and spoke in disbelief. Brother, Chen Junpeng is not a good guy. He still owes us brothers 50,000 yuan. 2 days ago, he went to his house specifically to look for him for the 50,000 yuan, but this guy discovered him earlier and ran away by jumping out of the window. As a result, all the brothers he brought with him were of no use at all. Why did his brothers suddenly want to find this guy? Could it be that he took a fancy to him and wanted him to do something for him?
Yi Yunqing spoke even more anxiously. Brother, this kid really can't be used by us. Not only is he greedy for money and lustful, but he also has a lot of bottom-line problems.
To be honest, I was in prison for a year, wasn't I?
He paused, hatred surging in his eyes. It was that guy who got me in prison.
In fact, he also framed me and harmed me. Yi Chen's expression became a little more gloomy, and he asked seriously, did you recognize the wrong person?
No matter how careless Yi Yunqing is, he is still a member of the Yi family.
How can he be bullied by outsiders? Yes.
Before my brothers found the evidence, I thought I had really done something wrong, but after a careful investigation, I found that someone had framed me. He was furious when he thought about this matter, but he didn't dare to get angry at Yi Chen.
He could only hold back his efforts and spoke to Yi Chen seriously. Brother, this guy is really not a good person. Let's stay away from him if we can.
Yi Chen pondered for a while before telling Yi Yunqing the purpose of his visit.
After talking for a few minutes, Yi Yunqing finally understood the meaning of his words. What?
This kid actually wants to cheat me of my mother's money for someone else's child.
Oh shit.
He had seen shameless people before, but he never thought that he would see something so shameless.
He even didn't let his own mother go. Could this kid have grown up out of a stone?
Mrs. Chen is quite responsible to your sister-in-law, and your sister-in-law has already regarded her as a family member. I must take care of this matter.
If Chen Jipang really wanted to defraud money, this matter would actually be easy to deal with.
They were afraid that Mrs. Chen was a confused person. If Mrs. Chen herself favored her son, there would be no need for them to take care of this matter.
Brother, I understand. Come pick me up first.
After Yi Chen said this, he hung up the phone, took the elevator to the underground garage, took the car keys, and drove directly out of the community. The community security guard standing at the gate saw the familiar Maybach and greeted Yi Chen with great interest.
Master Yi, are you going out again?
Watching the handsome Maybach getting farther and farther away from the community, the security guard couldn't help but feel a little more envious. I wish he could drive such an expensive luxury car one day. Yi Chen had no idea what the security guard was thinking at this time. When he was almost at the street in the north of the city, he frowned as he looked at the dilapidated old city area and the illegally demolished houses along the way. In fact, it's not that there is no room for development in this area in the north of the city, but most of the houses here are rather dilapidated.
There are many that don't even have security guarantees.
Despite this, more and more people are moving here and living here, and there is only one reason for all of them. The rent here is very cheap, and there is a large piece of wasteland behind it, which is sparsely populated.
He remembered the project that Yi Yunqing told him about 2 days ago, a short video company?
It was indeed a very good project. The success rate is as high as 80 to 90%, which means that this project will definitely make a lot of money.
It seems that Yi Yunqing is not a brainless person.
Sometimes he has very quick ideas, otherwise he would never have thought of this project. As he was thinking about this, he saw Yi Yunqing standing in front of a large supermarket and stopped his car.
Yi Yunqing saw it quickly and got in the car quickly.
Brother, although this is not the first time I have seen you, I still want to say,
your car is so handsome.
I have never seen a more handsome car than this.
How could a man not like cars?
Vientiane saw the fanaticism in Yi Yunqing's eyes and smiled faintly.
If you want, you may be able to buy a better one later.
Yi Yunqing didn't take this sentence to heart and just thought that Vientiane was just trying to make him happy. But he never expected that in the near future, Vientiane's words would unexpectedly come true. Brother, I don't expect to buy a luxury car. I will be satisfied if I can have a stable family. Vientiane smiled and said nothing, nor did he tell Yi Yunqing the success rate that the system told him. Anything that might affect the outcome of things is actually not a good thing to overdraw on the person involved.
He followed the route given by Yi Yunqing and parked the car in another place in the north of the city, in the innermost alley. Yi Yunqing stretched out his finger and pointed to an even more dilapidated building. Brother, this is Chen Jipeng's home.
I haven't seen his mother come back very often, but I did see him coming back with a woman recently.
That woman should be the daughter-in-law Chen Jipeng mentioned, right? Vientiane nodded and parked the car downstairs.
Such a distinguished Maybach attracted countless people's attention. They had never seen a luxury car parked in this area.
Yi Yunqing couldn't help but said worriedly, brother, why don't we park the car somewhere else?
If we park here and get scratched or hit by some brat, that would be terrible.
Chapter 38 Insulting Mrs. Chen and making you regret. Vientiane didn't think much of it, and he didn't think anyone could cut someone so blatantly. This is a multi-million-dollar car.
Even a small scratch would cost a lot of money to repair.
Who would be so stupid as to scratch something like this? It's okay, let's go up. After hearing Vientiane say this, Yi Yunqing didn't know how to persuade him any further.
But in this area, there are all kinds of people, so the situation he described may not exist.
Looking at the dilapidated residential building in front of him, Vientiane frowned and asked another question. You haven't always lived in a place like this, have you?
Yeah, the rent here is very cheap.
Yi Yunqing's answer was very frank, neither humble nor arrogant, which made people like him even more. Auntie, which floor does Chen Jipeng live on? Vientiane stopped one or two middle-aged women passing by and asked politely. Seeing such a handsome young man coming into the area, several aunties came over quickly. Looking for that kid Chen Jipeng. Who are you, Chen Jipeng? Are you dating? Do you want me to introduce you to someone? Vientiane replied awkwardly, I have a girlfriend, auntie, do you know Chen Jipeng's home? Hearing that Vientiane had a girlfriend, the aunts sighed regretfully. Why are you looking for their house?
The middle-aged woman looked at the two of them suspiciously, and then said, You are so young, you won't be like the kid from the Chen family, and not learn, right?
Vientiane. I'm here to see Mrs. Chen.
When they heard that they were here to see Mrs. Chen, their expressions improved a lot.
He sighed again and said to the two of them. It's pitiful for the Chen family to have such a daughter-in-law. Chen Jipeng is not a reliable guy.
He drinks and plays mahjong every day, and he even married a wife who loves playing mahjong even more than she does.
It's just pitiful for Sister Chen.
These aunties became more and more excited as they talked, and they even forgot what Vientiane asked at the beginning. Vientiane had no choice but to raise his voice. Auntie, which floor does the Sister Chen you just mentioned live on?
Oh, their house is on the 7th floor, room 705.
The elder sister who was being asked came back to her senses at this time, and as if she had thought of something, she quickly added.
There's no one at their house at this time.
Sister Chen must have been driven out by her son and daughter-in-law to sell vegetables.
Selling vegetables? Why did Mrs. Chen suddenly go out to sell vegetables?
Didn't she say that she would come back to help take care of the kids?
Yes.
They called Mrs. Chen back, saying that she could help take care of the children, but in fact they treated her like a servant and asked her to set up a street stall.
These two couples are simply not filial sons.
Even Vientiane did not expect this situation. After a moment of hesitation, he still wanted to find Chen Jipeng to ask him clearly.
As for that kid Chen Jipeng, which casino should he gamble in? The eldest sister pointed to a house in the alley ahead. You two can go in from here. You might be able to see Sister Chen's daughter-in-law.
When I went out just now, I saw her doing something inside.
Yi Chen nodded and thanked the two sisters-in-law specially.
When I walked into the alley, I saw only a shabby foot massage shop. There were a lot of advertisements posted on it, but the door was half open and you couldn't see the scene inside clearly. Yi Chen knocked on the door, trying to see if Chen Sa's daughter-in-law was inside. But there was no movement at all. After waiting for 3 or 2 minutes, when they were about to leave, the door creaked open by the person inside.
The person who opened the door was a pretty good-looking woman.
Half leaning against the door, a cigarette in her hand, her fox eyes reflected a bit of charm. As soon as he opened his mouth, he blew a puff of smoke at the two of them.
Handsome, are you two here to see me? This woman looked very unfamiliar, even Yi Yunqing couldn't remember who she was for a moment.
But the next second, he looked at the house number carefully. He was sure that he had not made a mistake.
He gave Yi Chen a look, and Yi Chen immediately understood. This is it.
This woman is most likely the daughter-in-law that Mrs. Chen mentioned. Seeing the two of them looking her up and down and keeping silent, Li Ningming finally spoke irritably.
What on earth are you two doing here? Are you here to see someone?
Yi Chen spoke lightly, his tone revealing a sense of alienation.
Are you Mrs. Chen's daughter-in-law? Is this Mrs. Chen's home? Mrs. Chen?
The woman put out her cigarette and spoke with disdain.
The Mrs. Chen you're talking about should be that old woman, right?
She went to the street in the north of the city to buy vegetables early in the morning.
What happened? Do you have anything to do with her?
Yi Chen gave her a cold look.
Did I recognize the wrong person? Are you Mrs. Chen's daughter-in-law? When the woman didn't deny it, he spoke again sarcastically.
Since you are Mrs. Chen's daughter-in-law, he said seriously, you should still have basic courtesy towards your elders, right?
How could Li Ningming accept such words of discipline? He immediately responded, what's it to you? Who are you to that old woman? I can call her whatever I want. What's your business?
These two sentences almost pissed Yi Chen off to death, and also made Yi Chen lose his last bit of patience with the woman in front of him.
He glanced at Yi Yunqing. Don't think I don't hit women, show some respect.
Yi Yunqing's cold words coupled with his vicious eyes immediately made Li Ningming a little scared.
I'm telling you, this is near my home.
If you don't leave, I'm going to sue you for trespassing.
Breaking into a private house? Even Yi Yunqing found this somewhat funny. He didn't have as good a temper as Yi Chen. He picked up Li Ningming and spoke viciously.
My brother gave you some face, but I won't give it to you. Even if you break into someone's house, you have to check first to see if it's your home. After being picked up, Li Ningming immediately lost the momentum he had just had. Knowing that these two men might really attack her, she hurriedly said, that damn old woman. Before she even said anything, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and looked at Yi Chen's increasingly gloomy face. She quickly shut up, but Yi Chen's cold words still rang in her ears.
If I hear those 4 words from you again, I will make you regret it.
He then glanced inside again, and not seeing the person he wanted to see, he directly asked the woman in front of him.
Why did Mrs. Chen go to set up a street stall? Didn't she say she was coming home to look after her grandson?
Why did she suddenly go out to set up a street stall?
Chapter 39. She must have hidden money at home. Hearing this, Li Ningming hesitated and dared not speak. Seeing this scene, what else was there for him to not understand?
He sneered and looked at Li Ningming and asked again.
Did you force Mrs. Chen to set up a street stall?
Because of the threats just now, Li Ningming didn't dare to look Yi Chen in the eye, so she had to lower her head and explain quickly.
It wasn't me.
She wanted to set up a street stall herself, saying she wanted to supplement the family income.
To help with the family income? If you wanted to help with the family income, why did you quit your last job?
Li Ningming was probably a brainless person. When he heard this, he didn't realize who the two of them were. Instead, he started to complain.
Who told her to just go out and take care of other people's children?
She didn't even look at her own grandson.
There's a lot of gossip out there. People think this isn't her biological grandson. If you ask me, this is her problem.
No matter how good other people's children are, they are still other people's.
How can I spend my time loving them?
Not only does she not have time to take care of her own grandson, but she is also so stingy when asked to pay for the baby formula.
She didn't notice that Yi Yunqing's fist was gradually clenched.
He became more and more excited as he talked, and even Yi Chen noticed that something was wrong with Yi Yunqing, so he quickly pulled him aside and spoke quietly.
If you really don't like this woman, let's deal with it secretly.
If we really hit her at this time, she will blackmail us to death. Yi Chen glanced at her sideways, and finally asked coldly.
Which street in the north of the city is Mrs. Chen on? I'll go find her. How should I know? I've never been with her.
She usually likes to set up a street stall, and I think it's embarrassing.
Shameful.
Oh, setting up a street stall is embarrassing, and being a nanny in someone else's house is also uncomfortable.
So what about them? What did they do? Mrs. Chen's son should have found a job by now, right? What does it have to do with my husband? Does that mean it's gone? Good.
I've never seen anyone who lives off his parents but does so with such a clear conscience.
Let's go.
He took Yi Yunqing and left directly. After going downstairs, he said to Yi Yunqing, let's go find Sister Chen first.
I always feel that something is wrong with this matter. How could Yi Yunqing not listen to Yi Chen?
He nodded and got in the car. When the car started, they didn't notice the gazes in the alley just now. Looking at the luxury car leaving their shabby alley, a gleam of fiery light appeared in Li Ningming's eyes. When she saw how the two men were dressed, she guessed that they must be either officials or wealthy, and their families must have some money.
I didn't expect they were so rich. That SA luxury car worth millions. That damn old woman actually worked as a nanny in that kind of family? At first, she thought she was working as a confinement nanny for an ordinary family.
I didn't expect that it was still hidden.
This is much more money she makes than washing other people's feet every day.
Thinking of this, she hurried back, and there were two more pushing sounds in the house.
Stop it, there are people outside? Who's there? Didn't those two men leave a long time ago? We still have work to do. Aren't you afraid that my husband will find out and kill you? Ha ha ha, the children are mine, what do I have to be afraid of? He's a loser, how can he satisfy a little slut like you? Hate. Several conversations came out of the phone. Yi Chen and Yi Yunqing's faces suddenly turned pale and they clenched their fists.
Heh, this green hat really fits her well. He did not deny that Chen Jipeng was a waste.
But that woman still dared to use the childless matter to ask Mrs. Chen to come back?
To raise a child that is not my own.
How cruel.
Brother, luckily you were smart and put a recorder in there early on, otherwise we wouldn't have discovered such an explosive thing.
This love affair is really fucking exciting.
He turned off his phone and spoke expressionlessly.
Let's go find Sister Chen first.
I have no right to interfere with what happened to her son, but Sister Chen treats my wife well, and my wife treats her as her own family member.
I can't just ignore it. The other end.
After Li Ningming finished his work, he still didn't realize that what he had just said was heard by anyone. The man behind her was half naked from the waist up, and he was holding her chest with one hand.
What are you doing? I still need to call my husband. Isn't it okay to just fight like this? Her face turned red as she called Chen Jipeng, honey, guess who came to see me just now?
There was an extremely noisy sound on the other end of the phone, as if a group of people were gambling by playing mahjong. When she called, Chen Jipeng happened to be unlucky and had lost hundreds of dollars.
What's the matter? Well, you didn't see one of your old lovers?
Chen Jipeng asked with a frown, but Li Ningming quickly rejected it and said to him cheerfully, I just saw the family where your mother used to work as a nanny.
After hearing this, Chen Jipeng's interest quickly faded. What's so great about this? I'm still playing mahjong, don't bother me, I'm almost losing 500 yuan.
If this were set under normal circumstances, Li Ningming would definitely quarrel with him. But now her heart and eyes were still full of the Maybach, and she didn't even care too much about Chen Jipeng's attitude.
Honey, the family your mom works for as a nanny actually drives a Maybach. Maybach is just Maybach, what's so great about it? Chen Jipeng's thoughts were still on the mahjong table just now, and he reacted suddenly the next second. What the fuck did you say? Maybach. Yeah.
I saw with my own eyes that man driving that luxury car away from our house.
Honey, why don't we let your mother go back?
Her salary there must be quite high, maybe tens of thousands a month.
That damn old woman never told me this. If her salary there is so high, then where does her money go? Chen Jipeng was so angry that he couldn't even play mahjong anymore. Wife, wait for me at home until I come back. His mother must have secretly hidden some money at home, and he didn't believe he couldn't find it today. Li Ningming immediately understood what he meant and said excitedly, hubby, it doesn't matter if we lose 500 yuan. Maybe we can find tens of thousands today. Chen Jipeng was immediately happy when he heard this. He stopped playing mahjong and just wanted to come back quickly. After hanging up the phone, Li Ningmengpei also left the foot massage parlor. I thought that I must find the money that the old woman hid when I got back. If He Chen knew that he had missed such an important conversation, he would definitely regret not continuing to listen to that disgusting recording. But he is still driving, passing through the layers of alleys. Fortunately, the road was all cement. He followed the navigation and Yi Yunqing's instructions and finally arrived at a vegetable market on Changbei Street. Chapter 40 The needs of the rebellious son are infinite. The vegetable market is a mixed bag with quite a few vegetable vendors. He just casually carried a sack on his back, put it on the ground, and sat there for the whole day. Brother, it's going to be a bit troublesome to find someone here. Not to mention that it's still early, almost everyone in this market is selling vegetables, not to mention in these mobile stalls, no one knows each other. Just keep searching, you will definitely find the person. He got out of the car as he spoke, and this time he parked it farther away from the vegetable market. He took out his cell phone and called Mrs. Chen. The call was not connected, and it even showed that the phone on the other end was turned off. It took the two of them more than an hour to find Mrs. Chen in a small stall in a corner. The middle-aged woman, who originally looked healthy, seemed to have aged a lot in just a few days. Their hair had turned a lot whiter. At first, Mrs. Chen didn't recognize them and just stared blankly at her stall. Yi Chen walked closer, half squatted down and looked at Mrs. Chen in front of him. Master Yi, Master Yi. Mrs. Chen widened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to her, Mrs. Chen, what a coincidence. He did not tell her directly that the purpose of his trip was to find her, and seemed to pretend that it was an accident. Why did you come to this place suddenly? Mrs. Chen became reserved, but her attitude was still very enthusiastic. He pointed at Yi Yunqing next to him and said with a smile, I'm here to look for my cousin, he also lives nearby. When I passed by here just now, I thought you looked familiar, so I came over and saw that it was you. Mrs. Chen didn't suspect anything and was eager to send some food to Yi Yunqing. After meeting Mrs. Chen in person, Yi Yunqing finally understood why his brother was so determined to help a nanny. Compared to her son, Mrs. Chen is really kind. Master Yi, if you two don't mind, why don't you come to my place for lunch at noon? Thank you for taking care of us. This was exactly what he meant, but he was too embarrassed to say it at first. He nodded and smiled, then it would be disrespectful to refuse. He glanced at the pile of vegetables on the ground, but didn't notice anything at first. However, when he looked at the payment code and saw the flashy avatar in the center of the code, he asked hesitantly. Mrs. Chen, this shouldn't be your payment code, right? The payment code was obviously not Mrs. Chen's. She seemed to have figured out what he was thinking and lowered her head in embarrassment. This payment code is indeed not mine, it belongs to my daughter-in-law. She spoke in a simple and honest manner, then thought for a moment before adding, she said that we are all family, and there is no distinction between you and me. Pooh. Even Yi Yunqing felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing these words, and he even regretted not teaching that woman a lesson just now. What is a family? Is this what a family is? After sucking all the blood from an old man, the old man is forced to set up a stall to sell vegetables, exposed to the wind and sun. Who can bear this? That would have been fine, but he also changed the payment code to his own. Even the grandson that the old woman cared about was sired by someone else's family. Her useless son actually ignored the mother who gave birth to him and raised him for the sake of someone else's son. What a beast! Mrs. Chen, you spoiled him too much. Yi Yunqing doesn't have as good a temper as Yi Chen. He says whatever he wants to say. This kid Chen Jipeng not only gambles everywhere and owes money, but he's also a deadbeat who won't even pay back the money. I don't know what he wants you to come back for this time. In my opinion, you should stop setting up a stall here and go back to my brother's place. It's 1,000 times better than here. This is indeed a bit harsh to say. If a normal mother heard someone talk about her son like this, she would definitely not be happy. But Mrs. Chen just smiled faintly. There's nothing we can do. Our children and grandchildren are all debts. Those vegetables could not be transported to the car, and Mrs. Chen wanted to carry them all back by herself, but was directly rejected by Yi Chen. Mrs. Chen, I have a few friends coming over later. I'll ask them to continue to help you look after the stall. Can we just go back first?
Yi Yunqing called several of his good brothers in advance.
Mrs. Chen couldn't refuse anymore, so she nodded and agreed.
The three of them got in the car, and he drove to the downstairs of Mrs. Chen's house according to the original route. The moment they got off the car, a very loud voice came from behind. It happened to be the same elder sisters who had just given directions to Yi Yayin and Changpei.
Sister Chen, please go back and take a look.
Your daughter-in-law and son are almost going to tear your house apart, saying that you have saved a lot of money without letting them know.
Mrs. Chen was stunned and hadn't reacted yet.
Yi Chen cursed inwardly, this grandson is capable of doing anything immoral. He took Mrs. Chen upstairs quickly, and Yi Yunqing followed closely. In order not to miss the show, the neighbor who had just tipped off followed the three of them.
Oh my, didn't you see that young couple looking for money in their house like they were desperate? They turned out everything they could find.
Sister Chen, I just secretly saw, your son moved his father's urn. After hearing these words, Mrs. Chen felt nervous.
A feeling of helpless anger arose in my heart.
Yi Yunchang and Yi Chen were even more shocked.
Is there such a filial son?
He even moved his father's urn to find money.
Brother, are you sure we still want to get involved in this matter?
If we continue to get involved in this matter, it will become their own family affair.
Yi Chen also thought of this, but then he remembered what Xiu Xue had specifically told him before he left.
He nodded and spoke slowly.
We'll just play it by ear when the time comes.
The original home has now become a mess. Mrs. Chen was standing at the door and saw the scene and almost fainted.
You rebellious son.
She was so angry that she hit Chen Jipeng directly on the chest, but how could he have the strength of an adult man? He was pushed to the ground by her so-called son.
Mom, I haven't said anything to you yet, and you're already scolding me.
A handful of cash was thrown on the ground, and the man pointed at the middle-aged woman who was crying on the ground and started cursing. You made so much money as a nanny before, but you kept it a secret from us.
If Xiaomeng hadn't told me today, I'm afraid you would have kept it a secret from me forever.
The stack of money on the ground was worth at least tens of thousands of dollars, which was extremely eye-catching at the moment.
Chapter 41. You can take my mom away, but leave the money behind.
Mrs. Chen was stunned for 2 seconds, then slowly stood up from the ground. When she wanted to get up to pick up the money, Li Ningming got there first. Mom, you said we are a family, but now you have money but you hide it without telling us.
How can we be called a family? Mrs. Chen was so angry that she couldn't even stand steadily.
When she was about to fall, suddenly a pair of hands supported her from behind.
This money is for my grandson's education.
If you dare to touch a penny, I will fight you to death today. Not only do you two not make money, you even want to use the money your son will use to study to enjoy yourself.
Mrs. Chen was so angry that she almost fainted from crying.
Oh, our ancestors, how could there be such a rebellious son?
Li Ningming's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Mom, you said it in a nice way, saying you're leaving it for your grandson, but who knows what you're planning?
Maybe you're giving it to your old lover. When she heard that it was left for her son, she was actually touched for a moment. But this is just empty talk. If she really wants to leave it to her child, why didn't she take out the money earlier?
Mom, what money does a child need for education? You should have taken out the money long ago and used it as capital for me to start my business. It's ridiculous for us to be in such a mess.
This was indeed a farce, and the other three outsiders who were watching the farce were all a little infuriated by the couple's shameless attitude. Jipeng, you should at least be nicer to your mother and not let her go out to sell vegetables at such an old age. The sister-in-law just now couldn't help but complain a few words. You know how good your mother was as a nanny in that family. But you want to call her back just because of a few words from your wife. At this time, Yi Chen glanced at Yi Yunqing beside him. Yi Yunqing immediately noticed his gaze, took a step forward and grabbed Li Ningming's hand, and threw the stack of cash into Mrs. Chen's arms.
You two are really a perfect match.
Seeing the money being snatched away, Li Ningming almost wanted to fight with Yi Yunqing.
Why did you take my money? You two just came to my house, and I didn't bother with you. I've already settled it. Give me my money back, or I'll call the police.
Yi Chen sneered and slowly raised the corners of his lips.
Is this your money? He never thought that someone could be so shameless. Li Ningming's secrets were exposed, but she still pretended to be righteous. Didn't that damn old woman say that the money was for my son? If it's for my son, then how can it not be my money?
Yi Chen protected Mrs. Chen behind him and looked at the couple coldly.
What else can these people do besides relying on their parents?
Chen Jipeng stared at Yi Yunqing and Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes, and rushed towards them with the fruit knife on the table.
Rebellious son, rebellious son.
Before any blood was seen, Mrs. Chen at the back fainted.
Mrs. Chen.
Chen Jipeng and Li Ningming seemed not to have expected Mrs. Chen to faint, and they immediately panicked, but the fruit knife had already been thrown into the corner by him, and he quickly pointed it at Yi Chen.
It's you! You made my mother faint. Li Ningming also reacted quickly and shouted hysterically. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't have fainted. You guys are here to cause trouble, right?
The sound was so loud that more and more neighbors gathered around.
Pay compensation.
If you don't get 100,000 yuan today, I will call the police.
I will arrest you.
You are the one who killed my mother. When Chen Jipeng saw more people gathered around, his voice became louder and louder.
Hearing this, Yi Yunqing picked up Chen Jipeng and snorted coldly, "Have you forgotten me, your grandfather?" Yi Yunqing.
In the situation just now, Chen Jipeng had already focused all his attention on Yi Chen and did not notice Yi Yunqing next to him.
You owe me $50,000, you don't think that's enough?
He knocked out Chen Jipeng's front teeth with one punch.
How dare you come and try to bully my brother? You think I'm easy to bully? I haven't settled all the accounts with you before. Today, let's settle all the accounts one by one. You want to ask my brother for 100,000 yuan, right? Give me the $50,000 first. If you're 10,000 short, I'll cut off one of your fingers.
After hearing this, Chen Jipeng suddenly lost the courage to step forward.
Yi Chen walked over slowly and twisted Chen Jipeng's neck. What did you do with the 200,000 yuan that Sister Chen gave you?
His grip was so strong that Chen Jipeng's face turned pale instantly, and Li Ningmeng was still yelling.
Murder! Murder!
Help, he's going to kill my husband.
Yi Chen glanced over with a fierce look.
If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be the one being strangled, Li Ningmeng.
Li Ningmeng shut up immediately. What a loving couple. But they probably just run away when disaster strikes. Still not telling me? What the hell did you do with the 200,000? The bet is gone. Chen Jipeng spoke tremblingly.
Fortunately, Mrs. Chen had fainted. If she knew that the 200,000 yuan was all lost in gambling, she would probably call for emergency services now. He heard from Ruoshua that the 200,000 yuan was the result of Chen's wife's advance on salary and loans, saying that it was for Chen Jipeng's business, but she ended up gambling it all away. The grandson is not his own, and his son is such a scumbag.
Which old person wouldn't feel disheartened? After all, he is her own son.
It is basically impossible to completely get rid of this blood-sucking couple by relying solely on these things. It seems that he still has to make use of the recording just now. Yi Yunqing called 120 early on. The sound of an ambulance was heard downstairs.
Yi Chen glanced at Li Ningmeng and Chen Jipeng, then carried Mrs. Chen on his back and went downstairs. Let's wait for Sister Chen to wake up and settle the accounts between you two one by one. Seeing that Yi Chen did not forget to pick up the tens of thousands of dollars in cash that had just fallen on the ground, Chen Jipeng became anxious and did not care about the threats from these people at all. You can take my mom away, but you have to leave the money behind.
He held a sharp fruit knife in his hand and slashed it fiercely at the air.
Otherwise, I will fucking die with you.
Yi Chen looked at him with disdain, his eyes full of sarcasm. She is being cheated on by someone else and she doesn't even realize it, even her child is someone else's. The only relative I have is Mrs. Chen, but she is still so heartless.
Chapter 42 Chen saw suffering.
He gave him a cold look, asked Yi Yunqing to take the money and prepared to go downstairs.
When Mrs. Chen woke up and saw that the money was still there, maybe she would feel better. Unexpectedly, Chen Jipeng and Li Ningmeng followed him down. He still held the fruit knife in his hand and looked at the two of them with a fearless look on his face. Either leave the money behind, or we'll both die together. What a great idea of dying together. He wanted to see if Chen Jipeng had the courage to die together with him. He put Mrs. Chen in the ambulance, raised his eyes, and approached Chen Jipeng step by step. Until he was only half a meter away from the tip of the knife in Chen Jipeng's hand. He paused slightly, stared into the eyes of the man in front of him, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and spoke casually. Come on, I want to see how you can die with me.
Yi Chen was confident that if Chen Jipeng dared to take action, he would make Chen Jipeng lie on the ground unable to get up within half a minute. The hand holding the knife was shaking more and more, and Chen Jipeng's courage to even raise his eyes and look at Yi Chen disappeared at this moment. The knife fell completely, but he watched unwillingly as the man left with only a sarcastic remark.
The Maybach drove away. Li Ningming followed Chen Jipeng and stared angrily at the group of people leaving. Husband, why did you let them take the money and leave just now? Li Ningming pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, pulled Chen Jipeng's sleeve and said, the old woman said that this money was for my son's schooling, why can they take it away? He glared unhappily in the direction where the group of people left. He couldn't help but coax the woman beside him, don't worry, my mother's money can only be given to me, can she give it to outsiders? When the two were communicating, they didn't think at all about Mrs. Chen who was still in a coma. Yi Chen witnessed Mrs. Chen getting into the ambulance, so he asked Yi Yunqing to follow at any time. He turned around and stopped the group of neighbors who had just started the fun. Sister, do you know where Mrs. Chen's grandson is now? He wanted to take the child's hair, do a paternity test, and then thoroughly expose Li Ningming's affair. This is a humiliation that no man can endure. The older sister who was watching the fun had no idea that she would be stopped. She stared at Yi Chen suspiciously and said, where else could Chen's grandson be? He must still be in the hospital. The child is pitiful. He got pneumonia not long after he was born. She is such a heartless person. She didn't even finish her confinement and came to play mahjong. If a woman like this were my daughter-in-law, wouldn't I kill her? The eldest sister expressed Yi Chen's current thoughts very thoroughly. But he never expected that the child would get pneumonia right after birth. Mrs. Chen should know about this matter. This is probably the reason why she resigned. After finding out which hospital it was, Yi Chen drove directly out of the shabby alley. When he was holding Chen Jipeng just now, he secretly pulled out one or two of his hairs, which came in handy at this moment. The hospital is not a regular large hospital, but a very old private hospital. He was not even verified to be a family member before the nurse pointed him directly to a ward. The baby's fur is still soft and fluffy when it is just born. He took a hair from the child. The child was too thin and had no nutrition at all. Moreover, he lived in such an old hospital without any basic facilities. Shouldn't normal parents have some sense of responsibility? It seems that they are not only unskilled as children, but also unskilled as parents. Yi Chen called Yi Yunqing again and asked him to arrange for the child to be sent to a big hospital. As I walked out of the hospital, my cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a hint of tenderness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Wife. He called the person on the phone sweetly, wishing he could rush to Tang Ruoxue and kiss her a few times. We've only been gone for half a day, and I already feel like I'm going crazy missing you. Tang Ruoxue laughed softly and said with a red face, you only know how to be smooth talking. I'm calling to ask how your wife Chen is doing now? Yi Chen had guessed Tang Ruoxue's purpose early on, but he still chose to reply to her truthfully. Fainted? When Tang Ruoxue heard that Mrs. Chen had fainted, she couldn't even sit still. Hubby, Mrs. Chen treats me like her own daughter. I really can't abandon this matter. In fact, during that period when you were away, it was Sister Chen who stayed with me the whole time. I was pregnant at the time, and it was Aunt Chen who accompanied me during the birth. Hubby, you know I don't mean to blame you, it's just that Sister Chen is a very important family member to me. Now that things have come to this, how could Yi Chen not understand? Wife, even if you don't say these words to me, I will not forget about Sister Chen. Even so, Tang Ruoxue was still a little worried about Mrs. Chen's physical condition, so she quickly took a taxi and went directly to the hospital where Mrs. Chen was. Looking at the pale old man, Tang Ruoxue felt very sad. Fortunately, it was just a coma, and Chen Xiao woke up soon. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Tang Ruoxue. She looked around the ward and found that her so-called son and daughter-in-law were nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Chen, why don't you come back with me? Xing Yun and Ji Wei, they both miss you very much. Tang Ruoxue held Mrs. Chen's hand, her eyes red as she acted coquettishly, even I miss you a lot, why don't you come back with me? At this time, Chen Jipeng and Li Ningmeng walked to the hospital entrance. They asked around and found out that Yi Chen had sent the old woman to such an expensive hospital. The Maybach parked at the door is particularly eye-catching. He spat in that direction jealously, then took his wife's hand and walked inside. Walked to the door of Mrs. Chen's ward and looked through the window. A beautiful back figure caught his eye. The woman slowly turned her head. Her clear eyes were free of any emotion and her gaze was extremely calm. Tang Ruoshua pulled out a chair, blocked the door, and spoke to the two of them. You guys are here just now.
With such a beautiful woman in front of him, Li Ningming suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and he almost drooled at the sight of Chen Jipang.
I was so angry that I almost stamped my feet. Tang Ruoshua's voice was very pleasant, not as artificial as that of ordinary women.
It had its own unique charm, lazy but extremely gentle.
Ms. Tang, you're here to see my mom too.
Chen Jipang immediately wanted to get close to Tang Ruoshua. Although he had been rejected by her early on, he still had some fantasies in his heart.
Chapter 43. Even if the rebellious son makes money, he will not think about filial piety. Tang Ruoshua nodded indifferently.
Her impression of Chen Jipang was still that of the good-for-nothing who loved drinking, whoring, and gambling.
If you have anything to say, just talk at the door. Mrs. Chen is already asleep. What do you mean?
Li Ningming screamed, wanting to grab Tang Ruoshua's hair. That damn old woman is at least my mother.
If we want to go in and see, we can go in and see where it is your turn to make the decision. Tang Ruoshua snorted coldly, the sarcasm in her eyes was extremely obvious. So you also know that Sister Chen is your elder. Is this how you treat your elders?
She glanced at Chen Jipang calmly. I've seen many people whose wives are more important than their mothers, but I've never seen someone as unfilial as you.
If you don't want to take care of Mrs. Chen in her old age, it's okay. I'll do it for you. Some of the 200,000 yuan that Sister Chen gave you was borrowed from me. At the time, you said you were doing business and this money was an investment, and you even signed it for me. Now that it's settled, I can sue you for contract fraud. She rarely treats people so coldly. But in Chen Jipang's eyes, this look of hers was a different kind of charm. Even if the beauty was angry, her beauty was still captivating. Why do you think you can support that old woman in her old age?
Before Chen Jipang could even speak, Li Ningming spoke up. Everyone knows that you're planning to let the damn old woman take care of your two bastards.
Bastard?
A bone-chilling voice sounded from behind, and Yi Chen's angry eyes swept over Li Ningming, making her feel cold all over.
When will it be my son or daughter's turn for others to call her a bastard? What? This man is actually Tang Ruoshua's husband. Chen Jipang was as surprised as she was. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Ruoshua in disbelief. Don't people all say that Tang Ruoshua's children were conceived because of her extramarital affair? How come my biological father actually comes to visit me now? Yi Yuncheng.
Yi Chen called out to his cousin who was standing behind him and looked coldly at Li Ningming in front of him.
Slapped me in the face. Now Yi Yuncheng can be said to listen to his brother in everything.
Yi Chen even felt that even if he asked Yi Yuncheng to kill or set fire, he might do it without saying a word.
Good. Yi Yuncheng approached Li Ningming step by step. A slap hit the woman's face fiercely.
The fair little face suddenly turned red, and a bright red slap mark was clearly imprinted on it.
You actually dared to hit me.
Before he could finish his words, another slap came.
I'm going to hit you.
Yi Yuncheng finally let go of Li Ningming's hand only after he had beaten her face blue and red.
However, Yi Chen kept moving closer to Chen Jipang. It seems that you didn't understand what I just said to you. He just left not long ago.
I didn't expect that this bastard was still thinking about his wife.
He pulled Tang Ruoshua behind him, touched his cheek gently, and spoke with heartache.
If my wife is frightened by you, you won't be able to compensate her even if you give your life as compensation.
Tang Ruoshua suddenly felt a little warmer in her heart.
She raised her eyes and looked at the handsome man in front of her, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The little hand unconsciously held the man's bony fingers, and she felt much more secure. The noise outside did not disturb the old man inside. The hospital does not tolerate noise, so he asked Yi Yuncheng to kick the two people out.
Hubby, Mrs. Chen is so pitiful.
Hearing this, he ruffled the woman's hair.
This matter will definitely have a result by tomorrow, and I will definitely do what I promised you. Tang Ruoshua nodded and slowly hugged the man in front of her. She believed him. No matter what happens, she is willing to unconditionally trust the man in front of her. Soon it was evening. Yi Chen asked Yi Yuncheng to send someone to guard Mrs. Chen's ward, fearing that Chen Jipang and Li Ningming would come here again in the middle of the night to steal money. Fortunately, he really gave thorough instructions on this matter. At 12 o'clock late at night, Chen Jipang took Li Ningming and sneaked into the hospital.
Looking at the still brightly lit corridor and the several big men guarding outside, Chen Jipang immediately gave up the idea of sneaking into his mother's ward.
Husband, is it really true that we can't get back the tens of thousands of dollars in cash? This is tens of thousands of dollars. I won't agree if I can't get it back.
Without Tang Ruoshua's comparison, Chen Jipeng looked at Li Ningmeng, who was acting coquettishly in front of him, and nodded almost unconsciously.
Wife, I have never given you anything you want.
Don't worry, I will definitely get these tens of thousands of dollars. They both left the hospital feeling indignant.
The Maybach that Yi Chin drove during the day was parked right at the hospital gate.
That place happened to be a blind spot for surveillance. Chen Jipeng snorted coldly and took out the fruit knife he carried with him during the day.
Snort. Call in show off. Isn't it just a broken car? Xiao Shua must be willing to be with Yi Chin just because of this broken car. If he also had such an expensive luxury car, Xiao Shua would definitely be with him. Are you crazy? This car costs millions.
Li Ningming's eyes widened as he watched Chen Jipeng cut a huge gash in the car body. This car is worth at least $1 million, and just this scratch will cost hundreds of thousands to repair.
People like Yi Chen would definitely go crazy and ask them to pay compensation. How could he be so bold? He actually wanted to scratch Yi Chen's car. What are you afraid of? Anyway, this place is a blind spot for surveillance. Even if he sees it tomorrow, he won't know it was me.
After hearing this, Li Ningmeng looked around and found that there was really no surveillance. He breathed a sigh of relief, snatched the fruit knife from Chen Jipeng's hand, and slashed the car body with it.
Humph, I've been annoyed by his car for a long time. Wife, don't be angry. When I make a lot of money in the future, I will definitely buy you such an expensive car. Maybe this guy is just renting a car. Li Ningming nodded with satisfaction and pulled Chen Jipeng by the collar. But let's make a deal. If you make a lot of money in the future, you must buy me an identical car. Besides, you can't give that damn old woman a penny.
Chen Jipeng nodded, raised 3 fingers and swore, Wife, if I make money in the future, I will give it all to you, not a penny to that damn old woman.
Chapter 44 I want it all. At this time,
there was a surveillance camera in the car, quietly emitting a dim light. Yi Chen watched as the 2 men scratched his car, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and turned off his phone.
He held Tang Ruoshua's waist and gently gave the woman a goodnight kiss. The next day,
Yi Yunqing was the first to discover that the car was scratched. Seeing the scratches on the car, Yi Yunqing immediately called Yi Chen. After hearing that his car was scratched, Yi Chen still left the hospital calmly.
Don't worry about the car for now, let's go watch a good show first.
After hanging up the phone, he went to the private hospital first to get the paternity test results. There was not a single cent difference from what he expected. The identification results directly showed that the child had no blood relationship with Chen Jipeng.
Li Ningmeng did not change her coat yesterday.
The surveillance camera he installed yesterday happened to be placed in the lining of her coat.
There were a few more noises from the other end. Another big battle.
At this moment, the system's cold voice rang out in his mind.
Bite. The task has been detected and the corresponding options are currently provided.
Option 1, catch and punish Chen Jipeng, and be rewarded with a copy of the short video core technology.
Choice 2, let Chen Jipeng go, solve Chen Sa's problem, and you will be rewarded with a high-quality nanny.
Choice 3, expose that the child is not Chen Jipeng's biological child, let the female supporting character receive the due punishment, and be rewarded with 2 million in cash.
Yi Chen heard silence for the first time after making the choice. After a pause, he said, this kind of choice is a headache for children, I choose all of them. The system hesitated for a moment and spoke to Yi Chen.
The system has received your option and respects the host's decision. It seemed to be hesitant to speak, but in fact, choosing 3 tasks at once, regardless of whether they were completed or not, their host would lose points. Okay, host, please complete 3 tasks within 72 hours. He put away the identification results, lit a cigarette, and immediately called Yi Yunqing.
Yunchang, don't worry about the car for now. We'll deal with the car issue later, he said word by word. Find Chen Jipeng.
I want him to see the true face of his wife today. Just thinking about the scene was exciting, so Yi Yunqing immediately nodded and agreed, and went to the casino where Chen Jipeng usually went with a few good friends. But he just took a taxi back to the hospital where Mrs. Chen was. Mrs. Chen had no other relatives, and except Tang Ruoshua, there was no one accompanying her in the hospital ward.
Mrs. Chen. Tang Ruoshua looked at the old man lying on the bed with heartache. Mrs. Chen had already woken up. She held Tang Ruoshua's hand and said thank you countless times. Xiao Xue.
If it weren't for you yesterday, I would have died a long time ago.
Mrs. Chen seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight. With red eyes, she rubbed Tang Ruoshua's hand and said, Jipeng's father died early. Since he was a child, I have given him everything he wanted. I really didn't expect that I would raise that kid to be like this.
Mrs. Chen had no idea of spoiling her son. She just knew that when there was something good, she would think of her son first. Even now, she never felt that she was wrong. It is probably because of this kind of thinking that Chen Jipeng has become the lazy and gluttonous person he is today. When Tang Ruoshua saw how sad Mrs. Chen was, her eyes couldn't help but turn red.
Mrs. Chen, don't think so much.
When she said this, she wiped away her tears and forced a smile.
I am always grateful to you.
Without you, I would never have had these two children. Yi Chen, who was outside the door, heard these words clearly. He hesitated again, not knowing whether he should show the paternity test report in his hand to Mrs. Chen.
If Mrs. Chen knew that the grandson she had been dreaming about was not Chen Jipeng's biological son, wouldn't she be even more sad?
But, looking at Mrs. Chen for a child that was not her own, he was so decisive that he couldn't even take care of his own body. After knocking on the door of the ward, Tang Ruoshua immediately stood up, opened the door, saw Yi Chen, and happily pulled him over.
Husband. He rubbed Tang Ruoshua's hair and looked at Mrs. Chen beside him. Mrs. Chen, there is something I think you have the right to know.
He handed over the paternity test, and after a few minutes, Mrs. Chen's expression gradually changed from disbelief to stiffness.
Tang Ruoshua also came over and saw the words written on the paternity test. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he raised his eyes, looked at Yi Chen in surprise and asked, that child, isn't Jipeng's biological child?
Yi Chen nodded and looked at Mrs. Chen silently again.
Mrs. Chen, I just confirmed this matter this afternoon.
Mrs. Chen finished reading the report weakly, her hands loosened, and the paternity test fell to the ground.
That's right. I should have thought of it a long time ago.
Yi Chen sighed again. Mrs. Chen, I know that the 200,000 yuan you gave Chen Jipeng before was also for him to marry a wife and have children, but you don't know. When the child got pneumonia, they took your money and sent him directly to a small private hospital.
Mrs. Chen's expression changed immediately.
He didn't care about his own body at all and slapped the bed violently.
What did you say?
That child has actually stopped taking medication for several days.
Yi Chen told everything he knew. Mrs. Chen reacted quickly and revealed a miserable smile.
In order to get her back, her son and daughter-in-law used her beloved grandson as an excuse.
The so-called family happiness is actually just Li Ning's dream of having a nanny.
As for why she has been selling vegetables on the street for some time, it is to pay for the child's medical expenses. Now tell her that the child has actually been out of service for many days.
She couldn't accept it whether the grandson was hers or not. Mrs. Chen, I will also tell Chen Jipeng about this.
Yi Chen comforted Mrs. Chen for a long time, and then gave Tang Ruoshua a look.
Wife, you should stay in the hospital with Mrs. Chen. Tang Ruoshua nodded, and held Mrs. Chen's hand distressfully, refusing to let go. She turned around and spoke to Yi Chen again. Hubby, you should be more careful when you go out alone.
Chapter 45 Chen Jipeng's green hat is tall and long. Mrs. Chen was in the ward, and Tang Ruoshua had a frown on her face the whole time, so he instantly lost all desire to be intimate with her. I called the night train and asked a few brothers to guard the door of the ward.
And the other end?
Brother Chang, that guy still hasn't paid us back the $50,000 he owes us.
Wouldn't it be better to just let him be cheated on forever?
This time, Yi Yunqing brought the same 4 or 5 brothers that Yi Chen met last time. These people knew that they were there to help Yi Chen, and almost all of them responded as soon as they were called. Jianghu people are the most loyal. Just because Yi Chen was so generous last time, they would be willing to help Yi Chen even if he didn't give them a penny this time.
Things are not as simple as you think. You don't understand. Just watch the fun later. But that's a full 50,000 yuan. Is it really going to be a good deal for that kid?
Seeing that his younger brother was so ungrateful, Yi Yunqing slapped him on the head.
Just complain a few words in front of me. If you say these things in front of my brother, I will cut you to pieces.
Yi Yunqing had already been completely convinced by Yi Chen. When he came out of there, Yi Chen was the only one who did not sneer at him, and even supported him.
The younger brother nodded tremblingly and followed Yi Yunqing more skillfully. This group of people entered the casino in a mighty manner.
When the casino manager saw them, he immediately followed them with flattering words.
Hey, why did Brother Chang come here in person today?
He is the person in charge of this casino. Since Yi Yunqing was released from prison, he has been in charge of this entire street in the north of the city. He called Yi Yunqing brother, which also shows how important Yi Yunqing is in this area.
What else could it be? Is Chen Jipang in your casino?
Although Yi Yunqing was in this circle, he had great contempt for things like pornography, gambling, and drugs. He has always been thinking about making money through legitimate means rather than challenging the bottom line of the law.
This is also an important reason why he wants to seek investment from Yi Chen. I'm here to look for that kid Chen Jipang.
The person in charge of the casino was very considerate and pointed directly to a table in the middle of the casino. Yi Yunqing glanced over and saw Chen Jipang, who was standing in the middle and gambling so hard that his eyes were almost red.
Don't alarm him yet. I want to catch him in the act today.
The person in charge nodded. He didn't want to offend Yi Yunqing more than offending a gambler. Not to mention that the news that Yi Yunqing's cousin drove a luxury car worth millions had already spread throughout the entire North City Street.
He didn't even have time to curry favor with her.
Brother Chang, don't worry, we only love money, we don't care where the money comes from.
Yi Yunqing nodded, left the place with satisfaction, went to the bathroom and secretly called Yi Chen. Brother, Chen Jipang is always here, you can come over anytime.
When Yi Chen discovered that the Maybach was scratched, he did not take it to be repaired, but drove the car directly to the entrance of the casino. Although there were many cracks in the car, such an expensive luxury car still attracted a lot of people's attention. The person in charge of the casino came up to greet him respectfully.
This is Master Yi, right?
Yi Chen was not surprised, as this man knew his last name, and nodded coldly.
Brother Yunqing has already mentioned you to me. He is waiting for you inside now. You just need to come with me. Yi Chen nodded and stepped into the casino. The casinos on Changbei Street are different from those large and formal casinos. They are full of all kinds of people and you can meet all kinds of people. Where is Chen Jipang?
When the name was mentioned, the casino manager frowned, but he didn't hide it too much. Master Yi, to be honest, this guy already owes our casino several $1,000s, but he still refuses to stop. In fact, part of the reason why he didn't stop was because of them. If Chen Jipang wanted to keep gambling like this, then he would definitely be happy to let him do so. Anyway, he would have to return the money when the time came. How could Yi Chen not know these tricks of the casino? He walked towards Chen Jipang and picked up Chen Jipang from the gambling table.
Fuck. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
The moment he turned his head, he saw Yi Chen's face.
He immediately remembered what happened yesterday and suddenly felt guilty for a second. You, what are you doing here? Isn't this just asking a question knowing the answer? Yi Yunqing and his group surrounded them and spoke with a cold snort. Chen Jipang, you haven't paid back the 50,000 yuan you owe us yet, and you've already scratched my brother's car?
My brother's car is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars just from those few cracks.
It seems like you are really a fool with a lot of money. How did they know?
He was about to deny it, but then he heard Yi Yunqing playing the surveillance video, which happened to be the clip of him and Li Ningming scratching the car.
That's nothing. Next second. What are you going to do?
I'm telling you, even if I scratch the car, it doesn't matter.
I'm not going to pay for it.
Yi Yunqing punched down and spoke with disgust.
You are so shameless, and you are so arrogant, right? Do you think you are so awesome?
The papers were thrown in his face. He hesitated for a second after seeing the words on them.
Paternity test? What is paternity testing? Oh, it's written in black and white, can't you understand?
Yi Chen said with a half smile, for a woman whose child is not yours, you even abandoned your own mother. You are such a pathetic scum. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Afterwards, everyone was gloating over the misfortune.
No way.
A few days ago, Chen Jipang was still showing off to us, saying how great his son was. I didn't expect that his son was someone else's. I told you, with his ugly looks, there won't be any woman willing to give birth to a child for him.
Being ugly is nothing, the key is that he is poor. He is poor and loves to gamble. Which woman is willing to suffer with such a man? Ha, it's as if you don't like gambling. Aren't we all gamblers here? TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if we love gambling, we should know our limits. These gloating voices filled Chen Jipang's ears. He read the reports tremblingly.
All thoughts of gambling disappeared, and just when he was about to rush out to settle the score with that woman, he was picked up again.
Yi Chen dragged Chen Jipeng out of the casino. He wanted to take Chen Jipeng to the hospital. Yi Chen was so strong that even Yi Yunqing stared at him in amazement.
It takes a lot of strength to be able to lift an adult weighing over 160 pounds with one hand.
Brother, wait for me. Chapter 46, Crazy Chen Jipeng. Yi Yunqing's voice came from behind. Yi Chen turned around and saw Yi Yunqing.
Several of them followed behind him. You guys go to the hospital first. He picked up Chen Jipeng and threw him into the car with a bang.
Don't you want to settle accounts with that woman?
Yi Chen looked at the disheveled man in front of him with a teasing look and snorted coldly.
There are more interesting things you haven't seen yet.
An exciting voice came out. Yi Chen clicked on the recording in his hand and started a live broadcast. That familiar voice was exactly what Li Ningming heard.
No, my husband will be back soon, please leave now. What's the big deal? What can that loser do even if he sees me?
The man laughed loudly, his tone full of sarcasm. You little bitch, don't you have feelings for your husband? If Chen Jipeng knew that he was raising a son for another man, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood.
Stop making trouble.
There was another round of ups and downs. Chen Jipeng, who heard this live broadcast, almost exploded.
Look, for a woman like this, you have lost your bottom line.
Yi Chen looked at him sarcastically. You probably didn't expect that the child was not yours, right?
Even Mrs. Chen didn't expect it at all. Go away. I don't need your sympathy.
Chen Jipeng slammed the car door and rushed towards the foot massage shop where Li Ningming was.
I'm going to kill these two adulterers.
He had guessed that Li Ningming was restless outside, but he had never actually caught her. Moreover, now that he had a wife and son, his mother would come back to help him, so he could save himself a lot of trouble, and he also had an excellent nanny, so everything had been peaceful.
Now that I know there is green grassland above my head, how can I accept it? Before Yi Chen could react, Chen Jipeng had already disappeared at the entrance of the alley. At this time, the originally quiet hospital was suddenly filled with a few noisy noises.
Tang Ruoxue raised her head in confusion, opened the door, and looked at the scene outside. A burly man about 1.80 meters tall stood at the door of Mrs. Chen's ward, confronting the few people left behind by Yi Chen. Li Ningming stood next to the big man, her face full of resentment. She brought Wang Chang today, intending to use force to snatch the money, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen actually left a few people at the door to guard the old woman.
Mom, I came here to ask you for money. Your grandson is now in the hospital. Our family really doesn't have any extra expenses.
If you don't want him to die in the hospital, you should take out the money we found yesterday. Seeing that violence didn't work, Li Ningming changed his expression and said with a dark face. When Mrs. Chen heard such shameless words, her eyes widened in amazement.
You? I what me?
Li Ningming spoke with confidence.
Didn't you say long ago that this money is for my son's future education? He's almost dying now, how is he going to study in the future? If you have a conscience, why don't you take out the money and use it for his medical treatment?
Mrs. Chen's face was red and swollen, and she could hardly breathe. How can you be so shameless?
You are shameless and don't keep your word. The money originally belonged to me. Do you really want me to rob it?
The people that Yi Chen left behind were originally there to keep the ward safe. When they saw that Li Ningming was planning to cause trouble, they got gloomy faces and tried to drive them away. Seeing that these bodyguards were about to turn against each other, Li Ningming's face changed and she leaned closely against Wang Chang.
Li Ningming. A roar came as if from hell.
Chen Jipeng, who was walking all the way, rushed over. Later, Yi Chen and Yi Yunqing also arrived with their men. Chen Jipeng stole a motorcycle on the road and drove over here. His speed was faster than Yi Chen. His chest was raging as he saw Li Ningming and the man appear together.
Why on earth am I not good enough to you? What do you mean?
Li Ningming felt a little more guilty. Looking at Wang Chang standing beside him, he finally reacted and quickly grabbed Chen Jipeng's hand.
Hubby, don't get me wrong. This is my oldest cousin from my mother's side.
He came here just for our son's matter.
Our son.
Before she finished her words, a light paternity test report was thrown at her. Chen Jipeng growled, his eyes filled with blood.
How dare you say your son is mine? Paternity test? Li Ningming's face turned pale in an instant.
Seeing that there was no way back, Wang Chang simply gave up and suddenly picked up Chen Jipeng.
Chen Jipeng, even if I slept with you, what does it matter if I'm your woman? Your sons are all my children. Chen Jipeng's mind went blank, and this sentence kept echoing in his mind. The blue roots on his arm suddenly burst out, his eyes turned red, and he pulled out a sharp knife from behind. His movements were so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The tip of the knife suddenly stabbed towards Wang Chang, who was closest to him, and directly stabbed into his abdomen. Murder! Murder! What broke the silence was Li Ningming's scream, which was so loud that it almost blew the whole house over. The scene became extremely bloody. Mrs. Chen, who witnessed it all, fainted again immediately after seeing her son's appearance. Blood splattered on Chen Jipeng's face, and he stabbed Wang Chang several times more brutally. After he came to his senses, he saw Li Ningmeng, who was so scared that her legs were weak, and rushed up madly. But before Chen Jipeng could reach Li Ningmeng, he was subdued and pinned to the ground by the hospital security guards who rushed over. Yi Yinqing called the police as soon as Chen Jipeng got off the car, but he didn't see Chen Jipeng killing Wang Chang. Li Ningmeng and Chen Jipeng were taken away by the police. Wang Chang was admitted to the LCU for treatment on the spot. Also admitted to the LCU was Mrs. Chen, who had just fainted. When the dust settled, Tang Ruoxue hugged Yi Chen in fear. "Don't be afraid, I'm here," he gently stroked Tang Ruoxue, easing her frightened look. "No matter what, I will definitely protect you well." These words seemed like a tranquilizer. Tang Ruoxue's originally somewhat frightened mood was completely calmed down. As eyewitnesses, Yi Chen and Yi Yunqing went to take a statement on behalf of the others. By the time they came back from taking the statements, the operation was over. The scene looked bloody at the time, but fortunately, no vital parts were stabbed and the operation was a complete success. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chang had woken up. After he was out of danger, he was sent directly to the police station. Mrs. Chen remained in a coma. This also caused Tang Ruoxue to be constantly worried, knowing that there was no one to take care of Mrs. Chen and she had not been home all day. Fortunately, she had already found another nanny 2 days ago, otherwise, they wouldn't have the energy to take care of both sides. "Hubby, you go back first. I'll stay with Sister Chen at night." The man couldn't bear to see Tang Ruoxue working so hard, so he thought of taking her back to rest. Tang Ruoxue was very stubborn. Once she made up her mind, she would not listen to anyone no matter how much they advised her. "Mrs. Chen is so pitiful. There are some things she can't say when you are here, but I can still enlighten her." He rubbed the girl's eyebrows and spoke with heartache. "I'll leave a few people here. If anything happens, just call me. I'll go back first. Xing Yun and the other two can't be left without someone to take care of them. Even if there's a nanny, we can't be completely at ease." Tang Ruoxue nodded and agreed. In the days that followed, every time they recalled this night, they felt thrilling and even felt lucky. Chapter 47 Mission completed. When Yi Chen returned home, it was already past 12 o'clock. They had hired a live-in nanny, and the light in the nanny's room had been turned off long ago. He tiptoed and opened the door, being very polite so as not to wake up the nanny. It was rare for the two little guys, Xing Yun and Jiwei, not to cry. You have to know that once they leave Tang Ruoxue, they will feel very insecure and sometimes they may cry for the whole day. Tang Ruoxue has been away for most of the day. Aren't these two little guys too silent? Yi Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He pushed open the door of the baby room and slowly turned on the light. He saw the two little guys on the bed. Their faces were flushed and there were traces of tears in the corners of their eyes. His heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly moved towards the two of them, putting his hands on their foreheads. So hot. This temperature is ridiculously high. How does this nanny take care of people? Both children had high fevers at the same time, but she didn't even call them. He quickly picked up Qingyun and Jiwei. It was 12 o'clock late in the night. Fortunately, the traffic was not so heavy. Despite this, he still ran through countless red lights and rushed to the hospital like a madman. The child has a high fever. Where are the doctors on duty? The hospital he went to happened to be the same hospital where Mrs. Chen was staying, and the fever clinic was 2 floors below Mrs. Chen's ward. The doctor rushed over and took the two children to the emergency room with 2 nurses. Qingyun's condition was better, but even so, his fever had reached 38 degrees. Jiwei's condition was even worse. Not only did he have a high fever, he also had vomiting and diarrhea. No matter how much it costs. My child must be cured. He prayed to Buddha for help. He didn't want anything now. Even if his system was taken back, it didn't matter. He just hoped that the 2 children would be safe. He waited outside the emergency room for 2 hours, and fortunately the child was safe and sound. He spent almost half of the entire day in the hospital, and there had never been a moment when he was more scared than he was now. There's nothing serious wrong with the child. He just needs 2 days of intravenous drip. Please be extra careful during this period. That little girl must have eaten something that caused allergies during the day, otherwise she wouldn't have been vomiting and having diarrhea. It's best to find out what your child can and can't eat when you go back. Vientiane nodded and looked at the doctors with gratitude. They were able to stick to their posts late at night without any complaints, and were even willing to serve the people to this extent. Is this the angel in white? Watching the 2 children being pushed out of the emergency room and hooked up to intravenous strips, a trace of hatred flashed in Vientiane's eyes. That nanny can't stay. Tang Ruoxue clearly wrote down all the things that the 2 children were not allowed to eat, and posted them in the most obvious place. The 2 children were not picky eaters and were able to remember them immediately. But that nanny fed Jiwei some food containing allergenic elements. To put it more seriously, isn't this harming people? He didn't dare hide this matter from Xiaoxue. Although Xiaoxue was sleeping 2 floors above him now, he still didn't want to inform her tonight. Xingyun and Jiwei would need intravenous drips for at least 3 or 4 days, and she would definitely not be able to sleep well during these 3 or 4 days. Let her have a good rest today. The next day, Tang Ruoxue didn't sleep well that night. The 3 of them were connected as mother and children, so she had nightmares the whole night. They even dreamed that the twins left them. Tang Ruoxue was frightened awake and was covered in cold sweat when she woke up. It might be because she made too much noise that even Mrs. Chen was woken up. Having witnessed her son committing murder, Mrs. Chen felt more distressed than anyone else. But seeing Tang Ruoxue's pale face, she still asked with concern. Xiaoxue, do you want to have a good rest for a while? How can an old woman like me be so lucky as to have you take care of me all night long? Mrs. Chen, stop joking. In my heart, you are like my mother. A daughter should respect her mother. Isn't that what she should do? Mrs. Chen smiled bitterly and was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, my brother asked you to go up. Xingyun and Jiwei both had high fevers. They were on 4 drips all night, and now they are vomiting milk. As soon as these words fell, Tang Ruoxue was stunned for a second and almost fell to the ground. She leaned against the wall and asked Vientiane outside, Xingyun and Jiwei, where are they? She held onto the wall and rushed out, her steps trembling a little. Mrs. Chen didn't care about her own health at all and followed him out. Where is the child now? Why did he suddenly have a high fever? Aren't Xingyun and Jiwei always in good health? In such a short time, Vientiane couldn't explain so much and could only take the 2 of them downstairs. Sister-in-law, when my brother came home yesterday, he already found that the 2 children had a high fever, and he was afraid that you would worry. Jiwei seems to have eaten something that he shouldn't eat. He's been vomiting and having diarrhea very badly since yesterday. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's face turned pale. Why would you suddenly eat something you shouldn't eat? She had clearly told the nanny about all the allergens long ago. Without time to think about it, she hurried to the ward downstairs with Vientiane. Seeing Xingyun and Jiwei's pale faces, her heart suddenly ached again. Hubby, why did they suddenly have a fever? The nanny can't take good care of the children. Just fire her when you get back. After hearing that it was the nanny's fault, Mrs. Chen felt even more guilty. Xiaoxue, if I hadn't left, the child wouldn't have gotten sick. Apart from Tang Ruoxue, she is the person who knows the 2 children best. Mrs. Chen. Actually, if you were here. Vientiane looked in the direction of Mrs. Chen and sighed, for us, no nanny is more caring than you, and you are the only one who treats these 2 children as your own relatives. I wonder if you'd like to come back. There was a hint of hesitation on Mrs. Chen's face. Vientiane naturally knew what she was thinking about, and slowly said, I received news that Li Ningmeng and Wang Chang have been caught by the police. They can't escape the crime of extramarital affair. As for the child, the police will take good care of him. Chen Jipeng is found guilty of intentional injury and will probably spend 5 years in prison. Mrs. Chen looked very happy and said to herself, I don't know how I will go down to see my old man in the future. Vientiane sighed, Mrs. Chen, this is not your fault, don't blame yourself. And I believe that after this, Chen Jipeng should correct himself. Mrs. Chen, I promise you that if Chen Jipeng corrects himself after he is released, I will give him a chance to be a good person.
At this moment, hope slowly emerged in Mrs. Chen's eyes. At the same time, Yichen heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Chapter 48 Short Video Core Technology obtained. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 million in cash, short video technology, and a high-quality nanny. The moment the system finished speaking, Yichen received a text message on his phone. It was the news that 2 million in cash had arrived in his account, and the core technology of short videos was also distributed to his mobile phone. There was also countless knowledge in his mind that he needed to digest slowly. As for the high-quality nanny, it should be Mrs. Chen, he asked Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, if you are willing to go back with us, I will send you and Xiaoshu home now, right? Mrs. Chen finally nodded and agreed. You don't have to worry about the child's problem. He should be fine after 2 days of intravenous drip. Fortunately, it was discovered early. In order to praise Tang Ruoshue's heart, he deliberately spoke in a positive way. That's good. Tang Ruoshue felt scared. It was all her fault for not taking care of the child in the past 2 days. If Yichen hadn't gone back yesterday, if Qingyun and Jiwei had been feverish all night, who knows what the result would have been? Seeing the scratched luxury car, Mrs. Chen was too guilty to raise her head and hurriedly spoke to Yichen. Master Yi, you must tell me the money for repairing the car. My son is a good for nothing, but since it was his fault, there is no reason for you to bear the responsibility. Yichen shook his head. Mrs. Chen, we are all family. How can there be any distinction between you and me? Yeah, you don't have to think so much. Tang Ruoshue held Mrs. Chen's arm and took her into the car. Sent them back home. Yichen called Yi Yunqing directly. As soon as they arrived at the place, Yichen let him get in the car. Brother, your car. Repairing this car will cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. That kid Chen Jipeng was fine. He was suspected of intentional injury and was sent to jail directly. He knew his brother well, and there was no way his brother would ask Mrs. Chen to pay the money. It's only a few $100,000. Mrs. Chen is old after all. Yichen said it lightly, which made Yi Yunqing admire him even more. I came to see you today because of the project you mentioned 2 days ago. As soon as these words fell, Yi Yunqing became energetic. His eyes widened, and he quickly asked, Brother, didn't you say you wanted to invest a few days ago? Are you really going to support me in doing this? There is actually no precedent for his project. Once he starts doing it, he may be on a path of no return. Therefore, most people around me do not support it. But his brother not only lent him so much money, but also planned to invest in it. Brother, you will be my second parents from now on. Yichen held his forehead helplessly. Forget it, I don't want to be beaten to death by your parents. Having said this, he sent the project book that the system had just sent to him to Yi Yunqing intactly. This is a project I've been thinking about these past 2 days. It's also related to the company we're going to start. You can take a look at it. Ding dong sound. Yi Yunqing had already received the file on the other end of the phone. Before opening the file, he actually still had some doubts because his brother did not study this major and did not know much about the short video industry. It can be said that he is a complete layman. Outsiders can just watch the fun. What can they come up with? After he opened the document and read it for nearly a minute, he almost knelt down and called Yichen Dad. Brother, you are my real brother. Such an awesome project book is perfect and there is nothing wrong with it. This is the core technology of the short video industry, and his brother actually finished it in just 2 days. Stop flattering me. Yichen curled his lips slightly, and as if thinking of Chen Jipeng, he said, after Chen Jipeng comes out, the past will be written off, right? There was something fishy in his words, but neither of them was stupid. Yi Yunqing said happily, Brother, don't worry about this matter. I have already reformed myself. I haven't done those fighting and killing things in the past 2 years. As for the matter of the $50,000, I won't pursue it. Chen Jipeng didn't have the ability to make him think about it for so long. What's more, Yi Chen's hundreds of thousands were just a drop in the bucket, so what did he count for? These are all ridiculous things from the past, so it's better not to mention them. Hearing this, Yichen patted Yi Yunqing's shoulder with satisfaction, and said seriously, Don't worry, follow your brother, I guarantee that you can make a fortune. But... The tail end of his voice was stretched out, and he spoke slowly to Yi Yunqing. No one in the Yi family can know about my affairs, including my parents. He asked Yi Yunqing, Can you promise to do this for me? Yi Yunqing nodded and agreed. Since you are my brother, I will do my best to do what you ask. After sending Yi Yunqing to the North City Street, Yichen frowned again when he looked at the alley where Yi Yunqing lived.
I'll find you a good place to move out of here in a couple of days. Who knew? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunqing actually shook his head and refused. Brother, I'd better wait until I make some money before moving out, otherwise it will be bad to keep bothering you. Seeing Yi Yunqing's insistence, Yichen couldn't say anything else and could only nod his head. Just as I sent the person there, the phone rang again.
Yichen thought that Yi Yunqing had dropped something in the car, but when he answered the phone, it was another familiar voice.
Yichen, we haven't contacted each other for so many days. Have you forgotten about us good classmates? Yichen was stunned for 2 seconds. Just remembered the class reunion I promised some time ago.
It really wasn't that he forgot about this matter on purpose. So many things have happened in the past few days, and no one would keep remembering an insignificant thing.
We agreed that you must attend the class reunion tonight. He declined twice, then nodded.
Then I remembered that I hadn't called my parents for a long time, so I quickly transferred some money home. Not long after I transferred the money, my parents called me directly.
Son, did you find money? You just transferred 100,000 to your mother a while ago, and now you transferred this much again?
Father Yi was happy at first, but immediately thought of his son's situation. He had been wandering outside and had always been a small clerk.
Where did he get the money? You haven't done anything bad.
Okay, Dad, stop talking about these impossible things.
Just keep it well, he said to Yi's father on the other end of the phone while driving the car to the repair shop.
How are you and my mom doing these past 2 days?
Don't always think about saving money.
Take this money and take my mom for a full body checkup. Ye's mother said cheerfully, my son has made great progress and now cares about his parents.
By the way, didn't you ask us to prepare your household registration book last time? Is our daughter-in-law ready?
Don't let the household registration book be ready and your daughter-in-law is gone by the time you get her.
Ye's mother spoke.
Don't worry, I will bring your daughter-in-law to visit you in 2 days, and I will prepare the household registration booklet by then. The whole thing he talked about was the household registration book, and Ye's father and mother frowned.
Don't play tricks on us, kid. Marriage is not a trivial matter.
Although we hope you can settle down quickly, we must be polite when it comes to getting a marriage certificate.
Your mother is right.
If we want to get married, we should also visit the girl's parents first.
Otherwise, it would be rude. Yichen was educated again.
When it came to meeting Tang Ruoshua's parents, he also felt that this matter needed to be put first. It is best for both parties' parents to participate in such an important event as getting a marriage certificate.
Although Xiaoxua has cut off ties with her family, he still hopes that her parents can sincerely bless them. Mom, don't worry.
What else would you worry about when your son does something? You have been so well behaved since you were little. I'm just afraid that you've been deceived by some little girl. Yichen chuckled, and Xiaoxua's peaceful face appeared in his mind.
After being cheated by Su Feifei once, would he be fooled again? Chapter 49 Classmates Lick Learn Dog.
The car had been sent for repairs, and he had to attend the class reunion in the evening, so he had to drive the Volkswagen CC given to Tang Ruoshua to the company first. He hadn't been to the company for more than a week, and the company almost became a paradise controlled by Li Mingxian alone.
Mr. Lin was not there either.
He was pulled over by his 2 good brothers.
Yichen, why did you take leave these 2 days in a row?
President Lin has made it clear that you and Li Mingxian are competing for the position of director, but you just ran away.
It would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. Who doesn't want his good brother to become a director?
If Li Mingxian were to become the director of this department, they would have no chance of survival in the company.
Don't worry about that. It wasn't his original intention to work for someone else forever. Now there are other methods and ways to survive.
Of course, he wanted to continue working on the short video project. I'm still working on a small project recently.
Once I succeed in this project, I'll help you 2 out of this misery. Yichen, is what you said true or false?
Zhou Ming and Shan Lang both widened their eyes filled with anticipation. The benefits in this company are indeed good, but both of them are ambitious young people and don't want to waste their time here.
How could I lie to you too? I came back today just to sort out all the company's affairs.
Please don't reveal my affairs to anyone yet.
Wait for my good news.
After hearing this, Zhou Ming and Shan Lang immediately gained confidence. After talking with his 2 good brothers, he returned to his workstation. Looking at his desk, which was full of miscellaneous items, he was stunned for a second.
He immediately locked his eyes on Li Mingxian in front of him. Why are you staring at me? The company is so small, and you haven't come to work for so many days. Shouldn't we make good use of your last bit of value?
Li Mingxian said this openly and honestly, and a group of employees below were also discussing it.
Boss Lin has already said that this is a critical period.
I didn't expect that there are still people who can take so many days off in a row.
At first I thought Vientiane wanted to secretly take over the project, but a week has passed and he still hasn't done anything?
Just wait, our brother Mingxian will definitely take over as the director of this department.
To be honest, I really think Vientiane is not worthy of the position. The people who were talking below were all Li Mingxian's lackeys.
They spoke loudly and every word they said fell into Vientiane's ears.
Vientiane snorted coldly. A department director was flattered to such an extent by those people.
Fortunately, he had always been as low-key as possible in public.
If these people knew my current background, I'm afraid the person they would curry favor with would not be Li Mingxian.
I'll give you 3 minutes to clear all this stuff off my desk.
Yo, are you threatening your father?
Li Mingxian put his words here directly. If anyone dares to clean up these things on his desk today, it means that he is not doing his job during working hours and is using a small team to get special treatment.
I will definitely hold him accountable.
Before this was said, some people even thought about taking the things on the table back.
When Li Mingxian said this, those people's thoughts suddenly disappeared without a trace. The 3 minutes are up.
Vientiane gave them a sarcastic look, then directly called the cleaning staff downstairs, transferred 300 yuan to him, and asked him to dispose of all the things on the table as garbage.
The cleaning staff moved very quickly and threw away all the things in no time. There were some valuable items in there.
When the owners of those items saw that their things were smashed to pieces, they felt as if their hearts were bleeding.
Vientiane, are you fucking sick? The person who spoke was one of Li Mingxian's lackeys.
Seeing his newly bought PS5 being smashed into pieces, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack.
Why did you break all my things? Pay me. Vientiane looked at the person who spoke as if he was a fool. I just gave you 3 minutes, and you didn't take it yourself. Now your things are smashed, and you still want me to pay for it? Dream on.
Many people suffered losses in silence, but when they saw the one who stood out was directly criticized by Vientiane, they did not dare to ask Vientiane for compensation again.
Since Mr. Lin is not here, there is no need for him to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Li Mingxian's voice rang out again from behind. Vientiane, President Lin has said that if you don't discuss the new energy company's advertisement again, you will resign on your own initiative.
So far, Vientiane has made no progress on this project.
In fact, we can't blame him for asking for leave.
It's more because of Li Mingxian, who was stirring up trouble behind him. Although he knew it clearly, he still spoke coldly. If we really can't negotiate this advertisement, I will leave the company on my own initiative without your reminder. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at the people behind him, with an angry look on his face, and left the company without turning his head. As soon as he got off the elevator, someone called him.
The voice from Vientiane's end was like a death warrant, and he shouted towards him anxiously. Vientiane, it's almost 5 or 6 o'clock, why haven't you arrived at the hotel yet? You're not still at work, are you? If you can't get a leave, just quit and come to my company and I'll pay you. From the other end of the phone came Vientiane's extremely generous voice. After the sentence fell, there were many people flattering over there.
Vientiane frowned and said coldly, I know, I will be there soon.
This meeting is more like a dog-licking meeting than a class reunion. Except for a few students, everyone revolved around young Tianhua.
Even the squad leader is no different. When he drove to the hotel entrance, he saw a familiar beautiful figure standing at the entrance from afar.
Vientiane.
A clear and crisp voice sounded not far away. The woman was wearing high heels, and her every frown and smile was extremely vivid. She curled her lips, and her beautiful eyes stared at him intently.
I heard that you came back for the class reunion, so I came here too.
This woman must be the one who spoke up for him in the class group before.
Zhou, long time no see.
Li Zhou looked at him with a smile on his face, in a good mood, and put his arm around his shoulders. I didn't expect that our handsome man you would still remember a little girl like me.
Let's go in together. They have already arrived.
Vientiane felt a little uncomfortable with such an intimate action, and quietly pushed Li Zhou's hand away.
Why did you come out alone? Aren't most of the students here by now? Li Zhozhou spoke very frankly, turned his head and stared into Yichane's eyes. What's so good about being in there?
It's so smoky and full of filth, not to mention that you're not even in there yet.
Chapter 50 Contemporary Classmates Reunion is a grand occasion. Yichane swallowed.
It's not that he is narcissistic, he just always feels that Li Zhozhou has some feelings for him.
This feeling is very similar to the attitude the forest shop clerk treated me when I was driving a Maybach. Shouldn't it be? When he walked into the box, Yichane truly understood the chaotic atmosphere that Li Zhozhou had described. A large group of people were surrounding Yang Tianhua, talking and laughing.
To be precise, a group of people surrounded Yang Tianhua and laughed at him flatteringly. From time to time, Yang Tianhua would throw out a joke that no one could follow up on, leaving the group of students laughing awkwardly. But they have to flatter Yang Tianhua in everything, it's really like a dog licking convention.
Hey! Our goddess Jojo actually brought Yichane in.
A tall and thin boy was the first to see the two of them. Yichane had some impression of this boy, but when he was forced to say his name, he couldn't say it.
Master Yi is indeed a forgetful person.
He even forgot the name of my roommate who I have lived with for 4 years. I heard these words from my roommate next door.
Yichane suddenly had an impression.
His so-called roommate next door had never had a good attitude towards him since his freshman year. Not only did he like to speak ill of him, but his hands were also not very clean.
His scholarship was originally taken away by this roommate.
He moved out in less than 1 semester, and later changed his major, and we had even less contact.
In front of so many people, he still forced to smile. It's been a long time.
Zhang Tao, don't blame our handsome guy Yi for not remembering you.
He is still working as a clerk in a shabby company. He is as tired as a dog every day. How can he have the energy to remember us old classmates? Yichane, I heard that it's not easy for you to ask for leave today. Why don't you just let our brother Tianhua find you a new job?
A short and fat boy interrupted. He was more impressed by this boy than his previous roommate. Huang Ji, he used to have pockmarks all over his face and didn't he look very good? After not seeing him for a few years, he has become so fat. He used to feel inferior because of his appearance.
Yichane has a good-looking face.
Even though he is usually targeted by the boys in the class, he still has a lot of luck with girls. Therefore, among all the people in the class, Huang Ji's favorite target was Yichane. Brother Huang used to be cheerful and liked to hang out with girls, but now I can't believe that he's getting along so well with men. There is something behind these words, and these people are not fools. Huang Ji immediately understood the meaning of these words, and his face turned red instantly. Just as he was about to open his mouth to retort, the situation became awkward again.
Yichane was right. In fact, among all the classmates, he and Zhang Tao liked Yang Tianhua the most.
But he had no way to refute these words.
Well, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but Yichane still loves to joke around. Yang Tianhua saw that the time was right and came out to be fair again. I don't know what car you drove here today, Yichane. There should be a lot of traffic on the road, right? Didn't you say last time that a Mercedes-Benz is no match for an ordinary car?
Before Yichane even opened his mouth, Zhang Tao interrupted him. What other car could he drive?
Could he have ridden a shared bike?
He's dressed like a real man, and his clothes must be rented.
We all know Yichane's family background.
Ha, Yichane, even if you sell a kidney, you should at least buy yourself a car worth tens of thousands of dollars, right?
What kind of car can you buy with tens of thousands of yuan?
Even used cars are not that cheap.
What do you know? You can enjoy the scenery while riding a bicycle.
Compared to this, a Mercedes is really just an ordinary car. These students interrupted Yichane's voice one after another, and no one was willing to listen to him at this time.
You guys are going too far.
We are classmates, and you say such harsh things. A crisp voice rang out, and Li Zhozhou stopped the man behind him, as if he would protect his image even at his death.
Everyone was very confused and stared at Li Zhozhou several times. What happened to this goddess Jojo?
Not only did he speak up for Yichane in the class group last time, but he also brought Yichane in today.
Now, he actually confronted all of them directly for Yichane. Just because he's good looking? What's so good about a pretty boy? Everyone, don't say so much. It's really not easy to work hard in this city. Yichane, sometimes you still have to be nicer to yourself.
If you really have any difficulties, we old classmates will help you.
Yang Tianhua patted Yichane's shoulder earnestly.
Yichane. Yes, you are right. While chatting and laughing, he deliberately showed off his car keys, which were a low-end version of the Mercedes-Benz S.
Everyone's attention was quickly diverted by the car key. Brother Yang picked up a new car so soon? How cool! It's actually a Mercedes. I've never ridden in $1 million car in my life. You sound unsophisticated, right? I just happened to come here with Brother Yang today. I have ridden in cars worth millions in my life, ha ha ha. Yang Tianhua waved his hand. Do you know the slogan of Mercedes-Benz? Dear owner Yang Tianhua, welcome to join the Mercedes Club. May the three-pointed star illuminate your future in life. Yang Tianhua said seriously, I didn't expect that Mercedes-Benz is quite good at talking, unlike some people. After saying that, Yang Tianhua glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen expressed his helplessness at Yang Tianhua's obvious skills of showing off his wealth. Li Zhozhou also felt as speechless as he did. Li Zhozhou was even more obvious and just rolled his eyes. But she was beautiful, and many boys in the class had secretly had a crush on her, even Yang Tianhua was no exception. Zhozhou, it's my treat today, just tell me if you want to eat anything. Li Zhozhou responded casually and found a seat in a corner and sat down. Yang Tianhua looked generous. She had only borrowed 200,000 yuan from him before, but he actually made advances on her and even wanted to be with her. Don't you think about whether he is worthy? Who does he think Li Zhozhou is? The waiters brought the dishes one after another. Seeing his Mercedes-Benz was not enough to make Li Zhozhou happy. He thought it was because of the money he borrowed last time. When Li Zhozhou came to him, he was very excited. However, he really couldn't afford the 200,000 yuan that Li Zhozhou asked for all at once. Now was a rare occasion for him to show off his wealth and change Li Zhozhou's impression of him. Of course I won't lend you the money, people still need to sleep. Yang Tianhua deliberately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? I wonder why you called me this afternoon. You mean the project you recommended to me last time? It's true that there are some small changes, but it's not that I don't agree, but the price you offer is too low. There are many people competing for this project. If it's not 3 million, I will definitely not agree. Oh, even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still friendship. Don't be so anxious. What? You said you were going to come and see me in person today? I'm afraid I don't have time. I'm attending a class reunion right now. They're all old friends. Friends are of course more important to me than work. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Since you said you are willing to wait for me, how can I refuse your kindness? Chapter 51 Li Zhozhou knows Yi Chen's worth. After the call was hung up, Yang Tianhua pretended to be impatient and said, a cooperator who has no ability at all still wants to cooperate with me. It's really annoying. He even wants to call me every day. Brother Yang, I wonder what you do for a living. I think you are quite capable. If you have a good job, please introduce it to us old classmates. Yang Tianhua said cheerfully, of course, we are old classmates. He suddenly changed the subject and looked at Yi Chen, who was eating quietly on the side. Yi Chen, I heard that you are in Huacheng Company? I have a few old acquaintances there. Oh? Do you have any old acquaintances in our company? He didn't take the matter to heart, but he didn't expect that just over 10 minutes later, Yang Tianhua actually called his old colleagues to the hotel. Yi Chen, this should be your good colleague, right? Yi Chen raised his eyes and saw Li Mingxian and the others walking towards him. Sure enough, those who can play together are certainly not good people. This also shows that Yang Tianhua really put a lot of thought into making himself disgusted. It's a pity that my roommate Liang Ping, who had informed me in advance, didn't come, otherwise I would have really had a drink with him. After all, he gave me a heads up first. He did not deny that he drank a glass of wine by himself. Li Mingxian saw that he was ignored and immediately became annoyed. Boss Yang, today is such a coincidence. I never thought Yi Chen would be so lucky to be your classmate. Yi Chen is really notorious in our company. We all know that he is just a gigolo now. Free rice? Yang Tianhua was happy. He originally thought that Yi Chen had some real abilities, but he didn't expect that he was just a gigolo. Hey, I remember Yi Chen was talking nonsense in the group. He said that the car our brother Yang bought was nothing. There was another voice in the crowd, which brought back everyone's memories. Yang Tianhua immediately thought of Yi Chen, who had embarrassed him that day, and pretended to smooth things over. Don't say that, I think Yi Chen must have his own difficulties that he doesn't know why. Brother Yang, you are kind-hearted,
but if I had an old classmate like this, I would have kicked him out a long time ago. Yeah, it's okay to do something as shameful as being a gigolo. But today, I saw it in driving that Volkswagen CC and I checked it out. I didn't expect that the car was actually owned by a woman.
Fuck, is Yichen really a gigolo?
Even the car he was driving belonged to a woman.
No wonder he didn't mention that he drove here just now. Isn't he afraid that someone would look down on him? Li Mingxian then added, brother, it's not just that.
In my opinion, Yichen is just too proud to live up to his reputation.
He likes to take on the credit without any skills.
My colleagues who have been with me for such a long time have said these things.
It seems that Yichen is really not a good person.
Despite being attacked by so many people, Yichen's expression remained the same as usual. If I hadn't changed now, and Liang Ping hadn't informed on me, I would have been embarrassed today, and even become a laughingstock among all my classmates. Yang Tianhua and the others should be waiting for me to get angry and embarrassed so that I can embarrass myself even more.
Thinking of this, Yichen actually laughed.
This nonchalant look not only angered Yang Tianhua, but even Li Mingxian felt uncomfortable.
Shouldn't a normal man be furious when hearing someone say that he is a gigolo? Could it be that Yichen still thinks that eating free food is a kind of enjoyment?
At this moment, the man's cell phone suddenly rang.
The people around him joked, Yichen, is it some rich lady who sent you a message? Go find her quickly. What rich sister? Maybe it's a rich aunt? Everyone burst into laughter again. The only ones with sullen expressions were Yichen and Li Zhozhou.
Li Zhozhou was about to speak up, feeling aggrieved for the man next to him. She did know Yichen's worth. The person who gave Yichen the Maybach was Li Xiaowei from the 4S shop, who was also Li Zhozhou's cousin. At that time, Li Zhozhou also asked Li Xiaowei to borrow money, but the amount was too large and Li Xiaowei could not take it out.
However, at Li Zhozhou's home, she saw Yichen in a group photo of classmates.
The people in the luxury car 4S shop are famous for their sharp eyes. Even though Yichen looked poor in the photo, he was still recognized by Li Xiaowei.
So Li Zhozhou became the first classmate to know about Yichen's success.
She already had some past with Yichen, and now, she wanted to ask him for something.
Hearing those people slandering Yichen like this, Li Zhozhou wanted to confront them directly.
Just as she was about to speak, her hand was directly grabbed by the man, and a numbing voice came from her ear, no hurry, let's just watch the show. Li Zhozhou hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded as if possessed by a ghost. Then, Yichen seemed to be replying to the message on the other end of the phone. That was the shop where he repaired his car. The car had been completely repaired and someone had already arrived from the shop.
Li Zhozhou seemed to have a premonition.
When she turned her head, she met Yichen's smiling eyes. At the same time, there was a knock on the box door.
Hello, is Mr. Yichen here?
A woman in black stockings and high heels knocked on the door of the box politely with a smile on her face.
Many men in the box suddenly had sparkling eyes. What a beautiful woman. Wait a minute. She came to see Yichen.
A group of people looked confused, and no one paid any attention to the woman, so she asked another question on her own.
Isn't Mr. Yichen here?
How strange, she clearly came according to the address. Just as she was about to call Yichen, a man stood up in the crowd and waved to the woman at the door.
Ah! Mr. Yichen!
Li Xiaowei trotted over excitedly, came closer, and respectfully handed over the car keys. Your car has been repaired. Our staff has delivered it to your door.
Do you need to go out and check it? Everyone was stunned.
Generally speaking, luxury cars or the supreme VLP of 4S stores cannot enjoy special car delivery service.
Could it be that the rich woman who supports Yichen is also the VLP of this store? This is the only explanation that can make them understand the current situation. Time seemed to freeze for 2 or 3 seconds. Yichen stood up calmly and said, "It's quite fast. I'll buy another one later."
The woman nodded with a smile, and respectfully handed the car keys to Yichen's seat. Yichen refused, but the people around him disagreed. What kind of car could make the lady at the repair shop spend so much effort to send it here? Yichen, why don't you open our eyes?
Chapter 52 Ordinary Maybach. It's not a luxury car, it's a Maybach, a limited edition. Yichen said lightly, as if he was not talking about Maybach, but Geely. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the key that Li Xiaowei handed to Yichen, the letter M was shining so brightly that it blinded everyone. Li Mingxian murmured to himself, "Yichen, you are not really the gigolo kept by that rich woman, are you?"
Li Shelwei looked at them with disgust.
He said seriously, please don't insult our distinguished Maybach owner.
It was indeed purchased by Mr. Yichen at a specialized car dealership. Mr. Yichen purchased it himself and paid in full. Some people should not treat dog shit as gold. Your behavior damages the image of Mr. Yichen and Maybach. Our store has the right to sue you for defamation. This sentence was like a stone, causing quite a splash among the crowd. People came out of the box one after another, looking at the shining Maybach parked outside, feeling extremely complicated and envious.
The only ones whose expressions gradually became gloomy were Li Mingxian, Yang Tianhua, and their lackeys.
Some more noises exploded from the crowd.
So, is Yichen really the owner of that Maybach?
They have always tried to curry favor with Yang Tianhua and ridicule Yichen. It turns out that I have completely mistaken the target. The people inside looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward.
So, in this Maybach, Yang's Mercedes doesn't really seem to count as anything, huh?
As soon as these words were spoken, the air became silent again. No matter how good Yang Tianhua's attitude was, he almost gritted his teeth in anger.
Yichen, since you are so rich, why do you have to act like a grandson in front of us old classmates?
He snorted coldly, completely different from the kind look he had just had.
Don't be afraid that our old classmates will ask you to borrow money or something like that, and then you will be in trouble, right?
These words were extremely harsh to the ear, and even Li Zhozhou was so angry that he rushed in front of Yichen.
Yang Tianhua, do you think everyone is as high profile as you? Can't Yichen be more low-key?
The man nodded and raised the corners of his eyes. His nonchalant look made Yang Tianhua angry to death.
Zhozhou, don't be fooled by this kid, Yang Tianhua added.
Yichen, if you are really that rich, donate 1 or 2 million to set up a foundation among the students, so that we can help these students in need. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Zhozhou again.
Right, Zhozhou.
Brother Yang is right, Yichen, one should remember the well digger when drinking water. Li Mingxian also followed suit. Think about it carefully, you can afford such an expensive luxury car now, you must not forget your former classmates, right?
That makes sense. You have so much money but you don't use it to help us old classmates. Isn't that too heartless? What kind of conscience can you still expect Yichen to have?
I don't even expect Yichen to donate 1 or 2 million like Brother Yang said. I would be grateful if he could donate 500,000 or 600,000 yuan.
Oh, what's 5 or 600,000?
In Yichen's eyes, only spending 1 or 2 million is enough to save face.
Is that so, Yichen? Yichen was still leaning quietly on the sofa.
His calm and composed look made the students who had just spoken feel as if they were directing and acting in their own show.
Yang Tianhua didn't have such good patience. Yichen, just tell me if you are willing to donate or not. You can already afford a Maybach, so you won't be reluctant to donate 1 or 2 million, right? Yichen. Oh. These people are really good at using moral kidnapping.
He narrowed his eyes and laughed, and focused his gaze on Yang Tianhua.
What the classmate just said is right. When you drink water, you should remember the well digger.
I, Yichen, have little influence, and I am just a small contribution.
Brother Yang probably also thinks that the rich should help the poor, right?
So those of us who got rich first should all help the poor together.
How about we join forces? You give me whatever you want and I'll have 500,000. He tapped the table with his bony fingers and spoke calmly. Yang Tianhua, my suggestion should be better than what you just said, right? After all, you drive a Mercedes too. The atmosphere became awkward again.
This move was a great success in taking the initiative and made everyone afraid to say a word, for fear that Yichen would point the finger at them and force them to donate. They don't have 2 or 3 million to donate to the so-called foundation.
Of course no problem, isn't it just 2 or 3 million? Yang Tianhua laughed awkwardly and insisted on holding up his own place. Classmates Foundation. The Classmate Foundation is among classmates.
At that time, he will ask the squad leader to keep the money. It is 5 or 6 million. He just needs to take his part of the money back, and maybe he can get some of Yichen's money. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke happily again.
Yichen, your suggestion makes sense. I am willing to donate 2 million to our Classmates Foundation.
Before he finished speaking, Yichen's voice rang out again.
What foundation do our classmates need? We are all members of society, so we shouldn't be so poor as to donate money, right? Or who can tell us why they need help and how much?
It's easy to donate money, but it's more difficult to use it wisely. He locked his gaze on everyone, and everyone he locked his gaze on quickly shook their heads. Although he wanted the money, who would be willing to admit that he was so poor that he had to ask for donations? Moreover, Yichen and Yang Tianhua were now in a real and fake confrontation. It was obvious that Yang Tianhua wanted to trick Yichen and Yichen wanted to drag Yang Tianhua into the water. What does the flaunting of wealth by Maybach and Mercedes-Benz have to do with ordinary people? It's safer to eat melon. I suggest that we donate the money directly to the school to set up a scholarship. I think there are probably many students in school who need poverty alleviation. They are in much more difficult situations than the students in our class. Yang Tianhua was choked immediately. If it was really donated to the school, then the 2 million would be wasted. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to donate? Don't worry, the school will make good use of the money. After all, the school often accepts donations, right? Yichen stabbed him in the heart again at the critical moment. Yang Tianhua immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he bear to spend 2 or 3 million yuan to donate? He just wanted to cheat Yichen's money. If he really gave it to the school, how could he get it back? Isn't that like throwing meat buns at a dog? Chapter 53 This honey trap. Who can resist it? After his secret was exposed, Yang Tianhua was unable to save himself. The people around him also noticed Yang Tianhua's embarrassment, and when they wanted to get close to Yichen and say a few good words to him, they heard Yichen sneer. I, Yichen, haven't made a fortune yet, but I can always come up with a few million. Why don't you gather some together? When you have, tell me and we can donate together. If it's really not possible, I can lend you some, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang raised his voice, making Yang Tianhua look even more embarrassed. However, Yichen ignored him and got up and left. When it comes to showing off, who is he afraid of now that he has the system? Li Zhozhou also left with him. Li Mingxian and others were still trying to trick Yichen into paying the bill and making him the scapegoat, but they didn't expect that he ran away without even saying a word. Ha, brother Yang, let's go first then. I'm leaving too. The company suddenly said we need to work overtime. Me too, my wife is waiting for me to come home and take care of the kids. Suddenly, only a few people were left at the table. Yang Tianhua gritted his teeth and paid the bill in silence. He actually spent 200,000 on a meal. He stared at the waiter, who had no choice but to speak awkwardly. Boss Yang, someone just opened a bottle of expensive wine, so? Yang Tianhua was about to vomit blood. Seeing this scene, Li Mingxian and others also wanted to run away. Boss Yang, let's make an appointment next time. The entire box was empty, and no one knew who opened the bottle of fine wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they didn't even leave the bottle for him. Yichen. It's all Yichen's fault. If it weren't for Yichen, how could he be so embarrassed today? The wind outside was slightly chilly. Yichen looked at Li Zhozhou, who was following him closely, and frowned slightly. He was still thinking about going home to hug his wife, but it seems that it will be a little late. Thinking of this, Yichen turned his head politely. Looking at the woman in a short skirt, he said gentlemanly, I'll take you home. The woman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She nodded sharply and got into Yichen's car. The space in the car was quite large, but Li Zhozhou was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. She didn't even dare to say it out loud, the reason why she followed Yichen. But she had to tell this man. Yichen. The moment she finished speaking, she bit her red lips and looked at him hesitantly. Actually, there is a reason why I came here with you. She became even more nervous when she said this, fearing that she would get a rejection. Yichen, I want to ask you. Even though she mustered up all her courage, she still didn't know how to say the words borrow money. If you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. I will definitely help you if I can. Yichen is not a fool. Things have come to this point, how could he not know Li Zhozhou's purpose? But even though I knew it, I still felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. Li Zhozhou is one of the few students in the class who can stand on his side and speak for him. He didn't want such a person to become a complete stranger one day under the control of money. Yichen, I want to borrow 1 million from you. She mustered up all her courage and said this. But when he heard the 1 million, Yichen's expression was slightly stunned. In Li Zhozhou's eyes, does he look like a big enemy or an ATM machine? He just asks for 1 million at random. Although he could come up with the money, it didn't mean he was willing to lend it to a semi-stranger with whom he didn't have much contact. Yichen's expression suddenly became complicated. As expected, friends around him would change when he had money.
Unexpectedly, even Li Zhozhou was the same.
But when he raised his head again, he was facing Li Zhozhou's watery eyes. As if he had summoned a great deal of courage, Li Zhozhou's face suddenly became wilted, like a withered flower waiting to be destroyed by a storm. The girl took off her coat, revealing her fair shoulders with a small black mole on them, which aroused people's desire. Her eyes were clear and bright, with slightly red eye sockets, as if she had been bullied.
She was worthy of being a girl in their university. Even her every frown and smile had her own pure charm. Such a goddess.
She actually took off her clothes in front of him. If he didn't have any feeling, he wouldn't be called a man, but he still looked at me and spoke softly.
Li Zhozhou, I hope you can respect yourself. In my impression, you are not like this woman. This is undoubtedly a definite rejection.
His words were relatively gentle, but as soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhozhou was stunned, and soon her shoulders began to tremble. Slowly, the sobbing became more obvious. The sound of crying had penetrated the car and reached outside. But Li Zhozhou's voice is quite nice. Even when he is crying, he is endearing.
You don't have to cry just because I rejected you. Shouldn't Li Zhozhou be extremely proud?
When she was in college, she was like a stubborn rose that could bloom even in the cold wind.
How come after just a few years in society, things suddenly become so unfamiliar to others? Yi-chun. I really have no other choice.
I borrowed money from young Tianhua before, but he wanted me to be his lover, but I didn't want to.
Yi-chan, I don't want you to sympathize with me. I just want to say that this 1 million is life-saving money for me.
I don't want to blackmail anyone morally, and you certainly have the right to reject me.
If you help me, I will be yours. You can do anything for me. I have no other options.
She didn't want to show her wounds to anyone, but at this moment, she lost any chance to choose. Obviously, she has achieved this level.
Bite.
The system's voice sounded again at this moment.
Yi-chen hesitated for 2 seconds, wanting to see what tricks the system would play next. The generation of the task has been detected. I hope the host can help Li Zhozhou solve the dilemma. He will receive a certain reward. First, solve Li Zhozhou's initial problem, and get 10 times the interest by borrowing money from him. Second, help Li Zhozhou solve his family's difficulties and reward him with a breakthrough scientist. Third, let Li Zhozhou's career flourish and reward the ultimate design talent. The rewards are so rich. A scientist across the ages. The ultimate design talent.
Yi-chen began to wonder what kind of difficulties Li Zhozhou had encountered that had led him to the point of selling himself.
System, can you check Li Zhozhou's current predicament? You can ask Li Zhozhou yourself about this host.
The system rejected Yi-chen directly with just one sentence.
There was no other way. Yi-chen had to turn his attention back to Li Zhozhou. If you want to borrow money from me, you should tell me exactly what happened to you.
A little light flashed in Li Zhozhou's eyes.
She knew this man was willing to help her now. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. It really gives money. Li Zhozhou smiled bitterly and said, my family was in a bit of a crisis the year I graduated.
I have been busy making clothes for the past 2 years.
After I achieved some success in design, I opened a fashion design studio with a partner. The good times didn't last long.
The clothing studio didn't make any progress for a while, and my partner ran away.
I owed hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the clothing design studio.
At this time, both my parents fell ill.
My father had kidney problems and now needs dialysis every day.
The daily expenses are tens of thousands.
If he wants to recover, a kidney transplant will cost hundreds of thousands.
My mother had a heart attack because of my father's situation and is now in the hospital.
My parents knew about the financial problems and have refused to use the hospital's medication since yesterday. My brother and I begged everyone.
My brother is about to graduate from Peking University and Tsinghua University, but he has also dropped out of school and is working 3 jobs. Her small face was covered with tear marks, and she raised her wet eyes.
After all, it's 1 million.
She and Yi-chan haven't had much contact over the years.
Even though they are classmates, there is no guarantee that Yi Qingjiao will definitely lend her this huge sum of money.
She was also ready to commit herself.
Her last asset is her beauty, which is also what young Tianhua likes, but Yi-chen is more reliable than young Tianhua, and in her heart, she still has feelings for Yi-chen.
As long as you lend it to me, I'll do anything.
She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yi-chen. Send me the bank account number. I'm willing to lend you the 1 million.
The women's volleyball team hesitated for 2 seconds, and just as they sent their bank card account number, they immediately received a notification of the arrival of the money on their mobile phones.
There really is 1 million.
She quickly raised her eyes and stared at the man in front of her with wide eyes.
He actually lent me such a large sum of money without saying a word.
A line of clear tears fell down, and Li Zhozhou even stuttered when he spoke, and tears just fell down as he opened his mouth.
Yichen, thank you, thank you.
She said thank you countless times, but still felt that the thanks were too understated.
Put on some clothes, or you'll catch a cold.
The man's gentle voice sounded, and he handed the coat that Li Zhozhou had just taken off to her.
It's windy outside, and you don't have to thank me. I'm not in a hurry for this money.
You and your brother should live your lives well first.
You are top students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, so don't drop out of school. Li Zhozhou was shaking with excitement.
To her, this was a huge favor, a ray of light that illuminated her dark present situation.
Yichen. Okay, you've already said thank you.
There's no need to use such extreme methods in the future.
Not everyone is like Yang Tianhua.
He stretched out his hand and rubbed Li Zhozhou's head for some unknown reason.
An unknown emotion flashed across Li Zhozhou's eyes.
He nodded vigorously, his eyes full of the man in front of him.
Yichen, I will definitely find a way to return this 1 million to you. She will always remember this money, and will pay it back double once she has money. No hurry, there's still a long way to go. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is 10 times the reward. 10 million in cash has been deposited into your account. He borrowed 1 million, and the system paid him back 10 million.
This system is really great, he really gives money if there is money.
He did not ask Li Zhozhou to return the 1 million. After all, it was because of Li Zhozhou that he was able to get the other millions of windfall.
It's so late now, shall I take you home first? Li Zhozhou put on his clothes and nodded with tears in his eyes. It was already midnight when he sent Li Zhozhou back home. He thought Tang Ruoxue should be asleep, but he saw that the light in the living room was still on. Yichen knew that this was a sign that Tang Ruoxue was still waiting for him. After pushing open the door, the woman's soft body hugged him, and he immediately kissed her red lips in a passionate kiss. Tang Ruoxue pushed him away only when she was confused and disoriented. Where did you go? Why do you smell like another woman? Women have very sensitive noses. She could smell someone else's perfume on Yichen's coat. Is it really true that class reunions are a paradise for first loves as those people say? Could it be that Yichen has reunited with his old love? When Tang Ruoxue's heart tightened when she thought of this, seeing Tang Ruoxue's jealous look, the man laughed softly and hooked Tang Ruoxue's small nose with his finger. What are you thinking about?
I did send a classmate home today, but it's not the kind of relationship you think.
Yeah? Would I lie to you? Yichen gently embraced Tang Ruoxue in his arms.
He knew that women all needed to feel safe, but he never thought that Xiuxue would feel so insecure one day. It seems that he will have to give Xiuxue more sense of security in the future.
Honey, I called my parents today. They really want to see you. Why don't we take some time off this weekend to go visit them?
He said in a mean way, wife, our household registration books are all ready.
I wonder if yours is ready. When talking about the household registration booklet, Tang Ruoxue's face turned red. How can it be so early? I haven't told my parents about your situation yet. Hubby, I don't really want to go back to my previous home.
These words brought back some sad memories for Tang Ruoxue, but the man hugged her tightly in his arms again.
Don't be afraid. I will protect you from now on and won't let anyone hurt you, not even your family. He will definitely do what he says.
If he can't even protect his wife and children, he wouldn't be worthy of being a man.
A night of passion. The next day, he got up early and called Li Zhozhou.
I also learned that Li Zhozhou's younger brother dropped out of college and has been working in an assembly line factory. The system did not specify who that epoch-making talent was.
If he had to guess, he vaguely felt that this person should be Li Zhozhou's younger brother. Dog system.
He didn't even speak the whole thing, forcing him to guess word by word.
System.
After finishing breakfast, he kissed his wife and the twins again, then went out in high spirits. When I went downstairs, I saw Li Zhozhou holding a breakfast in his hand, waiting for someone at the gate of their community. It was not until his car appeared downstairs in the community that a little more light appeared in Li Zhozhou's eyes.
Yichen.
She looked at the man in front of her and handed over the food box in her hand. This is the breakfast I made myself, thinking that most young people nowadays don't have the habit of eating breakfast, and the breakfast shops outside are not very hygienic. Yichen took the food box from her with an embarrassed look on his face. In fact, I really wanted to tell Li Zhozhou that he had a wife and had also eaten breakfast, but seeing Li Zhozhou's sincere look, refusing this breakfast seemed like a sin. Ahem. He opened the box and found fried dumplings, steamed buns, soy milk, and a small bowl of vegetable porridge inside. It's quite sumptuous, but it must have taken quite a while to prepare, right? Chapter 55 Extras? After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years, so they had nothing else to talk about at this moment. The atmosphere was extremely awkward and the air was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yichen was the first to break the silence. Jojo, have you resolved your uncle and aunt's issues? Are you feeling well now? When talking about family matters, Li Zhozhou frowned. Both parents were ill, and the family was already in financial difficulty, so they had to stay in the hospital all the time, and the medicines they took were the cheapest. The siblings struggled to afford the medical expenses. The cost of surgery is still not enough, and organs need to be replaced. In fact, the hospital informed me last month that there was no suitable kidney for my father's condition, and the kidney transplant surgery would cost at least $500,000. They couldn't raise the $500,000, so she thought of borrowing money from someone. Yesterday, she paid off all the medical bills she owed. Everything is getting better, and the source of the improvement is precisely because of the man next to her. Fortunately, I will have surgery in 2 days, but fortunately I already have a suitable kidney source. Having said this, she raised her beautiful eyes again. She stared at the man in front of her seriously, as if she wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Those beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak, allowing Yichen to see through her current thoughts at a glance, and he spoke in a soothing tone. Just say whatever you want to say. Li Zhozhou wanted to shake his head and keep his words back. Are you having any other difficulties? Yichen asked Li Zhozhou, is 1 million not enough? No. Li Zhozhou explained hurriedly. Yichen, can you come with me to meet my parents? They want to thank you. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had said. She immediately blushed and shook her head. It's okay, if you don't have time, it's okay, but you've done such a great favor to our family. Before she could finish her words, the man nodded. It's my duty to visit the elders, but it's a bit sudden. How about I go and prepare some gifts first? Yichen was muttering in his heart that if he didn't actually go and see Li Zhozhou probably wouldn't tell him about the situation at his home. When Li Zhozhou heard Yichen's agreement, he became even more nervous. She immediately grabbed the man's arm anxiously, not realizing how ambiguous her action was. No need, no gifts. My parents will be very happy if you are willing to go with me. She was so excited that she could hardly speak clearly. When I reacted, I found that, almost my entire body was about to fall into the man's arms. Her little face turned red again, and her eyes looked straight in Yichen's direction. He was willing to accompany her to meet her parents, and it was so easy for him to lend her so much money. This means, he must have her in his heart, right? But she didn't dare to ask this question, nor did she have the identity to ask. Although Li Zhozhou didn't need to mention any gifts, it would still be not good if he didn't even show the basic etiquette when visiting a patient. He picked out a fruit basket at the fruit shop and a bouquet of flowers at the flower shop before driving to the city center hospital. As soon as you enter the hospital, you can smell a strong smell of disinfectant. They took the elevator and went straight to the 20th floor. My parents are in the ward at the end over there. They live together. Li Zhozhou pointed to the end on the left with a worried look on his face. I'm going to have surgery in 2 days. She is really afraid. The surgery will not be successful. But the man seemed to see through the worry in her eyes at a glance, reached out his hand and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, good things will happen to them. They will be fine. That clear and cold voice was like a hot spring, gradually warming her icy heart. She nodded, with a little more smile in her eyes. The two of them walked into the ward together. The nurses passing by looked at their backs and praised them behind their backs. That boy just now was so handsome, and that girl was so pretty, the two of them walking together looked like a perfect match made in heaven. Wow, I think so too. And the height difference is so charming. The man was walking in front and didn't hear the gossip behind him. But Li Zhozhou listened to what the nurses said, slowly turned his head, and gave them a bitter smile. A match made in heaven.
Could she and Yichen also be a match made in heaven? Entered the ward. A middle-aged woman in plain hospital gown was lying on the hospital bed. Next to her was a dark-skinned old man of about the same age. These should be Li Zhozhou's parents. The woman's facial features were gentle and exactly 60% similar to Li Zhozhou. One can imagine how attractive she was when she was young. The illness left traces on both of them, and at this moment, both old men looked pale and thin. Dad, Mom. Zhozhou, silly boy, why didn't you tell me you were bringing someone here? Father Li stood up, but his long-term illness had almost drained his body, and he staggered as soon as he stood up. Yichen was quick to support Father Li. Thank you, young man. You should be Zhozhou's boyfriend, right? Seeing the young man's handsome appearance and upright character, Li's mother was so excited that she wanted to get up from the bed, muttering to herself. Okay, Zhozhou. Why didn't you tell me you were bringing people here? We would really feel relieved if someone could take care of you before we leave. Yichen placed the flowers and fruit basket in his hand on the table. Li Zhozhou walked up to him and whispered, I'm afraid my parents will think too much, so I lied to them and said you're my boyfriend, a businessman. Yichen was surprised, Li Zhozhou blushed, and whispered, just help me act a scene, please. It has come to this? Can you still sabotage it? If Li's parents knew that Li Zhozhou had planned to sacrifice himself for money, wouldn't they be so angry that they die? Mother Li and Father Li were both looking at him at the same time, and Yichen could naturally see the kindness of these two elders. Misery always targets ordinary people. The words of denial were still on his lips, but he couldn't utter them. Auntie, you are blessed by heaven, and I'm sure you will be safe and sound. He was not good at saying words of comfort, so he could only glance at Li Zhozhou. The woman was already nestled in Li's mother's arms, crying non-stop, murmuring, Mom, please don't say such unlucky things. I have already collected enough money for the surgery. We will definitely be able to get better. Zhozhou, it's all Mom's fault for dragging you and your brother down. Mother Li gently rubbed Li Zhozhou's hair and focused her eyes on Yichen. Zhozhou has been very sensible and considerate since she was a child. She has a very kind heart. You must take good care of her. I don't expect to get better. I just want to see Zhozhou and entrust him to the right person before I die. Now I have no regrets in my death. As she spoke, Li's mother picked up her handkerchief and coughed twice. Mom, we're going to have the surgery the day after tomorrow, and I found a donor kidney, so don't say such discouraging things. Chapter 56. You have no money, I will lend it to you. Mother Li smiled helplessly, but the bitterness in her eyes would make anyone who saw it feel sad. Father Li sat down tremblingly. I heard from Zhozhou that your name is Yichen. Yichen felt a little uncomfortable. He originally thought that he was just visiting a patient, but from the looks of it, it seemed like his son-in-law was visiting. And I always feel that the look in Mr. and Mrs. Li's eyes and the words they say seem to indicate that they are very satisfied with me. During the meeting, they didn't talk much about the illness, nor about Li Zhozhou's family affairs. Yichen was questioned a lot about his background, and what he said most was that he should take good care of Zhozhou, so that they could rest assured even if he was really gone. What does this have to do with anything? After leaving the hospital, Li Zhozhou looked at Yichen with a guilty look on his face. I'm sorry, Yichen, my parents know that my brother and I can't get so much money anyway, so I had to tell them that this money was lent to me by my boyfriend, and I can use the betrothal gift to offset it in the future. Is that all? Yichen didn't know how to respond. Li Zhozhou's parents acted as if he and Li Zhozhou were going to get married next week. If Tang Ruoxuan knew about this, I was afraid they would doubt me, so I said we liked each other since college. Li Zhozhou's voice became lower and lower. I did like you since college. Yichen. My brother couldn't continue his studies because of my parents' situation, so he decided to come out on his own and worked 3 jobs a day to raise enough money for medical expenses as soon as possible. In fact, Li Xuanyu is very smart. If he completes his studies well, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. He has a talent for physics and has been praised as a young genius since he was young. So why are you saying this? Yichen interrupted her. I know you and your brother are worried about your parents' affairs. I don't mind if you tell a little white lie. Really? Li Zhozhou looked up at Yichen. Yichen was nearly 1.9 meters tall, so Li Zhozhou, who was less than 1.7 meters tall, had to look up at him. Yichen also looked at Li Zhozhou. He knew how much injustice and suffering this girl had endured before he helped her. Li Zhozhou's eyes gradually became ambiguous. How should she thank such a good man? Just as I was thinking about it, the cell phone rang. It's Yang Tianhua calling. Li Zhozhou was about to hang up the phone but was stopped by Yichen. Let's see what he wants to do first. Li Zhozhou then nodded hurriedly and answered the phone directly. Hello? Zhozhou.
The phone was on speakerphone, and Yang Tianhua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yichen frowned slightly, but stood aside without saying a word. Li Zhozhou calmed down his emotions and pretended to speak normally.
What's the matter? Oh. Zhozhou, what you said is really strange. Why are you always so nice to Yichen, but ignore me? I have been pursuing you since college. I know you are having difficulties at home right now, so have you thought about what I told you last time?
When Li Zhozhou mentioned what he talked about last time, he was almost furious. Yang Tianhua, Li, am not the kind of person you think.
If you keep saying this, we don't need to keep in touch anymore. I'm hanging up. Don't. Yang Tianhua's voice became a little more urgent, and he spoke to Li Zhozhou on the other end of the phone.
Zhozhou, you have to give me some face, after all, we are old classmates. How about you accompany me for a meal, and I will agree to lend you 100,000 yuan? Before waiting for Li Zhozhou's answer, Yichen took the phone directly from Li Zhozhou's hand. The young man spoke in a loud and deep voice with clear and melodious pronunciation. Yang Tianhua, Li Zhozhou's matter no longer needs your help. I will help her solve this matter. I am going to use the classmate foundation you mentioned. When Yang Tianhua heard Yichen's voice, he was so surprised that he almost dropped the phone.
You? Why are you using Li Zhozhou's phone? Yichen sneered, of course I am with Li Zhozhou, otherwise how could I receive your call? He spoke slowly. I guess Yang Tianhua, you should still remember what we talked about at the class reunion, right? It just happened 2 days ago, how could Yang Tianhua say he had forgotten it? But he pretended to be stupid and asked, what's the matter? Did we talk about it at the class reunion? You really know how to play dumb. Yang Tianhua snorted coldly, you took the initiative to propose the classmates foundation, didn't you forget about it yourself? Mr. Yang, I'm waiting for your money to be transferred to the school. You don't have enough money, how about I lend you some? I'll charge you 3% interest? The answer to Yichen was the busy tone of Yang Tianhua's phone. Yichen. He handed the phone to Li Zhozhou and slowly brought back the subject. Now that the money problem has been solved, why don't you let your brother go back to school? As soon as the words fell, a skinny delivery guy with a pale face ran straight towards the hospital. Li Zhozhou didn't have time to respond to Yichen's words, so he shouted at the delivery boy. Li Xuanyu. Li Xuanyu paused, turned his head, and saw his sister standing with a completely strange man, and suddenly became angry. He had already told his sister that he would take care of the money issue. He didn't need her, a girl, selling her soul for her parents' medical expenses. But, sister, who is this man? He clenched his fists and looked straight at Yichen. I've already told you about your parents' medical expenses. You don't need to worry about it. I'm the pillar of the family. I can afford it. Did you do something bad? Li Zhozhou choked suddenly. She knew her brother's character and didn't know what to say to respond to him for a moment. Because, she was indeed just a little bit away from doing something bad that her brother would say. It was Yichen who rejected her. Because of Li Zhozhou's silence, Li Xuanyu seemed to understand, and suddenly became furious and pulled Yichen by the collar. How dare you touch my sister? Yichen was not a person with a good temper. Because of the support of the system, his physical strength had increased a lot. He was like a wall standing in front of Li Xuanyu. How could Li Xuanyu, who wore glasses and had a gentle face, do anything to Yichen? He was easily pushed away. I don't care who you are. I will write you an IOU and pay you back all the money my sister borrowed. My patent will be sold soon. You can calculate the interest as you like. I will not agree to the messy conditions my sister promised. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely be able to pay you back. Chapter 57 I can't repay Li Zhozhou. Seeing such an ambitious young man in front of him, Yichen's anger that had just risen up immediately dissipated a lot. They are siblings, so it is normal for them to have deep feelings for each other. No need to be so calculating. I'm your sister's boyfriend. Yichen said casually, using the words from the hospital to evade Li Xuanyu in front of him. We are all family, so your sister's affairs are of course my affairs as well. Li Zhozhou's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly raised his eyes to look at the man in front of him. My family.
Her eyes reddened slightly, and she seemed to have found her backbone.
But before she could say anything, Li Xuanyu spoke again. Even if you are really my sister's boyfriend, so what? I will still return the money to you.
Until you marry my sister, you are not considered a member of our family. Having said this, he really signed an IOU to Yichen.
What an ambitious young man. Yichen admired Li Xuanyu more and more.
He was a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he also had his own patents.
He didn't want his family to suffer any grievances. With this kind of personality, he is truly a real man. He accepted the IOU and asked, "What's this patent you just mentioned?"
Li Xuanyu curled his lips and glanced at his sister out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the way she looked at Yichen, the love in her eyes almost overflowed, and she was barely a little less wary of the man in front of her.
He might really be his sister's boyfriend.
Before, my supervisor and I discovered a way to achieve low consumption and high utilization of new energy in the laboratory. After these words came out, Yichen looked at the young man in front of him, and there was a little more enthusiasm in his eyes.
What a physics genius!
Although this sentence was understated, he actually discovered something that so many graduate students and doctoral students could not figure out. I found this method, and asked my mentor to find investment some time ago. Once investment is found, a mere 1 million yuan should not be too difficult. Li Xuanyu still has the confidence of a Peking University or Tsinghua University student.
This patent does have certain value in the market.
If he can make use of this patent, the development of new energy will become much simpler. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. He acted like an elder and patted Li Xuanyu on the shoulder, but Li Xuanyu dodged.
Don't think you can do anything to me just because you're my sister's boyfriend. I haven't even acknowledged you yet. Yichen laughed twice and like Li Zhozhou's younger brother from the bottom of his heart. I also know a little bit about investment.
If you are free, we can also discuss patents.
Upon hearing this, Li Zhozhou also spoke slowly. Xuanyu, Yichen also has certain insights in investment. It would be right for you to ask him for more advice.
Li Xuanyu said reluctantly, I understand. Through the communication just now, he was basically able to confirm that Yichen was not a bad person. His sister might also have some feelings for Yichen. However, he hoped that his sister could be happy and find a man who loved her and was willing to protect her. This Yichen is hard to figure out at first glance. It's really not something his sister can handle at her level.
Sister, I'm going to the hospital to see my parents first. Li Zhozhou nodded and straightened his collar. Don't be so reckless in the future. You have quit your 3 jobs. You should focus on your studies.
Li Xuanyu hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at Yichen again, and finally nodded.
After waiting for Li Xuanyu's figure to disappear from their sight, Yichen escorted Li Zhozhou into the car. Yichen, I really don't know how to thank you.
Not only was he willing to help her, but he was also willing to act with her in front of his parents. She had almost no way to repay such a great favor.
Don't say thank you all the time,
Yichen said with a smile, we are classmates after all, there is no need to thank each other. He stepped on the accelerator, turned around and asked Li Zhozhou again.
Where are you going? Can I take you there?
Li Zhozhou hesitated for 2 seconds, I still want to go check on the studio. There are a lot of things that have not been resolved in the studio these past 2 days. When mentioning the studio, Yichen did not continue speaking.
The atmosphere in the car began to become quiet again.
She glanced at the man who was driving seriously beside her, and her mind drifted away again. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, but she feels that Yichen seems to be quite handsome at all times. When he realized that he didn't know what he was thinking, Li Zhozhou blushed and shook his head hard, trying to shake off his thoughts. She suddenly became nervous again and asked Yichen cautiously.
Yichen, are you really investing?
In fact, when she heard Yichen talking about investment just now, she already had this idea, but she didn't dare to say the thought out loud.
Now that there are only the 2 of them, there could be no better opportunity than now.
Yichen turned his head, responded slowly, and patiently asked Li Zhozhou beside him.
I do have plans to invest. Your brother's patent is actually quite good. Do you have any other ideas?
In fact, he had already guessed what Li Zhozhou was thinking, but he was just embarrassed to expose her little thoughts.
Sure enough, the next sentence.
I want to sell the shares of my studio at a low price to raise funds. She raised her eyes and said carefully, once someone invests in my studio, I can develop rapidly. The reason why her studio failed before was not because of technical problems, but because of a shortage of funds and the fact that her partner ran away. She believed in her own designs and abilities. If the studio could be successful, she would be able to pay Yichen back earlier and avoid taking on such a huge debt. But Yichen has helped her so much. She was too embarrassed to ask Yichen if he was willing to invest in her studio. There was a traffic light ahead, and Yichen stopped the car. Turning his head, he looked at Li Zhozhou, who looked awkward, and asked with a slight smile, "How much does it cost?" "Ah." Li Zhozhou looked confused and silly, but also somewhat cute. Yichen's heart softened, and he reached out his hand and pinched her face. "I want to ask, if I want to invest in your studio, how much money do I need?" There was a gleam of light in Li Zhozhou's eyes, and his tone of voice rose with joy. "It will probably cost $500,000. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly became low again. 500,000, isn't that too much? After all, Yichen had just lent her over $1 million 2 days ago. Yichen, would he think that she was a bit greedy? The next second, the phone suddenly received a transfer notification. 500,000 has arrived. Chapter 58 Talent Transfer. Genius Li Zhozhou. Bite. The system's voice also sounded at the same time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You are now rewarded with the ultimate design talent. As he spoke, countless inspirations suddenly emerged in Yichen's mind. He didn't even need to grasp them. As long as he used his brain, countless inspirations came to him. System, I'll give you a lot of shit. He praised the system and almost loved the system in his mind. The system said proudly, "That's right. The host still needs to complete more tasks." The green light came on and the man stepped on the accelerator. It took about half an hour to reach Li Zhozhou's clothing design studio. The studio does not cover a large area, but it is clean and tidy. There are a few unfinished manuscripts on the table. Yichen picked them up and saw the designs on them, which can be said to be of excellent quality. There are just some shortcomings. Li Zhozhou was not wrong. She did have an outstanding talent in design. If she had financial support, she might be able to soar to success. Yichen had an idea and took a few blank pieces of paper. He grasped the inspiration in his mind and drew a few clothing designs. Yichen. Li Zhozhou called Yichen and wanted to see what Yichen was doing, but he saw the unfinished design drawing in his hand. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Yichen, unexpectedly, has such a high talent for design. Li Zhozhou once thought that her talent was already the ceiling among ordinary people, but once Yichen made a move, the sense of superiority in her heart was immediately shattered. She asked in disbelief after waiting for the design to be completely completed. "Yichen, when did you start studying design?" Yichen shook his head. "I haven't learned it. I just looked at a few of your manuscripts and got a little more inspiration." He laid out his design drawings and asked Li Zhozhou, "How's the painting?" Li Zhozhou took a deep breath. He never expected that. Yichen had never studied design. "Very good, you have a talent for this." But Yichen shook his head. Although the design drawing in his hand was good, it was not half as good as what the system showed in his mind. If he really had the talent that Li Zhozhou described, it wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, he called out the system again. "I followed the design in my mind in detail, why is it not half as good as the design in my mind?" The system answered truthfully, "Host, in fact, this ultimate design talent is not prepared for you, but for Li Zhozhou." It added, "You can also choose to transfer the gift, but each transfer will consume 300 points. 300 points. So expensive. The milk powder his 2 children use only costs 5 cents a can. But it would be a waste for him to have such a good design talent. Only if it was given to Li Zhozhou could it be truly put to good use." Yichen gritted his teeth and asked, "How many points do I have now?" 301. Yichen. His face completely darkened. He checked his points through the system and found out that every time he selected multiple tasks, different points would be consumed. Just when he was about to complain about why the system didn't tell him earlier, the system muttered to itself even earlier than he did, "You can't blame me. Who told you to choose so many every time?" Yichen. He chose to transfer it without saying anything, and watched as the more than 300 points instantly turned into double digits. He cursed the system in his heart. After 2 or 3 seconds, Li Zhozhou's expression suddenly changed. He stood there for 3 seconds and suddenly burst into tears of joy. Yichen. My mind, suddenly had countless inspirations. She even began to tremble as she spoke, and she stammered, not being very fluent at all, but one could tell from her expression.
She is very excited now. Not yet.
While waiting for Yiqian's response, she took a few pieces of paper and used a charcoal black pen to draw many design drawings.
These designs are so lifelike that you can see how wonderful the designs are.
At the same time, the artist lacks a bit of talent, and none of the designs are so ingenious. Looking at these 5 design drawings, Li Zhozhou could hardly believe that he had drawn them. She turned around and looked at Yiqian, so happy that she couldn't even speak. Yiqian could naturally see her emotional fluctuations, so he reached out and gently patted her shoulder.
Zhozhou, you have a talent for design, don't waste it.
Li Zhozhou agreed with tears in his eyes, and held the 5 design drawings in his arms, treating them as treasures. The more she watched, the more excited she became, and she was so happy that she almost wanted to spin in circles. The next second, she hugged the man and kissed him. When she reacted, her face turned red again.
He began to stutter even more. Yi-chun. I didn't mean it, I'm just too happy.
Yiqian could certainly understand, but when the red lips kissed him just now, his mind was almost blank.
The woman's fragrance surrounded him completely.
Looking at the shy look of the person in front of him, he swallowed again.
Don't look at what's indecent, don't look at what's indecent. He is a married man. He awkwardly ignored his body's reaction and resisted the urge to flee.
Zhozhou, I suddenly remembered something. I'll leave first.
Walk out of the studio door. Yiqian was still savoring the kiss just now. TSK. Li Zhozhou is indeed a school beauty goddess. She comes closer to me on her own initiative. Which man can resist her?
As soon as he drove to the company, Yi Yunqing called him.
Brother! A funny video I made a while ago went viral in just 1 week. We will definitely make a fortune. Yi Yunqing's voice on the phone was as excited as Li Zhozhou's just now.
Yiqian smiled and nodded, then transferred another 3 million to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing was shocked and terrified. Brother, I'm not calling you to ask for money.
This is 3 million. His brother actually turned around just as he said so. Come on, work hard, I believe you can make it big and strong.
Yi Yunqing said in a flattering tone, Brother, no matter how big and powerful you become, I am still working for you, right?
Okay, let's stop talking about this. Just take the money.
After saying that, he hung up the phone, went to the company, and returned to his office. When the people in the company saw him come back, they were surprised and panicked, most likely because Li Mingxian told others about the class reunion.
He sighed and walked in a big circle. I found that I was so busy during this period that I almost forgot about my job. Fortunately, Mr. Lin was quite open-minded and didn't make a fuss about it. This cannot be an excuse for him to neglect his duties. It seems I will be busy at the company for some time to come. Chapter 59 talking about cooperation with my own company.
As soon as I started thinking, a voice came from behind me.
Yiqian, President Lin wants you to have a meeting with Li Mingxian. Mr. Lin, why did he suddenly call him and Li Mingxian to attend a meeting together? How did he know that he came to the company today?
But that is okay, he just happened to have some things he wanted to clarify with Mr. Lin.
Seeing that Li Mingxian had already servilely entered Mr. Lin's office, Yiqian nodded and followed him. When I was leaving, there were still a few employees behind me talking about something. Let me make a bet. I guess Yiqian will definitely be persuaded to quit by President Lin. I bet on this too. He's too arrogant. He can actually not come to the company for a week or 2. Do you think that Mr. Lin might have secretly assigned him some task for him to handle? What kind of mission could they hide from us? Even if they hide it from us, Brother Li will know about it, right? Dissuade. There is really no need for General Lin to persuade them to quit. His original intention was to resign.
As soon as he entered the meeting room, Yiqian saw President Lin glance in his direction, but he still sat back in his seat calmly. Not long after sitting down, Li Mingxian started to act up. He said sarcastically, I didn't expect that our young Master Yi would be able to come here today.
We are waiting for you even harder than we have waited for President Lin. Doesn't this imply that his official account is even bigger than President Lin's? Sure enough, the next second Mr. Lin was looking in his direction. He said calmly, Yiqian, why haven't I seen you at work recently?
Before Yiqian had time to explain, Li Mingxian spoke first.
Boss Lin, our Yiqian can already afford a Maybach, so why does he need to come to work?
He spoke sarcastically, looking in Yiqian's direction from time to time.
It is said that
Yiqian is now being kept by a rich woman and can afford a luxury car worth millions.
Mr. Lin hesitated for 2 seconds and looked at Yiqian suspiciously. Is what he said true?
Although he had doubts, he still believed deep down that Yiqian was not that kind of person. He has always believed in his own vision.
Yiqian shook his head, thinking about resigning later.
There is no need for him to continue wasting time in this company now. Not to mention that Yi Yunqing needs his help, even Li Zhozhou has a lot of things that need him to deal with.
Since President Lin also values Li Mingxian, why should he get involved in this mess?
Before I could even say the words resign, I heard a beep from the system.
Task detected.
Host, please slap Li Mingxian in the face within the specified time and complete the task issued by General Manager Lin.
Reward, 500 points. 500 points. This damn system is so generous.
He immediately took on the task and swallowed his words about resigning.
He looked at Li Mingxian as if he were the god of wealth.
How valuable. As long as you slap him in the face and make him submit, you can get 500 points. Li Mingxian looked at Yiqian's expression when he looked at him from time to time, and he felt a chill in his heart.
Why does he feel like he is a piece of meat on the chopping board? Will you be at the mercy of others soon?
He didn't think much about it and continued to speak ill of Yiqian.
Boss Lin, please don't disbelieve me. How can someone with such a corrupt character like Yiqian stay in the company?
It would be better to fire him directly.
Otherwise, what if he ruins the atmosphere of our company? Mr. Lin coughed and stared at Li Mingxian with his eagle-like eyes. I haven't spoken yet, is it your turn to speak?
Seeing that Mr. Lin said this, Li Mingxian had no choice but to shut his mouth and did not dare to go beyond Mr. Lin's words to teach Yiqian a lesson.
Mr. Lin's expression looked better.
I called you two here today because there are some important matters that need your attention.
When it comes to important things, Li Mingxian's face shows a bit more excitement. He glared at Yiqian secretly.
When Yiqian was not in the company, he had always been in control of the department. Now that Yiqian is back, President Lin has not forgotten this man and is still thinking about him.
Li Mingxian felt a little uncomfortable.
However, since General Manager Lin was present, he did not dare to vent his anger, for fear that General Manager Lin would kick him out.
Yiqian, I don't mind if you haven't come to the company for the past 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Li Mingxian looked anxious. Can he just say he doesn't care about such an important matter as not coming to the company? Then can he just say he doesn't want to come?
When Li Mingxian just had this thought, Mr. Lin spoke again. It's one thing not to care, but your behavior has indeed had a negative impact on the company.
If you are not punished, I'm afraid many people in the company will follow suit.
As he said this, he looked at Li Mingxian meaningfully again.
He raised his eyebrows and asked Yiqian, you should be able to understand, right? Seeing Yiqian nodded, Mr. Lin was reluctantly more satisfied. Now I will give you a chance to make amends.
His voice was extremely calm, and carried an authority that could not be rejected by anyone. Recently, a short video company appeared in the same city, and the short video industry is also on the rise. The short video industry has always stood firm in this market and has an extremely wide audience. If their company can also get a piece of the pie, there will probably be greater development prospects. He looked at Yiqian and said slowly, this short video company has released a hit video, and this hit video has boosted the company's economy. Now many advertising companies have set their sights on this short video, and some companies want to discuss a deal with him, but we still don't know who is behind this short video or the company. Having said this, Yiqian could understand Mr. Lin's purpose without even having to guess. Yiqian, what you need to do is to negotiate the cooperation with this short video company, and we can write off the previous absenteeism. I don't even know the people behind the company, so it's extremely difficult to negotiate a new deal or cooperate. Not to mention that other advertising companies are also eyeing this piece of fat meat.
Yiqian frowned slightly, but just as he was still thinking about how to negotiate this cooperation, President Lin said again, the name of this short video company is Xingchen Rui. Stars are like leaves. Why does this name sound so familiar?
He searched quickly in his brain and finally recalled it, plus the video that went viral, if he guessed correctly.
The person behind that short video company is Yi Yunqing, right?
Yi Yunqing only told him that the video became popular. Yiqian himself did not expect that one day he would discuss cooperation with his own company. Yiqian, as long as we can negotiate with this short video company, our company will be able to enter the short video industry faster and more efficiently.
I don't think I need to explain the importance of this to you, right? Chapter 60 Tang's mother arrives. Mr. Lin. Li Mingxian was a little anxious. This project was so important that it was entirely handed over to Yichen to handle. Isn't it obvious that he wanted to give the opportunity to Yichen? Boss Lin, I can also share your worries. Yichen may not be able to handle this matter well. What if he fails to negotiate the cooperation? Mr. Lin just frowned when he heard Yichen speak in a steady voice. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will definitely help you make this cooperation a success. The companies all belong to him, and he can cooperate with whomever he wants. Li Mingxian was completely stimulated by this sentence. Yichen, you don't really think that you can cooperate with any company in the world as long as you want to cooperate, right? Yichen raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. But it was precisely this silent attitude that made Li Mingxian feel like he was hitting cotton with his fist. I was so angry. I am willing to issue a military order. If I fail to negotiate this cooperation, I will automatically resign and compensate the company for all losses caused by this cooperation. Military order. Resign and compensate for all losses. Li Mingxian widened his eyes. He didn't expect Yichen to be so brave. President Lin did not lack the words to persuade. Yichen, it's not a bad thing for young people to be more motivated, but things like resigning and compensating the company's losses are not worth mentioning. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mingxian spoke again. Boss Lin, I think since Yichen is willing to issue a military order, he must have his reasons. If that's the case, why should we persuade him? If we can negotiate this cooperation, that would be fine. If we can't come to an agreement, let us see if he kills me. Seeing Yichen and Li Mingxian's determined attitude, Mr. Lin didn't say much. He just sighed slightly and looked in Yichen's direction. Yichen, this cooperation is somewhat difficult. You don't need to be too stubborn. If you really can't reach this cooperation, it doesn't matter. Just don't make things too awkward with the leader of that company. Yichen nodded and gestured. The fact that he issued the military order showed that he was 100% sure. Boss Lin, please rest assured that I will definitely make this cooperation a success. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mingxian snorted coldly again. However, Yichen and Mr. Lin did not care too much. After discussing this matter, Mr. Lin issued an expulsion order. If you have nothing else to do, go back and work hard. Don't be distracted during this period of time. The two walked out of Mr. Lin's conference room. On the way back to his office, Li Mingxian's mood improved a lot and he spoke with a sarcastic smile. Yichen, I admire your courage, but you don't think the boss of Xingchen Rui Company is a woman, do you? You're just a freeloader, don't you even have a brain? He actually issued a military order directly, leaving him no chance to find fault. But it doesn't matter. He is willing to brag so much now. If he fails to negotiate that project, he will definitely make him unable to continue working in the company. So what if I drive a Maybach? Who knows if that Maybach was rented by Yichen? What if the so-called staff were all hired by Yichen to act? This is not completely impossible. Apart from the fact that Yichen suddenly fell in love with a rich aunt, how could he be able to drive such an expensive luxury car overnight? Yichen did not make any further comments on this irony. As he turned sideways and passed Li Mingxian, he spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Some people don't even have a chance to brag, right? And, if you are familiar with that guy Yang Tianhua, just ask him to transfer all the money from the Classmates Foundation to me right away, and don't drag it out even for hundreds of thousands of dollars. While what? Li Mingxian didn't understand this sentence. When he was about to ask a few more questions, Yichen had already walked past him and out of the company's door. What is the money from the Classmates Foundation? Could it be that Yichen is really rich and can build up that Classmates Foundation? Impossible. A month or two ago, he almost knelt down and begged him for 100,000 yuan. The other end. As soon as Yichen left the company, he took out his mobile phone and called Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng's voice was full of interest. Brother, why did you call me suddenly? Yuncheng, the name of the short video company you opened before was Xingchen Rui? Yeah. Brother, you wouldn't have forgotten the name of your own company, right? When choosing the name, he remembered that he specifically asked Yichen's name, and finally decided on Xingchen Rui. Yichen actually forgot about it in the blink of an eye? His brother's memory is really amazing. Brother, this is your company. Because you invested more, you own 90% of the company's shares. 90%? Are you crazy? Why did you leave so much on my head? Yi Yunqing smiled foolishly and said, if it weren't for you, my project would never have been able to go on. Yi Chen laughed helplessly and clicked on the popular video. The content is indeed very rich and interesting. It is a funny video about twin brothers and their parents. The name of the video is Kind Little Brother Yang. No wonder this video suddenly became popular, there is a certain reason for it. Just keep working, and tell me if you need money. After Yi Yunqing nodded, he saw Yi Chen hang up the phone. Back home. There were a few unfamiliar pairs of shoes at the door. He walked in slowly, with a look of confusion on his face. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw a rural woman wearing expensive clothes sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged woman's facial features were somewhat similar to Tang Ruoshue's, but after years of trials and tribulations, she seemed a little bit sarcastic. Xiao Xue, Mom is doing this for your own good. Think about it, as a girl, what can you achieve by working hard outside? You have two burdens with you. If you don't get married now while you are still young, when will you be able to get married? You're not really still waiting for that guy, are you? In my opinion, that kind of guy should be childless. Tang Ruoshue's face was extremely ugly. Mom, can you please stop talking? I told you that I will never go on a blind date. What's wrong? What's wrong with a blind date? The blind date I found for you is much better than those ugly ones. Although he's a little older, he's more caring when he's older. Don't be ungrateful. It's good enough that people don't mind you having two children.